Hi guys, real quick before the video starts, I just want to bring your attention to the humanitarian crises happening around the world, specifically in Congo and Palestine. There are links in the description to donation pages, Operation Olive Branch links, and other resources. I will highlight Aya's family and Jamal's GoFundMes, which are linked in the description. I'll also include links to their TikTok pages because it is free to follow them, and this really helps their content reach more people. I also encourage you to seek out other Palestinian creators trying to raise money to evacuate their families and try and follow them where you can. And I encourage anyone who can to also find other donation pages and donate or share and promote them because anything helps. Thanks for listening. Hi, so before we get started, I just want to say that while I think making comparisons can sometimes be arbitrary, I feel like it's hard to avoid them for which. Obviously, one of the major comparisons that can be made is with Winx Club, another show centered around a group of magical girls with a specific set of elemental powers, and I'll get into it later, but this is a really dumb comparison. I'm probably also going to compare this show to Ben 10 Alien Force or Ultimate Alien, just because I literally just did a video like this on those series. Also, I have no idea where else you can watch which, but I've been watching it on YouTube. There are a couple of videos of it, a couple of playlists, but I especially want to highlight the xMaster, who has actually remastered some of the previous episodes to 60 frames per second and 1080p quality, which is really, really cool. Thank you for that. I strongly recommend watching this series if you can. If you want to go watch the series first and come back to this video, that's cool. But also if you want to watch this video first and then watch the series, I think that's cool too. I would love for this series to just be talked about a little bit more in this day and age. Also, because I've just found out that Totally Spies has been like renewed for a new season, like years after the last one. So it's not impossible for Wish to get a season 3. I'm just saying, let's talk about it a little bit more. Hopefully something could happen. That's just me hoping for the best. But anyway. So Witch is a series that ran from 2004 to 2006 and follows our five main girls, Will, Irma, Tarani, Cornelia, and Haylin. Note that the initials of these names spell out witch, as they navigate being the guardians of this whole other world. Basically, the gist here is that there's like Earth and then this Meridian. There are other worlds, but at the point that I'm writing this, I don't know if they actually get visited in this series. Sometimes portals open up between Meridian and Earth, and monsters come through, and it's the Guardians' job to close these portals and protect both worlds. This show has 2 seasons and a minor setup for a third, but it was cancelled before we could see where the series would have gone. I didn't actually watch Witch all that much growing up. It came out only a few years after I was born, so I think I was too young to have formed like any long-term memories with it. It was my older sister who remembered the show a lot more than me, and a couple of years ago she got all these like novels, which had like a comic section in the middle. And I remember skimming through them, particularly looking at the pictures, and I was so confused because I did not know that they were actually kids. In my head, this is what they always look like. But yeah, some of my notes that I wrote before I started watching the series was that it's pretty cool how they age up when they transform. So before that, they're like teenage girls who look like teenage girls. I think the creators had the best of both worlds with this by having them have more mature outfits, but also not making them too much older so that they can still appeal to young girls. I also remember very well that the main guy doesn't end up with Will, the main girl, but actually ends up with Cornelia. I said in my notes that his name might be Caleb and is Kevin in a different font, and yes, they have the same voice actor. Also from my notes, I quote, I have no idea what's going on in the other world. Sometimes I still get confused if the snake and the prince/king are the same person, and if not, why do they look so similar? After watching like 1.5 seasons, I can tell the two apart a lot better, which is good, but they still look so similar. Like Ben 10 Alien Force, there were multiple points where I started trying to rewatch the series start to finish, but I can never get past the first episode to the point where I could recite the first episode word for word and just not know anything else. I kept rewatching the first episode so much that I kind of got turned off to the show, but this time I pushed through and we're going to go through the series episode by episode. That was technically a lie because I wrote that in February and it is now late May. Before we start, a couple of disclaimers. If you've watched the Ben 10 videos, you'll know I made some cards and files with like character information. I really wanted to do this for the series, but I felt like I couldn't really make it work without just blatantly copying what I've done before. Also, I think this retrospective could work without them. I will use them every once in a while to establish recurring characters, but don't go into this expecting the same thing as last time, because if I did that, it would have felt super forced. So please take note of the example file above to know what all the different components of a file might mean. Also, this is a series retrospective, which the animated series is based on comics of the same name, and while I haven't read them, I know a little bit about them. This video isn't going to get into the nitty-gritty of like what went wrong behind the scenes or how much the cartoon differs from the comics. I might drop like a random piece of trivia like this is actually a reference to a character from the comics who doesn't actually appear in the series or something, but that will be about it, and don't expect it to happen too often. There are a bunch of other witch videos out there, so you can take a look at them if the behind the scenes stuff is what you're interested in. But please come back to this video, I promise it's worth it. There might be moments in this video that I point out a flaw in the rules of the show or like a leap in logic, and you might feel tempted to comment how it would make sense if I read the comic, but like, No, writing should be coherent no matter what the show is based on. Obviously, if my confusion purely boils down to a lack of depth in the information that the comics could elaborate on, then yeah, that's fine. But the show's writing shouldn't rely on the comics to do the heavy lifting. Guys, I kid you not, I'm not playing. I'm writing this the night that I finished writing the script, and I just found out that there's another long form video from Nisa Fevral about which. I promise I'm only finding this out now, but either way from what I've seen, I don't think our videos will be too similar. So I'm gonna give out a spoiler warning. Obviously, there would be spoilers here, but I'm pointing it out because there's a fairly decent twist in season 1. Well, at least I think it's decent. I can't remember a time when the revealed information was unknown to me, and I'm curious if it was a good twist. Anyway, outside of that, nothing more for me to say, so let's get started. So our first episode is a two-parter starting with It Begins. In it, we see 4 of our main girlies, Irma, Tarani, Cornelia, and Haylin, itch if you will, noticing strange things happening around them. Haylin sneezes and destroys her room. Cornelia can't help fertilizing her flowers, that sounds weird. Irma accidentally causes water to escape from a water fountain, and Tarani, well, nothing really happens with her, and perhaps that's for the best. Don't worry, I'm going to explain everyone's power and skill sets as the show continues. Anyway, the girls don't really act as if anything's going on. It kind of reminds me of Dinosaur when they act as if like nothing's happening. In the show's defense, some of it could have been explained by other things, like the water fountain. Also, Haylin did try to talk to her grandma, but her grandma responded by asking her to bring Itch, yes, this is going to be a thing, over for tea. I was confused on how she knew who to invite, but I guess it was like the cosmic energy or something. Haylin then offers to invite Will, the new girl.
Sure. And that new girl, Will. I wonder why I thought of her.
I wonder why. So anyway, we see Will being dropped off at school by her mom, Susan. She's kind of a baddie. And we get the moment that leads to Irma's water fountain incident.
Check out the new girl. Hey, Wilma.
It's just Will.
Okay, Wilma.
That's Uriah. Ignore him. Yeah, evolution did. One day we expect him to slither back into the water.
Yeah, so no one's going to talk about the weirdness of the water. Now, this has become apparent as the video goes on, but Irma is that girl. She usually has the best one-liners on the show. Now, it is nice enough to Will, but they don't react amazingly to knowing that she's going to be joining them for tea, which just makes everything more awkward when they eventually do go for tea.
Hey! Keep all that noise down! I was being ironic.
Now, this is an issue that can be seen in multiple parts of the show. It's not unfunny, but the comedic timing is sometimes off. Like, that joke could have been funnier with just the slightest delay on the I was being ironic part. Like Ben 10, I don't see a point in constantly commenting on the show's cringier moments unless they serve an overall argument that I'm making. So this will be the last time you hear this criticism.
Oh, excuse me.
What was that? Anyway, Haylin's grandma comes in and gives a whole exposition dump. Now, if you invite me over for tea, then start pulling up things like this out of thin air, I'm gonna take my things and leave. Anyway, the girls are still kind of skeptical despite the powers that they literally display, and while Will hasn't been exhibiting any power, she's given the heart of Kandrakar, which is this glowing pink necklace. Now we're going to talk about Will and her powers and everything throughout the series. It seems like a chosen one narrative, but I think it could have gotten a lot worse in a main character, and even then I feel like calling her a main character is kind of iffy. Now let's talk about the Meridian stuff.
Hey, we can walk faster than this. Thanks for the ride. How much do I owe you?
Yeah, this is really Kevin.
Tell the men to stay strong and the women not to worry.
Dang, this really is Kevin. Now, each episode is going to have a Meridian subplot, and you'll have to forgive me because I can't care enough about it. Sometimes in the show, Meridian feels less like a place and more like a device for a fantasy world, which is like fine enough, but I just don't care about it. For this reason, my explanation of what's going on might be brief and sometimes undetailed. I'll probably only explain the parts that are relevant to like what Witch is doing. So this is Caleb, and he's kind of like the rebel leader of the resistance against Prince Phobos, who is the unrightful ruler of Meridian. There are rumors that the real heir to the throne is on Earth. Now, I'm not going to give away who the heir is, but it is someone significantly younger than Phobos, and I have no idea what constitutes as like being the rightful ruler. But anyway, Caleb is trying to escape Cedric, the man-snake person, who is in no way related to Phobos, somehow. I think that's all we need to know for this episode. So the girlies decide to put Haylin's grandma, whose name we should probably learn, to the test. And they transform for the first time. Now, this is not the real transformation that gets used in the show. This is the low budget we had to get an episode quick transformation. Either way, the girlies are now in their magical girly era.
Holy cow! You know, somehow I cannot imagine your grandma wearing that.
Now, one thing I like about Witch, especially the first season, is that the girlies are powerful but not perfect. This is indicative of their strength and power but lack of skill, which gets honed as the series goes on. Haylin is easily the best at flying, which makes sense because her element is air. After a while they agree it's been enough practice and they want to leave, but a portal opens up. Now I do have to question this series in general because I'm not sure I understand why everything is happening now. I think it's because the heir is now of age, but I can't say for certain. Anyway, a portal opens up and we see Caleb and Cedric. The girlies combine their powers to close the portal. Please note that the only other time we see something like this will be in the last episode of season 1, and usually Will just has to hold up the heart to close the portal. Please also note that this will be the first inconsistency in Will's powers in season 1. Here she is seen shooting some kind of beam. Yeah, we will not see that again until the finale. Literally in my notes for future episodes, I point out how strange it is that she literally has no powers. I think it's in the Labyrinth episode that she just transforms to knock over a bookshelf. Hello? So anyway, the portal's closed, but they were unable to save the young boy. Now, Cornelia instantly blames Will despite the fact that she made one of those 5 beams used to close the portal, which was not the vibe, but it also becomes kind of a weird hypocrisy in the next episode, but let's get there. There's tension as the girlies try to figure out what happened and how to save Caleb.
It looked like this.
Lord Cedric.
Lord, they got pretty low standards for knighthood over there.
Cedric is not always in this form.
Well, that's good news for his wife.
This is one of my favorite Irma moments. If I haven't made it clear, she literally carries this show. So anyway, episode 2 is the second part of the first episode, but I don't think it really counts that much as a 2-parter. It kind of felt like its own episode. Despite the high tension of the final scene in the previous episode, the girlies are still getting on with their lives and all. Now it's picture day, and that's what the conversation centers around most. But then randomly someone will say, I wonder about the boy, or where is the boy? Or who do you think the boy is? And I get that it would be difficult to streamline conversations around Meridian and Picture Day, but I couldn't help but kind of roll my eyes whenever I heard.
I wonder where that boy is now.
Now we have to talk about this thing. You know, every magical girl cartoon has to have a sidekick. Where would you be without them? Now, they're usually cute, but which said no. Who needs cute? I present to you Blanc, this goblin-like creature. From many characters' reactions on the show, it's safe to say he doesn't smell great, which must be horrible for him since he has such a good sense of smell. He can sniff out portals that open, which he uses to sneak into the human world, smuggle random objects, and then bring them back to Meridian to solve them. Anyway, Caleb is captured and thrown into a dungeon at the bottom of a pit. One of the guards puts a key into a piece of bread and throws it down. It would have been so funny if that key wasn't actually for Caleb's shackles, but the guard just did that to mess with him. Well, not funny, just cruelly amusing. But either way, it's great that his hands are now free, but it's not like he can just fly out of the pit. So honestly, there could be an argument that the guard was just messing with him by giving him false hope. He wasn't. We find that out in the next episode. Anyway, Witch tries to figure out how to save Caleb, but some of them think that they should focus on Picture Day first. One of these people being Cornelia, which is very big of her considering how she got on Will's case in the previous episode.
Oh, so when do we go, huh? Tonight?
Whoa, slow down, Tinkerbell. Okay, we can rescue this rebel leader guy after Picture Day, right?
Call me a wimp, but in the school yearbook, I'd like to still have a face.
I put a note here that Halen's outfit was cute, and I'm looking at my notes for other episodes, and I think she just genuinely has cute outfits. There's also a moment where Will takes the heart out in broad daylight outside, and it was insane that no one saw. Anyway, that evening, Will is captured and taken to Meridian with her bag left on Earth with the heart inside. When Itch finds out, tell me why Cornelia still wants to get the picture taken. I don't understand the Picture Day thing. Can they not just take your picture another time if you miss it? They throw Will into the pit where Caleb is and he catches her. They have a moment where he doesn't get that she's a guardian and assumes she's a younger sister of one. She sees Blanc, who's also in this prison with Caleb, and screams and asks what it is, to which Caleb responds he's a smuggler, as if that explains his species.
Look, it's simple. You stand on my shoulders, then he stands on your shoulders.
Not until he's had a 9-month bath, he doesn't.
Girls. I need a rope, some kind of weapon, and what do I get? A short redhead with attitude.
Hey, I'm a guardian of the veil, buddy. You're just some guy at the bottom of a hole.
Eventually, it shows up. Oh, right, I should explain. Sometimes the heart can point to the direction of a portal, so the girls use it to find a portal, then waded through muddy water and swung on vines to get to the castle where Caleb is being held. Also, please pay special attention to Cornelia and the others using their powers without transforming.
Tarani, a little light?
Sorry. Stay here.
This is a rescue? I was safer as a prisoner.
Each girl also has a different reaction to Blanc.
Why catch her, not catch Blanc?
Let go of me, we're out.
Hey, it's him! But what's that? I blocked them, but it's not gonna hold for very long. What is that for finding cute boys.
There's a million halls down there. It's like this really cool maze. I mean, cool if we weren't like, trapped in here and everything. Hey! You didn't get eaten by that thing!
Take blank nose tunnel. Secret way out.
He's kinda cute.
But I think it's cool that Halen isn't disgusted by him. It was a smart way of showing off the girls' personalities without having to rely heavily on a baseline trait like Tarani scared, Cornelia stuck up, which they sometimes do. As the show goes on, we do get to see each guardian as more than their trope, but they still sometimes remain tethered to it. Halen doesn't really have a specific trait other than, I guess, bubbly or airy, which can range from being airheaded to just being free-willed and free-spirited. Also, I know I said this before about Caleb and Cornelia being the main couple, but rewatching the earlier episodes, I'm not sure if the writers always knew this to be the case.
I'll hold them off as long as I can.
No! You don't have any powers!
Guarding the Veil's more important than one rebel fighter. Oh, by the way, my name's Caleb.
Is he cute or what?
And they have other episodes where it's just like the two of them. Like this part in episode 6 where he kind of catches her, and it's not played romantic there, but here the music makes it seem as if Will's falling for him. It's a weird choice is all I'm saying. They managed to escape, but obviously it wasn't going to be that easy. They're chased by a guard in this mushroom monster thing. Caleb separates from the group to distract Cedric, which was, I guess, noble for him to do, but like, the Guardians are more powerful. I mean, at least they have powers. No hate. They would have gotten out either way. They managed to escape, but someone has to go back for Caleb because, of course, they do. Like, I'm trying my best to like Caleb, but I don't know what it is. He's just so annoying sometimes. No, I don't think it was a smart decision to distract Cedric unless he had a plan to get out, which he didn't. Will says she'll go back for him, but Halen says she'll go since she flies the best. And I love that they didn't get into like a pissing battle about who gets to save him. Will's like, yeah, actually, that makes more sense.
Come on, I'll make a purse out of you. Which side do you want the zipper on?
This is such a minor thing, but it's so confusing how Caleb uses like very human phrases. In the next episode, he's trying to learn like all the slang on Earth and is so confused about it, so it feels inconsistent. And what do you mean, make a purse? Are there no animal rights in Meridian? Halen saves Caleb and flies him away, and she asks, do you have a girlfriend? Because I think Cornelia likes you. As I will keep repeating in any video I can, I hate love triangles. I also hate drama and tension between girls based solely on a guy, so I am fine with Cornelia and Caleb being stated from the start. But what I don't love is how. I'm on episode 6 at this point. I cannot tell you anything of the chemistry between the two. It just feels like an I saw him first kind of thing, which I don't love. They will get together eventually and they will have cute enough moments eventually, but right now, I'm just pointing this out. On their way back through the portal, Irma gets captured and Will closes the portal, which essentially cuts off the monster's hand. I hope for everyone's sake that the hand can grow back and that the monster has a very high pain tolerance. Caleb then stays in the human world. He lives in the basement of the Silver Dragon and helps out around the restaurant. But I found this a bit strange. Is he not the leader of a resistance? I think he's supposed to be looking for the heir, but he doesn't make much of an effort to do so in the early episodes. Yeah, this is me from the future having finished season 1. He does not look for that heir. No one except Team Evil does. And finally, we see Halen breaking out with their initial spell, with the girlies all now being besties. So now that the pilot is out of the way, let's talk about the girlies of Witch. Now, I showed this series to a friend, and she said that their outfits don't come close to Winx. Okay, fine, true, fair. But they're in middle school on Earth and not some fairy college thing in a different realm. But also, now hear me out, I think that their outfits are better than Winx. Just hear me out. Just listen. What was cool about Winx is that they had like their signature colors and all, but like, come on, you're gonna defend this, and I won't let you forget this. Like I said, I think comparisons are dumb. I think that Witch and Winx have decent enough transformation outfits. I just think that Winx had a higher budget. Also, I can't defend every outfit of Witch, but I can safely say that the best of their outfits are better than both Winx Club and Totally Spies. Yep, I said it. Anyway, let's go through our girlies' files based on how they rank in terms of outfits. I was going to rank them based on personalities, but we all know it would just be Irma at the top with everyone else chilling below. Cornelia's outfit isn't actually the worst. What I think it is that her skirt only looks good when you can see the slits, otherwise she just kind of looks, I don't know, a little old. I also think I don't love the both long sleeves and a long skirt, but that's just me. Cornelia is the Earth Guardian and is also written to be like the pretty one of the group. I didn't love how often she gets confined to this idea, the pretty one, the stuck-up one, the high maintenance one. But like I said, as the show progresses, we see a lot more of her. She's quite loyal to her friends and is quite smart being able to figure out solutions to the problems that the girlies are having. Although, to be fair, no one is really treated like the dumb one in the group. Tarani comes in next. Her outfit isn't that bad, I just never wear it. I am obsessed with the top, especially the triangle cut out of the chest. Not obsessed with the bottoms, but she does make it work. I also like that her hair changes into what I'm assuming are locks when she transforms. Tirani is the smarkle of the group and also the nervous one, which is funny because she has the most dangerous element, fire. She's still brave and strong enough when she needs to be, but she can be a bit squeamish and a stickler for the rules. While I did say Irma is the funniest character, Tirani often gets overlooked as also being really funny. She usually mutters a quip underneath her breath. Irma's my favorite, we all know this by now. Her outfit and Will's are honestly sitting in the same part of my brain, but I prefer Will's boots, so here we are. That being said, I'd be more likely to recreate Irma's outfit for Halloween. Irma is a water guardian, she's quick with a quip, and is usually kind of unproblematic. Usually. For a main character in a magical girl show, I don't hate Will that much. In fact, I actually really like her. The show seems like it's following like a chosen one narrative where Will is going to be treated as the most special person in the universe while she has the personality of a bag of flour. But no, actually. She's clearly the main character, but the others still get many moments to shine. And Will is written to be both funny, charming, and by no means perfect. Also, the sleeves of her top work so well with her outfit. I ranked Haylen's outfit the highest, but the more I look at her, the more I'm like, wait, do I like this outfit? The answer is no. I feel like if her skirt was just a little longer, I'd love it, but I'm also not about to go redo the entire ranking. We need to hurry this up. Halen, as I've said before, is super free-spirited and easygoing. She's one of the most adorable guardians and is artsy, creative, and innovative. We should also talk about the rebels who are fighting in the resistance, as well as some of the other aliens. I made a file for them over here. They serve as people on Meridian that we can trust, but some of them will be important later on, especially when you get to Season 2. Not everyone here has been introduced yet. Finally, we have Team Evil, which specifically refers to villains in Season 1, and more specifically, just Cedric and Phobos. Personally, I feel like there's a vibe between them, but maybe I'm just crazy. I've also listed a few of the monsters and minions that they command. Just some locations the guys are frequently at. Their town on Earth is Heatherfield, their school is called Sheffield, and Haylen's family's restaurant is called the Silver Dragon. Caleb lives in the basement there, and the girlies also use that space as their meetup point to talk about Meridian and their plans to fight evil. Also, Haylen's grandmother is called Yanlin and was a former air guardian when she was younger. Also, before I forget, I must include the main character of the show, the Heart of Kandrakar. So episode 3, titled The Key, opens with the guard from the previous episode being accused of treason. By the way, his name is Bafik, and it turns out he is working with the resistance as a mole. I don't know why, but when I first watched that scene with the key, I thought Caleb didn't know he was in on it, or like Bafik had a change of heart last minute or something. Anyway, Caleb put the key in a hiding spot where Bafik could find it, but it was no longer there. Because he doesn't have the key on his person, Phobos concludes that he must have helped Caleb escape. That being said, he allows a search to be conducted of the castle for the key, which is oddly reasonable for someone who's supposed to be an evil and unjust ruler. For whatever reason, Cedric needs to transform to go search for the key with the other guards, and this transformation is just not it.
Brother, what's that?
Speaking of things being not it, Halen is working on an outfit to help Caleb fit in on Earth because apparently wearing a pair of trousers and a t-shirt is too out of this world. Now, while she does have some of the cutest outfits in the show and she's pretty decent at sewing, this outfit is terrible.
Brother,
Shows up and explains how Bafik is being accused of treason. Caleb's confused because he put the key in the agreed upon place, but it turns out Blanc took it. This is why I don't like this creature or any other annoying sidekicks. If you are not useful to the plot but you're cute, fine. But you can't be ugly and unhelpful. We see the girlies doing magic practice, which is nice, and the budget improved because we see the actual transformation happening. Now we do see this full transformation like a lot. And it'll probably help with like production costs to reuse footage each episode, but damn if it wasn't annoying. This is one of the things I will say is done better in Winx and also Ben 10, that you don't always see a full transformation, and I think in the case of Winx, you rarely see the full transformation if it's not a new one. But also the music. Hold on, let me play a snippet. I don't know what it is, but the music kind of sounds like noise. There were moments on my rewatch that I either had to mute this part or skip it. At least Winx had decent enough songs to go with the transformation, my favorite being harmonics. Anyway, back to Witch. Don't misunderstand me, I think overall I prefer Witch. The fact that I can do this rewatch proves that I prefer Witch. Anyway, also during this they call out their elements, but Will's always sounds weird to me. Like I'm assuming she says the heart, but I have no way of actually knowing. After that, they go home. I forgot to mention Irma dropped like a bunch of lake water on them, which led to a pretty funny moment.
I feel something down the back of my neck. You promise not to freak if I tell you what it is? Then it's just a hair.
Yanin tells them that Caleb went back to Meridian to give the key back to Bafik, said he's not I assume he'd be killed or just thrown in prison. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. Things aren't looking too good for him, so Witch has to go save him. Now, this is only episode 3, and I'm already losing it with his fans. The first time I rewatched the series, I was working on the second part of my Ben 10 video, so I had something else to distract me and numb my annoyance, but now that I had to actually focus on it, I'm realizing that I cannot stand Caleb. That's a slight overreaction, but he is annoying. Like, look, I get that the Guardians are young and he would feel some sense of blame or responsibility if he asked them to come with him, but this episode could have been over in 2 minutes had he just asked Witch to help. And this is part of their cause. This is helping an innocent person in Meridian who's working with the Resistance. This is literally part of the reason why they have powers. And love and respect to unpowered folk, okay? You are just as important as the rest. But who are you benefiting by rushing into this alone? And if it were an isolated incident, that would be fine. But it's not. Also, if it's about the youth thing, which is like 13-ish in this, and Caleb is canonically 15, he is just as much a child as the rest of them. Speaking of being powered and unpowered, it low-key bothers me a bit that Will doesn't really have any powers. Like, yeah, she has the heart, but we saw in the previous episode that it can kind of work without her anyway. I'm not saying I don't like Will, I'm not saying Wish doesn't need her, I'm just saying it's kind of strange. In season 2, they do give her a bit more, they give everyone a bit more, but right now it just feels slightly distracting. We're gonna wrap this up, okay? This is a fun episode, I don't have that much to say about it. In the end, Witch shows up and they hide the key on a random unconscious guard and have Vatic announce that the Guardians are in the castle. Cedric then comes and sees the guard who has the key. Two things. Firstly, I'm glad Vatic's cover wasn't blown. However, does it not look suspicious that the rebel leader and the Guardians came all the way to the castle when a search for the key was happening, and afterward the key is miraculously found on the person who was not being suspected of being a traitor? But also, I know evil guards be evil, but like, was it the most ethical thing in the world to frame a loyal guard for treason? Let's not think about it too much. So episode 4 is called Happy Birthday, Will, and depending on what version of the show you watch, it might have a different theme song. Let's just talk about these theme songs real quick. So there are technically 3 that we can talk about, but we're going to focus on 2 right now. I always assumed that this one was the season 1 intro, while this one was season 2. But it turns out they are both season 1 theme songs, but UK and US versions. It's hard for me to say which one I prefer because I feel like they both have elements that I don't love. I personally don't love the visuals of Witch Were Strong and prefer the ones from We Are Witch. Also, We Are Witch has the best intro and outro. I also really like the verses in this one as well, and it also has the best, I don't know what you call it, but like the part between the verse and the chorus. Water, fire, earth, and air, Guardians unite. But then the chorus comes in and it's just, we are, shut up. I don't love repetition too much. Now this suggests that I think the lyrics are better in Which Were Strong, but like, I don't actually know what they're saying. It's also really hard to explain, but the music kind of sounds a little noisy in the first intro. This is kind of similar to my issue with the transformation music. Do you know which one are the five controls of fire? Am I making sense? Ugh, it's fine, let's just move on. In this episode, we meet a few new characters. We meet Elian and Alchemy. I think that's her name. Alchemy's not gonna get a file because I truly do not care for her, but Elian gets a file. No particular reason why. Now, in a later episode, Cornelia refers to Elian as her best friend, which is weird because we've literally never seen her until this moment. Also, we meet Mark, this guy, but he only shows up at the end. Anyway, the plot. Basically, it's Will's birthday, Irma finds out, and Will tells her not to throw a party, so Irma gets the rest, Titch, if you will, to throw her a party. We also meet Irma's parents in this episode, who I think are pretty fun. Her dad's a cop, and there is this part over here with a continuity error in his shirt. He goes from wearing a tie to, like, not. I don't usually notice things like this, and I think it speaks to budget issues as well. Meanwhile, Phobos sends Cedric to the human realm to find all female birth records from about 13 years ago in Heatherfield to find his sister. I forgot to mention he wants to find his sister, the rightful heir, to steal her powers. It occurs to me now that I have no clue how they know to look in this specific town, and I also don't know why the people who brought her there didn't just move to a different town. Anyway, Cedric goes into his human form that is oddly attractive at times to look around City Hall. At Will's party, we meet a kid called Martin, and let me tell you how much this man irritates me. In case you're wondering why I dislike him so much, there are too many reasons to get into, but one of them is that the first line he says in this series is this.
Hey, thanks for inviting me, sweetie lips.
He does a lot more in the show, and I will definitely be pointing everything out, but I have not actually finished the series at this point in its entirety, so I'm not sure where his character has left off. He pines for Irma a lot in this series, but it's not just making googly eyes and trying to talk to her. Sometimes he just does too much. I don't want to say too much, but it reminds me of the men in the Big Bang Theory and how much they got away with under the identity of like nerd or geek or not traditionally masculine. And I feel that there were times that Irma was made to feel bad about not liking Martin back. Oh yeah, just remember there's an episode further down the line where I can make a clear case for this man's to be smacked in the face. But let's get there when we get there. So at City Hall, for whatever reason, Cedric transforms into the giant serpent and someone sees a silhouette. This makes no sense because he's supposed to be blending in. His incompetence is infuriating. It's also weird that they did this because, again, the budget. Serpent Cedric's animation is rough. Also, once again, Helen's outfit looks really, really cute. She throws a piece of food out to Blanc, and Martin sees her wondering why she's doing this. She lies that it's a Chinese tradition to throw out food and make a wish, so Martin gets the rest of the party in on it. It's crazy how many people believe this. Irma's parents were banished to stay upstairs so they don't ruin the party, but her dad left his walkie-talkie downstairs like a responsible police officer, and Irma hears that there's something in City Hall. They figure it's a monster, so they go to deal with it. Irma explains to her parents that she has to go and get pizza and asks them to keep the party going. They really are just so cute because of how excited they are to have fun again. Meanwhile, Cedric continues to look, in his snake form still, and is looking for records separated by gender. I don't know how the City Hall filing system works. I don't know why they would separate records by gender, but anyway. The girlies break in to fight him, and one of my favorite parts of this series is the teamwork that Witch uses. Yes, technically there are times when one of them could have completed a task by themselves in their own way, but I think it was a nice touch to the series. That being said, I do wish they didn't have to say their element each time, like we do get it. Not just this, but in Winx when they always have to say the spell, Ben 10 when he shouts out the alien name, My Hero Academia when they have to name drop their punch's title, like please, just shh. Cedric gets what he wants anyway and leaves, and Witch go back to the party, and Irma is convinced that her parents have ruined it, but she's surprised to find that they actually livened it up as a conga line is formed. This is where we see Will and her love interest, Matt or Mark or something, and this would have been cute, but I'm a hater. That's it. Word. End of the episode. Our next episode is called A Service to the Community, and let me tell you when I say Witch has some crimes to pay for this one. The school has a new teacher, Mr. Dean Collins, who just moved into town. He announces that he's going to move Community Service Day up ahead of schedule. The goals explain to Will that everyone shows up early on Community Service Day to make sure that they don't get stuck with the worst jobs. Examples of this include Monkey Bar Scraper out to Sue and Sewer Ladder Painter. Whoever added the latter to the list was really just being mean. We see Will and her mum having dinner. She turns out not to be the best cook in the world, and she asks Will if he's okay with her starting to date again. Now this episode highlights another issue with the show that might boil down to bad decisions rather than no budget, and that's just the strange timing of scene transitions. Because in this scene, Will and her mum say only a couple of lines to each other, it's barely a minute long, then it cuts to Cedric and Phobos, then it cuts back to Will and her mum again. It just felt like the Will scene could have been done in one go before we cut back to Team Evil, that's all. Also, Mr. Collins, Dean, if you will, comes by to give something to Will's mum who joined the PTA. And there are some sparks. Will picks up on it too. It's more chemistry than Cornelia and Caleb have had so far. Speaking of corny, she tries to sleep early to be up on time, but her sister, aka Lillian, aka Menace to Society, is upset with her, so she disables Cornelia's alarm. I have sisters, specifically I have a younger sister, and I have constant alarm anxiety. So if my sister pulled something like this on me, I would personally have to execute her. So Cornelia is late and gets stuck reading for preschool students, which includes The Menace. Will and Helen are assigned to painting over graffiti, and Irma and Tirani, aka the It Girls, are on ceiling envelopes at City Hall. They spend some time licking and sticking, their tongues going numb, when Mr. Collins walks in and informs them that there are sponges for that. So if you think about it, they were really just sitting there eating glue.
On the bright side, we ate so much glue, we don't need to buy lunch.
As for Will sees odd symbols on the wall. She tries to look further and it causes her to faint, reminding the viewer not to get confused. She is the main character. Helen takes it to Yanlin and proves herself to be the MVP of Witch as she shows up her photographic memory and writes down the symbols. Yanlin explains that it's something from Meridian and Caleb says he knows someone who can translate it. They go to a location in Meridian called the Infinite City, which is a pretty cool place. They enter through some shack thing and enter an underground space. Caleb explains that no one knows the origin of the place, but that it has no beginning or end. In the Infinite City, they meet the Ancient One. Now, at the point that I've reached in Season 2, she's actually a very interesting character, and this is a key moment to lock in. All she really does here is translate the symbols, which reveals that there's someone on Earth pretending to be human, but is actually a beast from Meridian and will try to get close to them. She explains that if they touch the beast in human form with the heart of Kandrakar, they will reveal his true form. The symbols are basically a message from Phobos. This all makes sense, but I don't really know why Will fainted. It's also very interesting that the Ancient One talks about someone pretending to be something that they're not. But let's talk about that more later. Based on this information, the girls use their evidently very strong knees to jump to the conclusion that Mr. Collins is the Beast since he's new in town. I'm just gonna spoil it because this was obviously so stupid. No, Mr. Collins is not the Beast. We also already know Cedric's human form anyway. Someone in the comments of this video mentioned that in the original Witch comic, Cedric does actually disguise himself as a teacher, so this feels like a funny homage to the original. Now, I really hate to take Caleb's side, but the girls were doing too much. Aside from the stalking that they do, their reasoning for him being a monster is actually kind of wild.
But if he's from Meridian...
Okay, my mom's attractive in a funky old person kind of way, but unless he's an evil beast, why else would Collins talk to her?
How does he know enough Earth history to teach it?
And it would explain why he made Community Day earlier.
To separate us and watch us one at a time! We should follow him!
Girls, please, let me suggest another plan.
Live crickets, like 2 pounds of them.
That's way too much for fishing.
But not too much to eat.
Ew!
Yuck. No wonder he liked my mom's cooking.
Look, maybe he's got a pet lizard.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to judge somebody before all the evidence is in.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Of course.
But it's obvious Collins is a face-gluing, bug-eating brain sucker.
Hello?
Okay, definitely.
Why am I even here?
I know their knees are hurting. Also, the comment on her mom's cooking is wild, but also Will questions why a normal person would want to date her mom. And it's like, babes, do you not know what she looks like? Anyways, the Guardians transform and literally jump Mr. Collins. I feel like this should have been a wake-up call that he wasn't the Beast, because if it were Cedric, he would have just transformed. Did you not see the previous episode? He just loves to transform. He transformed just to read a book. The girlies used their elements, and I won't lie, I was nervous that Tarani was gonna call fire and just roast the man alive, but I was grateful when she simply caught him in the air, but then she just sends him flying into a wall. Like, Jesus, burn him then, he'll be dead either way. They then see that he really was just trying to deliver more PTA notes, so they try to take him back home and play it off as if he's just had a bad dream.
Hey, Lynn, what does his driver's license say?
He's 5'10" and he needs to wear glasses.
His address, hey, Lynn. Oh, Cedar Terrace.
That's 5 miles from here, uphill. Can't we transform and fly him?
Hey, you're only supposed to transform for emergencies.
Well, what do you call pushing a wet, unconscious man up a hill in a wheelbarrow at midnight? Sorry.
I said I was on Caleb's side, but I know he's not talking down to them like that. Yeah, he was in the right, but it was more of a one-time thing rather than him always being the voice of reason. I will remind you that he has willingly run into danger, outmatched, and the Guardians had to go and save him. He hasn't really earned the right to talk down to them like that. Also, he does not get a say in when they transform and how they use their powers. I don't know why he makes me this annoyed.
At least nothing can go wrong up here. Wow, the Martins own a trampoline!
And a swimming pool.
And dogs.
I think I missed this episode upon my initial rewatch because this is insane. Like, thank heavens for that trampoline. Anyway, in the end, they managed to convince Mr. Collins that he had a bad dream and become responsible for his therapy bill. They also try to make it seem like his pet lizard was the one who ripped his clothes, which is just wild. Cornelia gets the preschool kids to finish the envelope licking and fails to tell them about the sponges. Not fails to, explicitly states that there are no sponges. It's great to end the episode off on a nice note of child labor. Will asks Susan if she's interested in Mr. Collins, to which her mother says no, he's too unreliable, upset that he didn't give her the notes. So not only did Witch assault a man in this episode, they also sabotaged a potential relationship. Fun. Also guys, that's the end of this episode. Like, they don't find an evil monster or anything. They were the evil monster. The next episode is called The Labyrinth, and it was decent enough. We get to meet the kitchen maid character Trill, who's a spy in the castle for the Resistance, as well as the introduction of the Tracker and the Sniffer, who show up once more in this season. The B-plot, if you can call it that, of this episode is that Tarani gets an F for not turning in a paper, but she points out that she most definitely did well before the submission date, and she can just resubmit it, but the teacher doesn't want to hear her out. And I'm gonna say she underreacted in this episode. I'm not saying that teachers should always let missing deadlines go, but this is middle school, some teachers need to chill. Also, Tarani is assumedly a straight A student, and she said she had the work done. If I were a teacher and a student who always hands her work in way ahead of time, misses a deadline, I would check up to see if she's okay or if I made a mistake. And obviously if there was some slip up but the paper is written, I'd say give it to me end of day or first thing the next day. A fail is absolutely insane. Sorry, had to defend Tarani there for a sec because no one else cares in this episode. Now, I didn't mention in the last episode, but Cedric got a job as a bookkeeper in a bookshop. The girls, namely Itch and Elion, spent some time there in this episode because they think Cedric is cute. I mean, I know I technically said he was attractive, but that was a moment of weakness. I feel like it's the weird smile he's always doing, but also like the vibe that he gives off in this bookkeeper era. Like, we're gonna get into it in later episodes, but if I was a bystander watching what he does, I would be ready to call the cops. Then I'd see him transform into a giant snake lizard, and I'd be like, oh, thank goodness, he's not a pedo. He's just a henchman of a tyrannical prince in another world trying to kidnap the rightful heir. So Will stays home because Mom won't let her leave until she's on her maths homework. This show makes it very clear to us that Will is a terrible student. This is why she doesn't go to the bookstore. It and Ellie walk around with Ellen getting separated from them when they find a book. When they touch it, they end up in a labyrinth in Meridian. They unravel Cornelia's sweat to keep track of where they've been. They finally make it to the end of the labyrinth and meet Trill in the kitchen. After finding out that they're the Guardians, Trill leads them out of the castle and the villagers make a feast for them with what little food they have. Remember this moment because I'm going to rant about it soon. Meanwhile, Will finds out Itch is in trouble since Blanc saw them disappear. Sarah's really trying to justify his existence by being mildly useful. Will and Caleb use a portal to go to the labyrinth and follow the sweater trail left by the other Guardians. This is where the cracks in Will's lack of power started to show. First, she transforms, we get this whole scene despite the fact that it's one person, and then she and Caleb just run. That's all. They just run. Why did you need to transform for that? They run into Phobos and Cedric, and Will tells Caleb to get back, but he's like, no, never back. And obviously Phobos uses his powers on him, because why wouldn't he? And yeah, this is where Will knocks over the bookshelf. I also wonder what the range of the heart is. Like, Will transforms so the other girls don't. How close do you need to be to the heart to transform as well? Anyway, Phobos sends a tracker out to find the other Guardians. The tracker is this creepy looking dude who travels with this dog thing, the sniffer, and has this glowing green flail thing, and apparently bats just hiding in his cloak. The Guardians evade him by climbing up a tree and seeing how they're powerless without the heart, but like, not really. Like, yeah, their powers wouldn't be as strong without transforming, but they definitely have them. In this scene, it makes it seem as if there's nothing they can do. It reminds me of how in Harry Potter, Harry and the other wizards can do magic without their wand, but then when they get their wand, it's like they kind of can't do magic without it at times. Anyway, day is saved, and we get to see Elian's not too happy about Cornelia ditching her in the bookstore. This is going to come back in just a bit. Oh, and to wrap up Tarani's thing, the teacher did realize his mistake.
I apologize.
For what?
Making such a big deal out of a silly essay and asking the principal to suspend you without pay.
Again, an underreaction.
I ain't gonna lie, me too. When I went on her page and seen her pictures, I said, oh, jump scare.
This is our next episode, Divide and Conquer. I didn't mention this earlier, but Phobos has like a looking stone, so he can throw sand and see what the Guardians are doing. He rarely uses this to actually do anything useful, and it's not in every episode, but I'm bringing it up here because I do not like the way he slid his fingers in that sand. Now, something interesting about Witch is that they actually don't have secret identities. Phobos knows who they are regardless of what form they're in. The conversation Cedric and Phobos have here is kind of lampshading the inevitable question of why the girls have remained safe so far if Phobos knows who they are and can watch them randomly. Cedric says something like, since he's now the bookkeeper, he can find each one and, quote, remove them. Phobos is like, you've tried that and you were thwarted every time. Bestie, when? Anyway, he concludes that he'll need to separate them to try and defeat them. Now, I'm going to tell you what I thought would happen and how I feel like it would be a more compelling episode. It could have been cool if Cedric did go after them one by one when they were isolated, or he sent goons out to get them. You know, since the episode is called Divide and Conquer. It would be cool to see how they fare on their own, and if they defeat a monster or Cedric one-on-one, it would explain why Team Evil doesn't regularly come to the human world to hunt for Guardians. This, however, is not what happens. What does happen is that the group is separated into two. Will and Halen in one, and Irma, Tarani, and Cornelia in the other. Cedric is the only monster who goes after them, so while he faces off against Will and Halen, the rest are just chilling. Anyway, as for the rest of the episode, we see a bit more of Will and Matt. At this point, I have finished rewatching season 1 and taking down my notes, and I can safely say that the writing fell short in the romance department. And as we keep going, I will explain why. Will and Matt are cute enough, like it's fine. My issue is that similar to Caleb and Cornelia in future episodes, there's not much chemistry, not much banter. They just kind of sit there and stare and blush, and the music makes it seem as if something romantic happened, but it didn't.
I think Matt likes me.
Well, what makes you think that?
He's not looking at me.
We stan a Delulu queen. So in this episode, we'll have some competition for the attention of the man who, in her eyes, has not looked in her direction. An exchange student from Switzerland.
That little girl is a child. I don't want to see you sniffing around her anymore this afternoon. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Boy, have you lost your mind, because I'll help you find it.
This is Sandra, and she makes the girls envious or resentful in different ways. Helen feels jealous because she makes her own clothes. Cornelia is mad she gets more attention from boys. Will sees her being too friendly with Matt. And Irma is mad that Martin's now obsessed with her, which, let's talk about that a bit. Please be prepared that anytime Martin is on screen, I will have something to say. It's not just how his character is written, but also how Irma's reaction is written. By making her be jealous in this episode, it kind of pushes the narrative that girls like being harassed or stalked by boys or men because they like the attention and deep down they're flattered. You may think that I'm making this deeper than it is, but I feel like it's a small writing decision that reflects larger ideas about the way men treat women. And societal conditioning starts in childhood, which is why I feel that kids' cartoons need to be careful about the messages sent. Whew! Would you believe me if I said that this isn't the biggest Martin problem? Anyway, as for Tarani, her distinct for Sandra is intellectual.
She dissed me for not reading War and Peace in the original Russian. I'd like to feed her the book in the original Russian.
You may think I wouldn't like this scene because I prefer to see women supporting women, but I can't lie. I think I've had rant sessions like this with my close friends. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it feels kind of realistic. The girls decide to go on a ski trip, and as they're preparing, Caleb questions why they'd want to ski. They make jabs about him not knowing about what fun is, and I'm all aboard the Caleb hate train. In fact, I'm the conductor. But it's kind of insensitive to tell someone who grew up in a war or like under tyranny that he doesn't know how to have fun. They get to the ski trip, and Will proves once again that she is down bad.
Matt! Fancy you being here. Do you ski? I mean, of course you ski. So would you like to ski down me? With me?
Sandra comes over and the girlies get into a little bit of a girl fight in that they're just insulting each other because I guess having 5 girlies saving the day through friendship and teamwork was 2 women supporting women for the show.
Who's your little friend? It's Will, Sandra. We're in the same history class, math class, science class.
Well, I can't remember every face. Surely you don't ski on those tiny little legs.
As surely as you can talk with that tiny little brain.
This episode reminds me of the one ski trip I went on when I was like 13 in South Africa of all places. Most shows never tell you that you're supposed to ski across the hill and not straight down it. The way Halen skis in this episode is very accurate to how I skied when I got to the big girl hill. I could hear people yelling at me and my speed was only increasing, so I purposefully fell because I figured it would hurt less. And yeah, it didn't hurt at all, but I did get a pretty loud lecture from our instructor.
I admire Helen. She doesn't care about boys or what people think of her. Or if she ever walks again.
Yeah, that was the kind of reaction I got from my other schoolmates. Anyway, Sandra and Will make a deal to race with the winner getting to sit next to Matt on the bus back. Now, not to be that person, I have never had an entire class of boys at my mercy, but I can assure you that if they all wanted me and I had my pick, I would not choose Matt. That's like going to an ice cream store with over 100 different flavors and getting not even vanilla, just plain, just frozen custard with no flavoring. This, of course, is no offense to Matt. He's a decent person, but just so boring. Also, Matt just stands right there as the girls decide to race to sit next to him, and it's like, why do you think he wouldn't just choose who he wants to sit next to? Why do you think he wouldn't be sitting with a friend? And why do you think he wouldn't be put off by this competition? And why does he not stand up when they silence him?
Well then, we have to have a little race. Winner sits with Matt on the bus ride back.
Fine by me.
Girls.
Stay out of this!
Babes, know your worth. You are not some prize to be won by 2 girls who barely know you. Just walk away from this. Because Will is horrendous at skiing, she devises a plan to use her powers to win the race. I was about to contemplate the ethics of Will using her powers, but there isn't really much of a definition of what those powers are. Either way, the plan is to use Halen's power to keep Will afloat. Will is still transformed for this race, which might be because she can't transform Halen without transforming herself. Also, Caleb and Yanan showed up at some point. Caleb also can't ski, but some bro comes up to him and hands him a board. Where did he get that board? I don't know. Was it in his pocket? Probably. Men do have some very effective pockets, don't they? The board reminds me of something from Meridian, so he's able to snowboard like a pro. Now, meanwhile, Cedric is going around doing his evil thing, trying to split up the Guardians. It was at this point that it occurred to me that he could have just been looking for the princess. I mean, that is the priority for Team Evil, is it not? And either way, would it not be easier knowing that the Guardians are all out of location on this school trip so they wouldn't be in Heatherfield to interfere with any plans? We're going to talk about this more in the next episode, but if Team Evil doesn't do anything to get Witch's attention, they probably won't run into them. They truly are not interfering that much with the search for the princess. It's been how many episodes and they still don't know that Cedric is a bookkeeper. Cedric causes an avalanche that separates the group. Credit where credit is due, we do get a little more consistency with the transformed and not transformed thing. Here they do have powers, but they're just not as strong as they could be if they were transformed. Also on that note, I feel like it could have been interesting if the heart didn't have a limited range. Like if Will says Guardians unite, everyone will transform no matter where they are. It would be interesting because while sometimes convenient, it could have drawbacks, like if one person isn't around, should we risk transforming and exposing their secret? Or Will's Guardians unite could be more of a call thing and the other Guardians need to be all on board before they can all transform. Also, there's an episode where one member of the group quits and it's like they learn that their powers are weaker if they're not all together, so I feel like it would be in the heart's best interest to unite the Guardians at all times, but that's just me.
Don't you have any spells or secret snow melting potions?
We're not witches.
It's just our initials.
Anyway, the day is saved. Forgive me for not going into too much detail, but sometimes there isn't really too much to say about everything. Also, fine, yes, Blanc did help out here. He's not useless to the team or anything. I just don't like him. During the race, Sandra got hurt, and that night she let her accent slip, with many other students subsequently losing interest in her. My only question is, was she or was she not from Switzerland? How did she manage to fake that to the school board? Also, most of these boys only cared about her for her looks and not necessarily her accent or nationality. In case you're wondering, no. Matt being argued over like a piece of meat between two dogs in no way, shape, or form harms school's chances with him. Also, I know I said I was okay with the whole no women supporting women thing, but wouldn't it have been such an interesting subversion if Sandra actually felt kind of isolated from the girls at the school since they're jealous, and by the end they realize that she's actually a decent and normal person and they just befriend the exchange student or something. But it's fine, whatever, we never see her again. Also, they hover the heart over a map that they have and see that there are no new portals that have opened up and conclude that Cedric must still be on Earth. We then see him hop out of a sewer like this. Imagine seeing that as you're walking down the street. So to nitpick one last time here, this last part didn't really make any sense to add in. And let's unpack why. Firstly, in the previous episode, we learned that this book basically serves as a portal to Meridian without it showing up on the map. So technically, Cedric would have already had a way to go back and forth, and therefore might not still be on Earth. We know he is, obviously, and that's fine that they had to figure it out. But it's also strange that they don't question how the book made it into the bookstore. But, and please forgive me if I'm wrong, they didn't remove it or anything. Finally, the Ancient One says the beast is pretending to be human, says this human will pretend to be new in town. Around the same time, a bookstore opens with an out-of-towner owner, and this book that's a portal is found in the store. You jump Mr. Cons on the basis of buying crickets and wanting to date a hot single mom, but now what, you can't jump to conclusions anymore? Okay, next episode, Ambush at Taurus family. We see Caleb and the other rebels intercepting a shipment of food to feed the people of Meridian. Please note how much danger Caleb puts himself in without just asking the Guardians for help. Caleb vows to return the next day to bring chocolate to the children. Team Evil realizes that there must be a spy in the castle who told the rebels what routes the food shipment would take, so they plant a rumor that the Seal of Phobos has been found. More on that later. I was confused as to how Caleb manages to go back to Meridian. I was under the impression that he was safer on Earth. Clearly he doesn't value his safety that much. When he emerges from the portal, he does find Witch very disappointed in him. He's basically been getting Blunt to sniff out portals and tell him before he tells Witch. So if you think about it, he's leaving Earth in danger whilst going on a dangerous mission he tells no one, not even the powerful fairy guardians, about. He begs them to leave the portal open so he can get chocolate to the children, but Will closes the portal anyway. I get why she had to do it, but let me just get this off my chest. My long-awaited rant. Remember what I said about the scene where the villagers give up their food for the guardians in Labyrinth? On their way back, Helen even comments on how horrible their lives are and how they gave them what little food they had. This is where I get confused as to what their actual job is, because they're guardians of the Veil, but it seems like they only care about protecting Earth from the monsters of Meridian and really protecting Meridians from said monsters unless they happen upon it. Usually the happening upon it is because Caleb went unaccompanied on a dangerous mission, and Witch has to go save him. On their way there, they encounter a beast that just so happens to be terrorizing villages as well as the Guardians, so they fight the beast. This kind of makes me wonder why the Guardians are so worshipped in Meridian. They don't really do anything. And even if they weren't going to fight for the rebels and dethrone Phobos, could they not spend some time on Earth trying to figure out who the heir is? These issues might boil down to me misinterpreting the information of the series. Maybe the original comic had a clear explanation. I'll talk about this moment when the princess is eventually revealed, but they say that Meridian is like an evil world. Not a world with evil or a world ruled by evil, but that it's evil full stop. When they find out who the princess is, they believe she must be evil. And I didn't really get that. But more on the point, obviously if they see these people as evil, they'd be less inclined to help them. So it could have been cool if Meridian is established already as an evil world, and that's how Witch view it. Maybe the first time they rescue Caleb is only because they think that he's a person, and that's why he stays on Earth. We then get an episode where he tries to return to Meridian, but the Guardians don't understand it, and they learn that they had it wrong about Meridian being evil. I won't lie, I'm not obsessed with this idea. I feel like it's more convoluted and will take the series in a direction that I'm not sure would be best. The other idea which I think would be far more effective is if we just drop the use of the word evil, that it just becomes more about the instability of Meridian caused by the unrightful and unjust ruler and the quest to find the actual heir. In the meantime, each episode can center around a plan Caleb makes with the Guardians to help the Resistance, because I am so tired of the same narrative device being used in so many episodes. Caleb goes to Meridian without telling the Guardians. Caleb gets in trouble. The Guardians go to save him. Wash, rinse, repeat. It portrays the Guardians as like Caleb's bodyguards, kind of. Like they only do what they do for him. It also removes the connection that Witch should have with the people of Meridian and makes them less central in the actual story. Whew. Okay. On a more lighthearted note, my next note for this episode was why he's squatting like that, and I think I was referring to this. So real quick on Team Evil's plan to unmask the traitor. Firstly, to the audience, we already know it's Vathek. Secondly, to Phobos, I'm not saying that if I were a tyrannical dictator, I wouldn't care about a traitor in my midst. I'm just saying that I wouldn't care about wasting time and effort to track them down since, let's be honest, it could be anyone for very justifiable reasons. But also, you can't possibly think that there's only one spy. I feel like you should just focus more on having a smaller chain of command and not letting information get out. Like frankly, the only person who needs to know what route the food is taking is the driver of the cart. I'm saying this because this is the second episode about catching a traitor whose identity we already know, mind you, but also the traitor still isn't even revealed at the end of this episode. Like, Team Evil needs to get it together with their plans. They don't even have the heir yet. Anyway, so word reaches Caleb, who is sulking about, quote, having to ask a bunch of girls for permission. Like I said, I'm all aboard the Caleb hate train because despite Witch's powers, he rarely sees them as like capable or worthy of respect. Now, he is 15 and this would be fine if it was something that he grows out of, but he doesn't really. Anyway, he's told that the seal of Phobos has been found, which is essentially a key to open portals between worlds. Caleb explains that the nurse who took the heir used it 12-ish years ago to get to Earth, but she dropped it. I'm not sure how everyone knows that she dropped the seal and didn't actually keep it with her, but anyway, Caleb wants it so that he can enter Meridian whenever he pleases without the Guardians knowing, which, again, just undermines their existence and duty as guardians. So when the next portal opens, he tells Blanc to tell him first. Meanwhile, Haylin has signed the girlies up for a play because she wants a chance to make some costumes. Yan tells them a story about 4 elemental dragons and a princess, which serves as the origin story of their powers. Someone in this video's comment section mentioned that it was a weird choice to have an East Asian character with bright blue eyes. I'm not going to be too loud on this given that I'm not Asian, but it is kind of interesting. Amanda Todd Hunter made a video on it. I'll link it in the description. In the story, there's a drought and the dragons use their powers to make it rain. The Emperor gets mad that they acted without orders and locks them in 4 separate mountains. The princess then becomes furious and joins with the dragons, becoming the pink dragon and leaving behind the heart. Now, I'm a bit confused because it looked like she combined herself with the other dragons, but she might have also just become the 5th dragon. I'm not entirely sure. A portal opens up and Caleb goes to Meridian and gets captured immediately. Of course he did. Yanin doesn't even need to know he's been captured. He left a note for her saying that he's gone to get the seal of Phobos. She points out the fact that if the seal was truly found, Phobos wouldn't wait around to retrieve it. So it's obviously a trap. Now, they obviously have to go save him, but Haylin says something like if they don't do the play, they'll be expelled. But like, why would they be? I mean, it's obviously just brought up to give them a reason to introduce a new thing that the heart can do, but still, expulsion over a mini play is a bit much. Will holds up the heart and says, well, she says Astral Drop but backwards, so it's like Sports Larza or something. This creates a duplicate of the girls. When they say Astral Drop again, they'll go away. The only drawback is that they need to be told what to do and don't really operate that well on their own. Also, during the play, Blanc plays one of the dragons and no one questions what he is or why he's there. Which go to Meridian where they learn that Caleb was thrown into this quicksand thing and they meet some creepy children.
A boy fell in the sands. What was that?
Then why don't you have it roped off or something?
It moves.
Great! A wandering man-eating sandpit.
How long ago did the boy fall in? Our brother Michael fell in too. That was a long time ago.
They jump into the quicksand and they see a lot of bodies. Before you think it's too graphic for a kids show, it is, but spoiler alert, everyone's alive in the end. I don't really get it myself. Anyway, it also just occurred to me that this quicksand is sand, so I wonder why Cornelia couldn't control it in any way. They find Caleb, but most of them end up being attacked by the sand. This is where our queen Tirani uses Fire Blast to break the pillars of sand and rescue all the others who fell through the sand. The It Girls then use water and fire to... I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure what they did. They might have turned the sand to glass, but either way, the sand is now gone or like frozen, and those creepy children are reunited with their brother.
Michael, you're okay. Did you get our ball?
Irma, is that you? Some shenanigans went down during the play and the clones ended up spraying water on the crowd and they just get detention. So it's like, don't do the play and be expelled. Do the play and soak your audience and you get detention. That makes a lot of sense to me. Also, all this and Team Evil still didn't find the traitor. I also wrote in my notes that whoever was sent to find the seal of Phobos should be fired because it's barely even hidden. It is quite literally in the same spot that it was last used. In our next episode, Return of the Tracker, Team Evil is once again doing their scheming. They're not really giving out any new information. However, this time they're having dinner together, as couples do, but Cedric only eats at Phobos' command. Stand up, Cedric. On Earth, the girlies are talking about how excited they are for the new movie coming out, starring Vance Michael Justin or something like that. Now, I think this name is a reference to Chad Michael Murray. Funny story, in Sunny with a Chance, I never got that Chad Dylan Cooper was supposed to be a reference to Chad Michael Murray. Someone pointed it out to me for the first time earlier this year. We get to see the girlies asking for permission to go see the movie later in the evening, and this is where we see that Haylin does have parents. For the longest time, I didn't know that since we only see her grandma. I assumed she was her primary guardian, no pun intended. But no, Halen's parents are alive and well, and I wonder how they feel about a strange boy living in their basement. I mean, unless I made the assumption that Halen lives upstairs from the restaurant. Irma isn't allowed to go because her parents are going to a ball, and they need her to watch her younger brother Chris. Will also can't go because her grades are bad. Phobos sends a tracker out to find Caleb. Why he didn't do this at any other time is beyond me. I know I'm very negative about the Team Evil subplots in this first season, but in my defense, they are just so inconsistent and incompetent. When the error is found, I think they become a little bit more focused, but my word, right now the decisions just make no sense. Caleb and Blanc are chased by the tracker, but they manage to shake it and hide in Irma's house. Caleb explains someone from Meridian is after them, to which Irma asks if they should warn the others, but he's like, nah, I shook him. But like, he's still on Earth? Anyway, Will sneaks out and Helen convinces her parents to let her go. And Irma convinces Caleb to watch her brother, knowing that someone is after Caleb. At the premiere, they see the tracker and the sniffer walking in the direction of Irma's house.
What's the tracker and sniffer doing here?
I'm guessing they're not Vance Michael Justin fans.
What's in that direction?
Caleb and Blanc babysitting Chris?
You left your little brother with them?
Now that's just cruel.
To Caleb and Blanc?
Real funny, but they are all about to be killed by a monster. Hearing this news, they decide they have to go fight. But Cornelia doesn't want to lose her place in line, which is wild. And they don't convince her. She just stays there in line. So now Witch has to become With. Also, when Caleb says he shook the tracker and stuff, it implies he thinks the tracker is just following his footsteps and not using the dog to sniff them out. But also the tracker does spend some time flipping random cars, so maybe the dog lied on his resume. During the fight against the tracker, they take turns standing in line, which is very inefficient in my opinion, but considering this is just to save Caleb, I'm alright with it.
He needs a shortcut, fast.
Somebody likes somebody. He's got 2 blocks to go, and that thing's getting closer.
Fine, I'll save Caleb from the tracker. But that doesn't mean I like him.
And now we're doing the it's not like I like you thing, when literally all she's doing, like everyone else, is helping Caleb escape. Guys, I cannot stand the romance writing in the first season. Caleb does fight the tracker head on at some point, and I thought it was well that he could. I mean, he manages fine enough, but I'm attributing that to plot armor. Finally, in the end, the girls make it to the movie, but they're so exhausted that they all sleep through it. Well, all except Helen. Elian returns once again in our next episode, Framed, where I feel like she needs to remind everyone of her relevance by being like, I'm Cornelia's best friend. But like, sometimes I wonder if anyone else can see her. Will tricks the girls plus Elian into sleepovers so that they can plan what they're going to do for the school carnival since she volunteered them for the committee. It is weird that it's up to the school kids to plan out an entire carnival, but no one else for my opinion. When the girls realize that they've been, quote, sleepover-jacked, they pack up to leave.
Principal Knickerbocker...
Principal who?
Principal Knickerbocker said all the cool kids do it. The same Knickerbocker who attempts to rap the morning announcements?
Word, have you heard if you're late for attendance, you're gonna lose your independence?
So she's got a name that's hate speech and she raps? Some things are intentional. Martin shows up to crash the sleepover with a board game and pizza. If that wasn't weird enough, he also takes pictures. Ugh, I hate this man. The girls just take his stuff and throw him out. Very much justified. His board game, however, gives the girls the idea to do a medieval-themed fair. We then see Phobos terrifying the daylight out of an artist. He gives an info dump on how much he hates beautiful art, and he imprisoned the last artist that displeased him in his own painting in the Castle of Meridian. Said painting is also hanging in a gallery on Earth. Don't ask me why there are 2 copies of it. The girlies go there to get a better sense of the medieval aesthetic that they're going for. Irma leaves because she's supposed to be having jousting practice for the jousting tourney that the fair will have. I don't know why they'd have that, it doesn't really seem all that safe. Anyway, Will stands too close to the painting and Miss Main character, the Heart, basically drags her into the painting with her friends falling in as well in an attempt to save her. They fall into the painting and end up inside the world of the painting. Now something that is a bit weird is that the people who regularly live in the painting move around, live their best lives, but like the painting still looks normal from the outside. It's only Witch and the other monsters in the episode who can be seen running around. I don't know if they're saying that things that weren't made in this world don't blend in. It was just something that I noticed. Also, by the way, the heart does not work in the painting, so the girlies cannot transform. Phobos sees that Witch is in the painting, and it seems that he can use the opportunity to get the heart of Kandrakar to double his powers. They meet the imprisoned artist of the painting, whose name is Elias or something. I was not obsessed with the way he helps up Cornelia and way the whole interaction is presented, because that is a grown man and Cornelia is a child. A Meridian monster shows up and the girlies hide and learn that whatever they paint comes to life. So to blend in, they decide to paint clothes and not weapons. Fun. This episode could have been over so quickly if someone painted a gun. Meanwhile, Caleb goes to Irma asking where Will is because it's a portal that needs to be closed. During the scene, they're just talking, but they have fairly decent banter. Like, I'm not saying having good banter immediately equals romantic chemistry. I'm just saying from this interaction alone, they kind of made more sense than Caleb and Cornelia. Irma sees Martin and asks him if he's seen Will. We then learn of his worst crime.
Martin, where's Will?
Alas, the maid you seek, my dear.
He's tone deaf.
One more note, you eat the loot.
Thank you, Irma. In the painting, the girlies get cute outfits, courtesy of Haylin, but just as like Cornelia, Haylin makes a peasant's outfit. They're all giggling and everything, but her outfit is actually really cute. I don't really get what the joke is. The girlies get recognized immediately, which makes me wonder why they had to do this outfit change. As they run from the monster, they all rip the skirt of their dresses. Look, okay, listen, because I'm choosing my words very carefully here. This kind of made me just a little bit uncomfortable. These are children, obviously, and I'm not saying that seeing young girls' bare legs makes me uncomfortable. However, it would make me uncomfortable if I learned that the girls were forced to wear something that reveals a lot of skin by someone older. Point is, especially with animated shows, there is a huge level of intent that needs to be questioned. Was it really necessary for the girlies to all conveniently rip their skirts from ankle to hip, then have to crawl up a pipe, then hang onto that pipe for what feels like a moment too long? I feel like a lot of people are going to tell me that I'm overreacting, just like when I made a comment on the Angel's Friend's transformation scene, zooming in on Raph's panties, when honestly, even having the panties in the scene was kind of weird. My point is that this torn dress thing could have easily been removed and changed nothing in the story. In fact, even them changing the clothes didn't actually do anything for their survival, since they were spotted anyway. It kind of felt that they changed so that their skirts could be ripped so that they could crawl around with their bare legs on display. Also, when they all fall, Cornelia gets dragged out of the way before the rhino thing can stomp on her, and her dress is intact. In fact, there's a point where all their dresses are intact. It's almost as if animating a non-ripped skirt was easier, therefore the extra effort had to be made to make them rip their skirts. Cedric and a squadron of guards enter the painting as well. Hijinks ensue with the girlies using the paint to make weapons and vehicles, but eventually they are all cornered, so Will threatens to use paint thinner to destroy the heart of Cantricar since Phobos wants it. But if it's destroyed, Phobos will still have his powers, but Witch won't, so it wouldn't be in their best interest to destroy it, so Cedric should just attack anyway. Irma and Caleb, aka what could have been, enter the painting on the Meridian side, which means that they had to enter the castle. I was put off by how easily they managed to do this, but I'm pretty sure Cedric took most of the guards with him. How Caleb knew where this painting was, don't ask me. Phobos sees Caleb and Irma into the castle, but they jump into the painting before he can do anything, and look at this teamwork and coordination as they fight Team Evil. Maybe I should make a campaign for Caleb and Irma. I don't know what it is about their dynamic. He's always saying problematic stuff and thinks that he's better than everyone. She won't take any of his nonsense and calls him out on it. These are not the conclusions I thought I was going to get from this rewatch. Anyway, Phobos gets mad and cuts the painting, sending Witch, the horses, and the artist to the human realm, but Team Evil goes to Meridian. I'm not entirely sure how the painting knew who to send where, but I mean, I guess it all worked out. In the end, the carnival goes well, and Witch fits right in with their getup. Elias becomes an art gallery guide, and in the final shot of the episode, we see Elion in this painting. I have finished season 1 and most of season 2 at this point, and I can tell you now that I do not get this. Not one bit. What is this about? In case you're wondering, oh no, did she get trapped in the painting too? She didn't. She's alive and well in the human world, spending the entire episode getting balloons. I really have no idea what I'm supposed to interpret this as. We'll talk about this more in our next episode, The Stone of Threeb, where a bunch of miners in Meridian find a glowing green stone. We see Caleb in the restaurant with Haylin. I'm not sure why they both need to take this couple's order, but whatever. This one lady's voice is absolutely positively annoying.
I'll have the chicken!
I'm pretty sure we're all out of chicken, ooh.
Anyway, the customers are disturbed by a horrendous smell filling the restaurant, which is none other than Blanc. So Haylin tries to recruit the girls to give Blanc a bath.
Before we have practice, I need your help.
With your hair, makeup, and fashion sense? I thought you would never ask.
I know Cornelia isn't coming for cute outfit queen Haylin in her middle-aged divorced teacher's drip. They try to bathe Blanc, but he gets away too easily, so they consider transforming. Will says something about how they shouldn't use their powers to bathe Blanc because their powers should only be used to fight evil, but Blanc's smell is basically evil anyway. This is funny and all, but like, who is gonna stop them from using their powers? Surely if anyone's upset about them using their powers to bathe a parsnip, they'd also be mad that they allowed the parsnip to stay on Earth. I'm just saying, we're kind of wishy-washy with the rules sometimes. Anyway, Phobos now has a glowing green rock, which is basically the Stone of Threeb, or the Star of Threeb. This episode calls it the stone, but Phobos calls it a star here. Anyway, he gives it to Cedric, saying that it will bring his sister back to him. Cedric hands it up in his bookstore, and we see none other than Elion feeling a bit woozy. That sound effect has played before, but I'm calling it out now because I don't know why, but it sounds so unserious, like something that you'd see in like a reaction video or like a parody or TikTok or something. Elion seems to be under a trance and goes to the bookstore and takes the stone and then just leaves. Cedric comes out and is like, we finally found the heir. Now it's only a matter of time. But like, why? Why is it a matter of time? Why not just go grab her or something? Team Evil be very inconsistent with their evil. It's wild that this is it. This is the reveal of who the heir to the throne of Meridian is. It's strange that they decided to do it like this. It feels like a random point in a random episode. Anyway, did you guys see it coming? When Elian wears the stone, it causes an issue with the girls' powers, and they are unable to use them and unable to change back, and they also can't fly. They try to make it to Yanlin while staying out of sight, and on the way they have to hide from these sisters. I've already forgotten their names. I think they're supposed to be like bullies or mean girls, but like JT and Cash from Ben 10, I would not be able to take them seriously as bullies. They make it to Yanlin and explain that their powers aren't working, and she tells them the story of the Throne of Three. Basically, years ago, the heir to the throne wandered too far from her parents and got lost. The mage used the heart of Kandrikar to make a seven-sided star, why seven sides we'll never know, that will attract the heir and lead her home. Also, this mage's voice is like really creepy.
This star will summon for you one person who is lost. And when she finds it, it will render powerless anything or anyone that might prevent her returning home.
But if activated, the star could never be destroyed and might one day serve their enemies.
Right, so the stone helps the princess return and takes away powers from anyone who will try to stop her returning home. Small thing here, we see a pterodactyl thing try to get to the girlie, and there's like a barrier stopping it, so in that case it didn't really render the creature powerless, it just kind of stopped it from touching her. So by that logic, witch should still have their powers and just not be able to disrupt Elion's journey. Speaking of, I have no idea where that girl is going. Anyway, in the story, the parents understand that the stone can't be destroyed and might be used against them by their enemies, so the king throws it into a volcano. What part of the stone cannot be destroyed did he not understand?
How long will we be like this?
It could be an hour.
Oh, that's not bad. I can handle that.
Or it could be forever.
What? You mean the really long forever?
Oh, that's just great. Who wants to date a 95-pound moth?
Not to be that person, but I doubt Will wouldn't be able to find a date in that form. Team Evil finds out that there's a portal just out of town, so they put a Venus flytrap monster thing through. I think it's to distract the Guardians, but you never really know with these two. It might just be for kicks. The Goonies plus Blunk and Caleb use garden equipment to fight the monster. Meanwhile, Elian returns to the bookstore no longer in a trance, don't ask me why. She apologizes for taking the star in the first place and gives it back to Cedric, much to his disapproval, as now the Guardians' powers are back, which they obviously used to defeat the planet monster. Elian says she doesn't want the necklace back because it really creeps her out. He puts his hands on his shoulder at some point when he's offering her a part-time job as his assistant, and it just was not for me. Like, listen, I get what he is and the fact that he literally is vice captain of Team Evil, but without the context of the Team Evil plot, how creepy do these scenes read? Cedric takes a picture out of the school yearbook and shows it to Phobos, and he gets real giddy about finding his sister. Yanlin also just kind of works out that Phobos must know who the heir is since the girls now have their powers back. But like, if Cedric never saw Elion take the star and return it, then he'd never have any idea who the heir is. I don't know, this isn't the best example of it, but sometimes Granny be coming up with a lot of correct conclusions that make me wonder how she managed to figure them out. We see Elion starting her new assistant job.
Hi again. It's Rick, right?
Yes. Well, Cedric, actually.
Oh, I like that better.
Now, I am at the ripe old age of 22, but I won't lie, I'm still comfortable calling adults by their first name, so this is already pretty crazy to me, but what's crazier is the fact that she says Cedric is better than Rick. A, in what world? B, you would never catch me saying that to a grown man. Also, now that we know that Elion has been revealed as the heir, you might think that that's what she was doing in the painting, but like, does this really explain it? Phobos has only now learned that Elion looks like this. How did some random artist just figure out what the heir looked like and put her in this painting? In our next episode of The Princess Revealed, we finally see what I'm assuming is supposed to be chemistry between Caleb and Cornelia. We open on Caleb once again risking his life in Meridian without the Guardians. He does have a few escapes from this, and Cornelia nurses, well, I mean, I guess you could call this nursing, his wounds.
No! Careful!
Sorry, Mr. Brave Hero.
Oh, was that it? Anyway, Helene comes in and tells the girls that she ran into Elion, who told her that she's seeing someone new. I was scared when I watched it for the first time because I thought that Elion was talking about Cedric. Lucky for us, she wasn't. She's actually seeing someone who is not interesting enough for me to look up what his name actually is. Back on Meridian, V.I.T.C.H is finally exposed as the traitor. At long last, it only took them like half a season. Cedric figures it out because V.I.T.C.H left the castle without his sword and shield and not, you know, all the other suspicious stuff he's done throughout the season. Meanwhile, V.I.T.C.H tries to get Blanc's attention.
Blanc do nothing, businessman.
Do you remember me?
All big blue things look same.
He gets Flunk to take him to the nearest portal so he can talk to Caleb and tell him the identity of the heir on Earth. This information is important, yes, but I feel like it could have either been passed down through word of mouth or in a note or something. That's just me. Flunk and Vathek get attacked by Cedric and a worm monster thing called a Larvax. Cedric corners Vathek and Vathek does a whole "you'll never get away with this, we'll restore the heir to the throne" kind of thing. But Cedric is like, you're literally the only person who knows who she is. This would have been a great time to lie and said he told other people. Because right now, if they believe that he's the only one, they'll just kill him. And also the maid lady, Troll, knows about it. But all she says is that the heir has been found, but not her actual name. Who is giving out unfinished information like this? The heir being found is all well and good, but the name is also very important. Anyway, they manage to get away and Bunk leads Vathek to the portal with Cedric, the monster, and the guard close behind. On Earth, Cedric transforms into his human form in broad daylight. Like, there are some people there. It's crazy no one saw this. But also, what was the point of changing into your human form if you're still going to be standing beside two monsters? Vathek makes it to Caleb and the other guards. He says he has information, and Caleb turns to the girls and is like, "Excuse us," to the guardians of the veil. Anyway, not my business, not that deep. This doesn't matter anyway because the girls find out like immediately afterwards. So the girlies find out that Elian is the heir to the throne, and quick disclaimer guys, this is where the logic goes out of the window and things start falling apart. Because maybe I missed something during the Meridian lore info dump thing, but like, I never thought Meridian was home of evil. I thought that there's evil in Meridian because the unrightful ruler isn't on the throne. Is it just me? Am I just dumb? When the girlies found out that it's Elion, Cornelia's like, "I'm not gonna fight her," and Will's like, "We have a job to do." Huh? Who said anything about fighting? Ain't their job to protect both worlds? I do think they are severely falling behind in. And put the rightful ruler on the throne? Cornelia also mentioned that the heir is supposed to be like an evil princess, to which I'm like, what? Since when did they know the heir was evil? Guys, did I miss something? Yan Lin, the eavesdropping queen, comes in and learns that Team Evil will be trying to learn Elion's trust before they take her back to Meridian. Bear this in mind because it's going to come back in a sec. Yanlin also says Elion is more powerful than she knows, and Phobos will send beasts in human form to charm her. The girlies who, bless their hearts, are very dense, assume that Elion's new boyfriend must be a beast in human form. It was here that I was reminded of how many episodes it's been, and they still don't get that Cedric is the bookkeeper. They crash Elion's date at the carnival, and also Vathek is there. They plan to keep an eye on Elion, but Vathek and Blanc are told to wait outside since, you know, they look like that. But Vathek sees a haunted house and figures he can chill there unnoticed. How does he know what a haunted house is, though? Especially from the outside.
She's done nothing wrong, but we're following her like she's some kind of criminal.
Like I said, guys, things are falling apart, especially the beef starting between Cornelia and Will. Don't misunderstand me, I like a little tension, I think internal conflicts can be interesting, but they still have to make sense. I was under the impression that they were trying to figure out if Elion's state is a monster. That's what I gathered since, you know, they said it. Now from what Cornelia says, it seems more like they're following Elion because they suspect her of being evil. Guys, I'm really trying to let this go. It's not going to matter that much in a few minutes when the season is over, but right now I am fighting for my life trying to make sense of this. The girlies find out that there are actual monsters in the haunted house since Cedric and his worm slithered in there. That sounds so weird, sorry. They transform, and I don't know why Will looks like that, but it's kind of cursed. Also, come to think of it, I have no idea what Cedric is up to in this episode. It's taken him all day just to try and catch Vathek so that, what? It's been hours since he came through the portal. He's definitely told them about the heir's identity. I get wanting to catch a traitor, but like maybe focus on the task at hand and go get Elion? I mean, I guess he does speak to Elion in his human form at some point, but like, he ran into her by chance.
You two related?
Long, stop! Anyway, the monsters are defeated and Elion's new boyfriend breaks up with her because of her friends. On one hand, it's crazy for a guy to break up with a girl because of her friends, like it's not the vibe. That being said, in his defense, they were a little overbearing here. Elion literally cries, and like, did no one comfort her? Because it cuts right to a scene where the girlies are in a diner without Elion. We actually see that Elion went to Cedric. At this time of night, that's a bit weird. The Guardians have a whole debate on whether to tell Elion she's the heir or not. And once again, it makes no sense. Tirani's logic is that Elion wouldn't have believed them and wouldn't think that they're crazy, but like, they have powers, so they have proof. They also don't think to talk to Elion's parents, who obviously wouldn't be her real ones. There is a chance that they are just a regular human couple who adopted a baby, but that wouldn't really explain why Elion doesn't know that she's adopted, so obviously they must know about Meridian. I'm just saying that there were so many ways around this. I get it, they're kids, but still, think. So in the next episode, Stop the Presses, Tirani volunteers to work on the school newspaper and Irma gets roped in. Before we get into that, I just want to say that Team Evil's shenanigans are getting a little harder to explain. Now they need to do an amalgamation spell or something to weaken Elion's resistance. Trust me when I say that this does not matter. When, spoiler alert, Elion does go to Meridian, it's literally by choice. I know why we get plots like this one. We need more time before Elion eventually goes to Meridian, but like, it just doesn't make any sense, I'm sorry. But it is what it is. So Cedric basically breaks into Elion's locker and steals her hairbrush and a math test. When Elion tells the girls that someone has broken into her locker and stolen very oddly specific things, Cornelia's like, guys, this is literally Phobos. We need to tell Elion. And Will's like, we can't be sure of that. Yes, Yes, you can. Who steals someone's hairbrush? That's weird. So much of what's about to happen could have easily been avoided. My word. It's all gonna work out. It's all gonna work out. Also, to be real, if I were Cornelia, I'd just tell Elion and deal with the consequences. Like, what's Will gonna do? Stop me? With what powers? So now Team Evil has representations of Elion's mind and body for the amalgamation spell, but they still need representation of her spirit. Just act like it makes sense, guys. Yanlin figures out what Team Evil is doing, because of course she did. She explains it for them to capture representation of Elion's spirit. They basically need to capture her breath. Y'all, this is too much effort just to kidnap someone, but anyway. To keep an eye on her, the girl suggests Blanc follow her since he does nothing all day and has no school. Why not Caleb then? What's he doing? It would give him an excuse to not run off to Meridian for the fun of it. But no, let's rely on Blanc. Once again, Cornelia says that they should tell Elion, to which Will says she'd either not believe them or freak out. I mean, obviously she'd be freaking out. How would you respond? Yanlin says that Cornelia should respect Will's instincts. They notice that there's a portal that's opened up in their school. Yanlin says Phobos is shaping the veil so that the portals will open up closer to his sister. Guys, I don't know what's happening anymore. I think at this point I just need to get through this season, but my word am I confused. Listen, I don't know that much about Phobos, what he can do or why he does what he does, but I know that he doesn't open up portals. I cannot tell you what Yanlin means here about shaping the veil. So from here on out, we are focusing on the Elion plot and anything to do with Witch because the Meridian stuff and Team Evil shenanigans are just way above my pay grade. Basically, a sometimes invisible, sometimes not warthog monster thing has entered through the veil and the girlies have to go get it. It conveniently only comes out at night, so during the day the people are okay. The only issue is that Martin, yes, the crusty weirdo, becomes convinced that there's a ghost and wants a picture of it for the school newspaper. They basically get Irma to go on a date with him because that's the only thing that will get him to leave. Meanwhile, Will leaves the portal open so they can guide the beast through, but they learn that it's actually Juvenile. Classic shenanigans ensue, but like not to be that person. This is the equivalent of a Meridian pig, so Tarani should just torch it. Like, I don't love animal cruelty, but it would be easy to move the pig's corpse over the portal and not like the live pig itself. Maybe that makes me a horrible person. Call me what you want, but you can't call me a fool slipping and sliding over slime as I'm run over by a warthog. Anyway, since it's a Juvenile, the portal was left open, the monster's mother also comes through. Why it took us so long, I do not know.
I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son.
Anyway, they capture the baby and throw it through the portal and its mother follows. Uriah ends up taking the blame for all the slime around the school.
You set this whole thing up, you cad! Pardon my language, ladies.
I didn't! I mean, not the other stuff, just this!
Yeah, we should have known Uriah was behind the whole thing.
I was not expecting that kid's voice to be that deep.
I'm always kind of sad after it rains.
I know what you mean.
I don't know how anyone can believe in this stuff. Magic, monsters, evil creatures.
People are such a strange species.
Yeah.
This is our next episode, Divide and Conquer. I didn't mention this earlier, but Phobos has like a looking stone, so he can throw sand and see what the Guardians are doing. He rarely uses this to actually do anything useful, and it's not in every episode, but I'm bringing it up here because I do not like the way he slid his fingers in that sand. Now, something interesting about Witch is that they actually don't have secret identities. Phobos knows who they are regardless of what form they're in. The conversation Cedric and Phobos have here is kind of lampshading the inevitable question of why the ghosts have remained safe so far if Phobos knows who they are and can watch them randomly. Cedric says something like, since he's now the bookkeeper, he can find each one and, quote, remove them. Phobos is like, you've tried that and you are thwarted every time. Bestie, when? Anyway, he concludes that he'll need to separate them to try and defeat them. Now, I'm going to tell you what I thought would happen and how I feel like it would be a more compelling episode. It could have been cool if Cedric did go after them one by one when they were isolated, or he sent goons out to get them. You know, since the episode is called Divide and Conquer. It would be cool to see how they fare on their own, and if they defeat a monster or Cedric one-on-one, it would explain why Team Evil doesn't regularly come to the human world to hunt for Guardians. This, however, is not what happens. What does happen is that the group is separated into two. Will and Halen in one, and Irma, Tarani, and Cornelia in the other. Cedric is the only monster who goes after them, so while he faces off against Will and Halen, the rest are just chilling. Anyway, as for the rest of the episode, we see a bit more of Will and Matt. At this point, I have finished rewatching season 1 and taking down my notes, and I can safely say that the writing fell short in the romance department. And as we keep going, I will explain why. Will and Matt are cute enough, like it's fine. My issue is that similar to Caleb and Cornelia in future episodes, there's not much chemistry, not much banter. They just kind of sit there and stare and blush, and the music makes it seem as if something romantic happened, but it didn't.
I think Matt likes me.
Well, what makes you think that?
He's not looking at me.
We stan a Delulu queen. So in this episode, we'll have some competition for the attention of the man who, in her eyes, has not looked in her direction. An exchange student from Switzerland.
That little girl is a child. I don't want to see you sniffing around her anymore this afternoon. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Boy, have you lost your mind, because I'll help you find it.
This is Sandra, and she makes the girls envious or resentful in different ways. Helen feels jealous because she makes her own clothes. Cornelia is mad she gets more attention from boys. Will sees her being too friendly with Matt. And Irma is mad that Martin's now obsessed with her, which, let's talk about that a bit. Please be prepared that anytime Martin is on screen, I will have something to say. It's not just how his character is written, but also how Irma's reaction is written. By making her be jealous in this episode, it kind of pushes the narrative that girls like being harassed or stalked by boys or men because they like the attention and deep down they're flattered. You may think that I'm making this deeper than it is, but I feel like it's a small writing decision that reflects larger ideas about the way men treat women. And societal conditioning starts in childhood, which is why I feel that kids' cartoons need to be careful about the messages sent. Whew! Would you believe me if I said that this isn't the biggest Martin problem? Anyway, as for Tarani, her distinct for Sandra is intellectual.
She dissed me for not reading War and Peace in the original Russian. I'd like to feed her the book in the original Russian.
You may think I wouldn't like this scene because I prefer to see women supporting women, but I can't lie. I think I've had rant sessions like this with my close friends. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it feels kind of realistic. The girls decide to go on a ski trip, and as they're preparing, Caleb questions why they'd want to ski. They make jabs about him not knowing about what fun is, and I'm all aboard the Caleb hate train. In fact, I'm the conductor. But it's kind of insensitive to tell someone who grew up in a war or like under tyranny that he doesn't know how to have fun. They get to a ski trip, and Will proves once again that she is down bad.
Matt! Fancy you being here. Do you ski? I mean, of course you ski. So would you like to ski down me? With me?
Sandra comes over and the girlies get into a little bit of a girl fight in that they're just insulting each other because I guess having 5 girlies saving the day through friendship and teamwork was 2 women supporting women for the show.
Who's your little friend? It's Will, Sandra. We're in the same history class, math class, science class.
Well, I can't remember every face. Surely you don't ski on those tiny little legs.
As surely as you can talk with that tiny little brain.
This episode reminds me of the one ski trip I went on when I was like 13 in South Africa of all places. Most shows never tell you that you're supposed to ski across the hill and not straight down it. The way Halen skis in this episode is very accurate to how I skied when I got to the big girl hill. I could hear people yelling at me and my speed was only increasing, so I purposefully fell because I figured it would hurt less. And yeah, it didn't hurt at all, but I did get a pretty loud lecture from our instructor.
I admire Helen. She doesn't care about boys or what people think of her. Or if she ever walks again.
Yeah, that was the kind of reaction I got from my other schoolmates. Anyway, Sandra and Will make a deal to race with the winner getting to sit next to Matt on the bus back. Now, not to be that person, I have never had an entire class of boys at my mercy, but I can assure you that if they all wanted me and I had my pick, I would not choose Matt. That's like going to an ice cream store with over 100 different flavors and getting not even vanilla, just plain, just frozen custard with no flavoring. This, of course, is no offense to Matt. He's a decent person, but just so boring. Also, Matt just stands right there as the girls decide to race to sit next to him, and it's like, why do you think he wouldn't just choose who he wants to sit next to? Why do you think he wouldn't be sitting with a friend? And why do you think he wouldn't be put off by this competition? And why does he not stand up when they silence him?
Well then, we have to have a little race. Winner sits with Matt on the bus ride back.
Fine by me.
Girls.
Stay out of this!
Babes, know your worth. You are not some prize to be won by 2 girls who barely know you. Just walk away from this. Because Will is horrendous at skiing, she devises a plan to use her powers to win the race. I was about to contemplate the ethics of Will using her powers, but there isn't really much of a definition of what those powers are. Either way, the plan is to use Halen's power to keep Will afloat. Will is still transformed for this race, which might be because she can't transform Halen without transforming herself. Also, Caleb and Yanan showed up at some point. Caleb also can't ski, but some bro comes up to him and hands him a board. Where did he get that board? I don't know. Was it in his pocket? Probably. Men do have some very effective pockets, don't they? The board reminds me of something from Meridian, so he's able to snowboard like a pro. Now, meanwhile, Cedric is going around doing his evil thing, trying to split up the Guardians. It was at this point that it occurred to me that he could have just been looking for the princess. I mean, that is the priority for Team Evil, is it not? And either way, would it not be easier knowing that the Guardians are all out of location on this school trip so they wouldn't be in Heatherfield to interfere with any plans? We're going to talk about this more in the next episode, but if Team Evil doesn't do anything to get Witch's attention, they probably won't run into them. They truly are not interfering that much with the search for the princess. It's been how many episodes and they still don't know that Cedric is a bookkeeper. Cedric causes an avalanche that separates the group. Credit where credit is due, we do get a little more consistency with the transformed and not transformed thing. Here, they do have powers, but they're just not as strong as they could be if they were transformed. Also, on that note, I feel like it could have been interesting if the heart didn't have a limited range. Like if Will says Guardians unite, everyone will transform no matter where they are. It would be interesting because while sometimes convenient, it could have drawbacks. Like if one person isn't around, should we risk transforming and exposing their secret? Or Will's Guardians unite could be more of a call thing, and the other Guardians need to be all on board before they can all transform. Also, there's an episode where one member of the group quits, and it's like they learn that their powers are weaker if they're not all together. So I feel like it would be in the heart's best interest to unite the Guardians at all times. But that's just me.
Don't you have any spells or secret snow melting potions?
We're not witches. It's just our initials.
Anyway, the day is saved. Forgive me for not going into too much detail, but sometimes there isn't really too much to say about everything. Also, fine, yes, Blanc did help out here. He's not useless to the team or anything. I just don't like him. During the race, Sandra got hurt, and that night she lets her accent slip, with many other students subsequently losing interest in her. My only question is, was she or was she not from Switzerland? How did she manage to fake that to the school board? Also, most of these boys only cared about her for her looks and not necessarily her accent or nationality. In case you're wondering, no. Matt being argued over like a piece of meat between two dogs in no way, shape, or form harms Will's chances with him. Also, I know I said I was okay with the whole no women supporting women thing, but wouldn't it have been such an interesting subversion if Sandra actually felt kind of isolated from the girls at the school since they're jealous, and by the end they realize that she's actually a decent and normal person and they just befriend the exchange student or something. But it's fine, whatever, we never see her again. Also, they hover the heart over a map that they have and see that there are no new portals that have opened up and conclude that Cedric must still be on Earth. We then see him hop out of a sewer like this. Imagine seeing that as you're walking down the street. So to nitpick one last time here, this last part didn't really make any sense to add in. And let's unpack why. Firstly, in the previous episode, we learned that this book basically serves as a portal to Meridian without it showing up on the map. So technically, Cedric would have already had a way to go back and forth, and therefore might not still be on Earth. We know he is, obviously, and that's fine that they had to figure it out. But it's also strange that they don't question how the book made it into the bookstore. But, and please forgive me if I'm wrong, they didn't remove it or anything. Finally, the Ancient One says the beast is pretending to be human, says this human will pretend to be new in town. Around the same time, a bookstore opens with an out-of-towner owner, and this book that's a portal is found in the store. You jump Mr. Cons on the basis of buying crickets and wanting to date a hot single mom, but now what, you can't jump to conclusions anymore? Okay, next episode, Ambush at Taurus Finley. We see Caleb and the other rebels intercepting a shipment of food to feed the people of Meridian. Please note how much danger Caleb puts himself in without just asking the Guardians for help. Caleb vows to return the next day to bring chocolate to the children. Team Evil realizes that there must be a spy in the castle who told the rebels what routes the food shipment would take, so they plant a rumor that the Seal of Phobos has been found. More on that later. I was confused as to how Caleb manages to go back to Meridian. I was under the impression that he was safer on Earth. Clearly he doesn't value his safety that much. When he emerges from the portal, he does find Witch very disappointed in him. He's basically been getting Blunt to sniff out portals and tell him before he tells Witch. So if you think about it, he's leaving Earth in danger whilst going on a dangerous mission he tells no one, not even the powerful fairy guardians, about. He begs them to leave the portal open so he can give chocolate to the children, but Will closes the portal anyway. I get why she had to do it, but let me just get this off my chest. My long-awaited rant. Remember what I said about the scene where the villagers give up their food for the guardians in Labyrinth? On their way back, Helen even comments on how horrible their lives are and how they gave them what little food they had. This is where I get confused as to what their actual job is, because they're guardians of the Veil, but it seems like they only care about protecting Earth from the monsters of Meridian and ready protecting Meridians from said monsters unless they happen upon it. Usually the happening upon it is because Caleb went unaccompanied on a dangerous mission, and Witch has to go save him. On their way there, they encounter a beast that just so happens to be terrorizing villages as well as the guardians, so they fight the beast. This kind of makes me wonder why the guardians are so worshipped in Meridian. They don't really do anything. And even if they weren't going to fight for the rebels and dethrone Phobos, could they not spend some time on Earth trying to figure out who the heir is? These issues might boil down to me misinterpreting the information of the series. Maybe the original comic had a clear explanation. I'll talk about this moment when the princess is eventually revealed, but they say that Meridian is like an evil world. Not a world with evil or a world ruled by evil, but that it's evil full stop. When they find out who the princess is, they believe she must be evil. And I didn't really get that. But more on the point, obviously if they see these people as evil, they'd be less inclined to help them. So it could have been cool if Meridian is established already as an evil world, and that's how Witch view it. Maybe the first time they rescue Caleb is only because they think that he's a person, and that's why he stays on Earth. We then get an episode where he tries to return to Meridian, but the Guardians don't understand it, and they learn that they had it wrong about Meridian being evil. I won't lie, I'm not obsessed with this idea. I feel like it's more convoluted and will take the series in a direction that I'm not sure would be best. The other idea, which I think would be far more effective, is if we just drop the use of the word evil, that it just becomes more about the instability of Meridian caused by the unrightful and unjust ruler and the quest to find the actual heir. In the meantime, each episode can center around a plan Caleb makes with the Guardians to help the Resistance, because I am so tired of the same narrative device being used in so many episodes. Caleb goes to Meridian without telling the Guardians. Caleb gets in trouble. The Guardians go to save him. Wash, rinse, repeat. It portrays the Guardians as like Caleb's bodyguards, kind of. Like they only do what they do for him. It also removes the connection that Witch should have with the people of Meridian and makes him less central in the actual story. Whew. Okay. On a more lighthearted note, my next note for this episode was why he's squatting like that, and I think I was referring to this. So real quick on Team Evil's plan to unmask the traitor. Firstly, to the audience, we already know it's Vathek. Secondly, to Phobos, I'm not saying that if I were a tyrannical dictator, I wouldn't care about a traitor in my midst. I'm just saying that I wouldn't care about wasting time and effort to track them down since, let's be honest, it could be anyone for very justifiable reasons. But also, you can't possibly think that there's only one spy. I feel like you should just focus more on having a smaller chain of command and not letting information get out. Like frankly, the only person who needs to know what route the food is taking is the driver of the cart. I'm saying this because this is the second episode about catching a traitor whose identity we already know, mind you, but also the traitor still isn't even revealed at the end of this episode. Like, Team Evil needs to get it together with their plans. They don't even have the heir yet. Anyway, so word reaches Caleb, who is sulking about, quote, having to ask a bunch of girls for permission. Like I said, I'm all aboard the Caleb hate train because despite Witch's powers, he rarely sees them as like capable or worthy of respect. Now, he is 15 and this would be fine if it was something that he grows out of, but he doesn't really. Anyway, he's told that the seal of Phobos has been found, which is essentially a key to open portals between worlds. Caleb explains that the nurse who took the heir used it 12-ish years ago to get to Earth, but she dropped it. I'm not sure how everyone knows that she dropped the seal and didn't actually keep it with her, but anyway, Caleb wants it so that he can enter Meridian whenever he pleases without the Guardians knowing, which, again, just undermines their existence and duty as Guardians. So when the next portal opens, he tells Blanc to tell him first. Meanwhile, Helen has signed the girlies up for a play because she wants a chance to make some costumes. Yan then tells them a story about 4 elemental dragons and a princess, which serves as the origin story of their powers. Someone in this video's comment section mentioned that it was a weird choice to have an East Asian character with bright blue eyes. I'm not going to be too loud on this given that I'm not Asian, but it is kind of interesting. Amanda Todd Hunter made a video on it. I'll link it in the description. In the story, there's a drought and the dragons use their powers to make it rain. The Emperor gets mad that they acted without orders and locks them in 4 separate mountains. The princess then becomes furious and joins with the dragons, becoming the pink dragon and leaving behind the heart. Now, I'm a bit confused because it looked like she combined herself with the other dragons, but she might have also just become the 5th dragon. I'm not entirely sure. A portal opens up and Caleb goes to Meridian and gets captured immediately. Of course he did. Yanin doesn't even need to know he's been captured. He left a note for her saying that he's gone to get the seal of Phobos. She points out the fact that if the seal was truly found, Phobos wouldn't wait around to retrieve it, so it's obviously a trap. Now, they obviously have to go save him, but Helen says something like if they don't do the play, they'll be expelled. But like, why would they be? I mean, it's obviously just brought up to give them a reason to introduce a new thing that the heart can do, but still, expulsion over a mini play is a bit much. Will holds up the heart and says, well, she says astrodrop but backwards, so it's like sports larza or something. This creates a duplicate of the girls. When they say astrodrop again, they'll go away. The only drawback is that they need to be told what to do and don't really operate that well on their own. Also, during the play, Blanc plays one of the dragons and no one questions what he is or why he's there. Which go to Meridian where they learn that Caleb was thrown into this quicksand thing and they meet some creepy children.
A boy fell in the sands. What was that?
Then why don't you have it roped off or something?
It moves.
Great! A wandering man-eating sandpit.
How long ago did the boy fall in? Our brother Michael fell in too. That was a long time ago.
They jump into the quicksand and they see a lot of bodies. Before you think it's too graphic for a kids show, it is, but spoiler alert, everyone's alive in the end. I don't really get it myself. Anyway, it also just occurred to me that this quicksand is sand, so I wonder why Cornelia couldn't control it in any way. They find Caleb, but most of them end up being attacked by the sand. This is where our queen Tirani uses Fire Blast to break the pillars of sand and rescue all the others who fell through the sand. The It Girls then use water and fire to... I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure what they did. They might have turned the sand to glass, but either way, the sand is now gone or like frozen, and those creepy children are reunited with their brother.
Michael, you're okay. Did you get our ball?
Irma, is that you? Some shenanigans went down during the play and the clones ended up spraying water on the crowd and they just get detention. So it's like, don't do the play and be expelled. Do the play and soak your audience and you get detention. That makes a lot of sense to me. Also, all this and Team Evil still didn't find the traitor. I also wrote in my notes that whoever was sent to find the seal of Phobos should be fired because it's barely even hidden. It is quite literally in the same spot that it was last used. In our next episode, Return of the Tracker, Team Evil is once again doing their scheming. They're not really giving out any new information. However, this time they're having dinner together, as couples do, but Cedric only eats at Phobos' command. Stand up, Cedric. On Earth, the girlies talking about how excited they are for the new movie coming out, starring Vance Michael Justin or something like that. Now, I think this name is a reference to Chad Michael Murray. Funny story, in Sunny with a Chance, I never got that Chad Dylan Cooper was supposed to be a reference to Chad Michael Murray. Someone pointed it out to me for the first time earlier this year. We get to see the girlies asking for permission to go see the movie later in the evening, and this is where we see that Haylin does have parents. For the longest time, I didn't know that since we only see her grandma. I assumed she was her primary guardian, no pun intended. But no, Haylin's parents are alive and well, and I wonder how they feel about a strange boy living in their basement. I mean, unless I made the assumption that Haylin lives upstairs from the restaurant. Irma isn't allowed to go because her parents are going to a ball, and they need her to watch her younger brother Chris. Will also can't go because her grades are bad. Phobos sends a tracker out to find Caleb. Why he didn't do this at any other time is beyond me. I know I'm very negative about the Team Evil subplots in this first season, but in my defense, they are just so inconsistent and incompetent. When the error is found, I think they become a little bit more focused, but my word, right now the decisions just make no sense. Caleb and Blanc are chased by the tracker, but they manage to shake it and hide in Irma's house. Caleb explains someone from Meridian is after them, to which Irma asks if they should warn the others, but he's like, nah, I shook him. But like, he's still on Earth? Anyway, Will sneaks out and Helene convinces her parents to let her go. And Irma convinces Caleb to watch her brother, knowing that someone is after Caleb. At the premiere, they see the tracker and the sniffer walking in the direction of Irma's house.
What's the tracker and sniffer doing here?
I'm guessing they're not Vance Michael Justin fans. What's in that direction?
Caleb and Blanc babysitting Chris?
You left your little brother with them?
Now that's just cruel.
To Caleb and Blanc?
Real funny, but they are all about to be killed by a monster. Hearing this news, they decide they have to go fight. But Cornelia doesn't want to lose her place in line, which is wild. And they don't convince her, she just stays there in line. So now Witch has to become Whiff. Also, when Caleb says he shook the tracker and stuff, it implies he thinks the tracker is just following his footsteps and not using the dog to sniff them out. But also the tracker does spend some time flipping random cars, so maybe the dog lied on his resume. During the fight against the tracker, they take turns standing in line, which is very inefficient in my opinion, but considering this is just to save Caleb, I'm alright with it.
He needs a shortcut, fast.
Somebody likes somebody. He's got 2 blocks to go, and that thing's getting closer.
Fine, I'll save Caleb from the tracker. But that doesn't mean I like him.
And now we're doing the it's not like I like you thing, when literally all she's doing, like everyone else, is helping Caleb escape. Guys, I cannot stand the romance writing in the first season. Caleb does fight the tracker head on at some point, and I thought it was well that he could. I mean, he manages fine enough, but I'm attributing that to plot armor. Finally, in the end, the girls make it to the movie, but they're so exhausted they all sleep through it. Well, all except Helen. Elian returns once again in our next episode, Framed, where I feel like she needs to remind everyone of her relevance by being like, I'm Cornelia's best friend. But like, sometimes I wonder if anyone else can see her. Will tricks the girls plus Elian into sleepovers so they can plan what they're going to do for the school carnival since she volunteered them for the committee. It is weird that it's up to the school kids to plan out an entire carnival, but no one else for my opinion. When the girls realize that they've been, quote, sleepover jacked, they pack up to leave.
Principal Knickerbocker...
Principal who?
Principal Knickerbocker said all the cool kids do it. The same Knickerbocker who attempts to rap the morning announcements?
Word, have you heard if you're late for attendance, you're gonna lose your independence?
So she's got a name that's hate speech and she raps? Some things are intentional. Martin shows up to crash the sleepover with a board game and pizza. If that wasn't weird enough, he also takes pictures. Ugh, I hate this man. The girls just take his stuff and throw him out. Very much justified. His board game, however, gives the girls the idea to do a medieval-themed fair. We then see Phobos terrifying the daylight out of an artist. He gives an info dump on how much he hates beautiful art, and he imprisoned the last artist that displeased him in his own painting in the castle in Meridian. Said painting is also hanging in a gallery in Earth. Don't ask me why there are 2 copies of it. The girlies go there to get a better sense of the medieval aesthetic that they're going for. Irma leaves because she's supposed to be having jousting practice for the jousting tourney that the fair will have. I don't know why they'd have that, it doesn't really seem all that safe. Anyway, Will stands too close to the painting and Miss Main character, the heart, basically drags her into the painting with her friends falling in as well in an attempt to save her. They fall into the painting and end up inside the world of the painting. Now something that is a bit weird is that the people who regularly live in the painting move around, live their best lives, but like the painting still looks normal from the outside. It's only Witch and the other monsters in the episode who can be seen running around. I don't know if they're saying that things that weren't made in this world don't blend in. It was just something that I noticed. Also, by the way, the heart does not work in the painting, so the girlies cannot transform. Phobos sees that Witch is in the painting, and it seems like he can use the opportunity to get the heart of Kanjakar to double his powers. They meet the imprisoned artist of the painting, whose name is Elias or something. I was not obsessed with the way he helps up Cornelia and way the whole interaction is presented, because that is a grown man and Cornelia is a child. A Meridian monster shows up and the girlies hide and learn that whatever they paint comes to life. So to blend in, they decide to paint clothes and not weapons. Fun. This episode could have been over so quickly if someone painted a gun. Meanwhile, Caleb goes to Irma asking where Will is because it's a portal that needs to be closed. During the scene, they're just talking, but they have fairly decent banter. Like, I'm not saying having good banter immediately equals romantic chemistry. I'm just saying from this interaction alone, they kind of made more sense than Caleb and Cornelia. Irma sees Martin and asks him if he's seen Will. We then learn of his worst crime.
Martin, where's Will?
Alas, the maid you seek, my dear.
He's tone deaf.
One more note, you eat the loot.
Thank you, Irma. In the painting, the girlies get cute outfits, courtesy of Haylin, but just as like Cornelia, Haylin makes her peasant's outfit. They're all giggling and everything, but her outfit is actually really cute. I don't really get what the joke is. The girlies get recognized immediately, which makes me wonder why they had to do this outfit change. As they run from the monster, they all rip the skirt of their dresses. Look, okay, listen, because I'm choosing my words very carefully here. This kind of made me just a little bit uncomfortable. These are children, obviously, and I'm not saying that seeing young girls' bare legs makes me uncomfortable. However, it would make me uncomfortable if I learned that the girls were forced to wear something that reveals a lot of skin by someone older. Point is, especially with animated shows, there is a huge level of intent that needs to be questioned. Was it really necessary for the girlies to all conveniently rip their skirts from ankle to hip, then have to crawl up a pipe, then hang onto that pipe for what feels like a moment too long? I feel like a lot of people are going to tell me that I'm overreacting, just like when I made a comment on the Angel's Friend's transformation scene zooming in on Raph's panties, when honestly even having the panties in the scene was kinda weird. My point is that this torn dress thing could have easily been removed and changed nothing in the story. In fact, even them changing the clothes didn't actually do anything for their survival, since they were spotted anyway. It kind of felt that they changed so that their skirts could be ripped so that they could crawl around with their bare legs on display. Also, when they all fall, Cornelia gets dragged out of the way before the rhino thing can stomp on her, and her dress is intact. In fact, there's a point where all their dresses are intact. It's almost as if animating a non-ripped skirt was easier, therefore the extra effort had to be made to make them rip their skirts. Cedric and a squadron of guards enter the painting as well. Hijinks ensue with the girlies using the paint to make weapons and vehicles, but eventually they are all cornered, so Will threatens to use paint thinner to destroy the heart of Cantricar since Phobos wants it. But if it's destroyed, Phobos will still have his powers, but which won't, so it wouldn't be in their best interest to destroy it, so Cedric should just attack anyway. Irma and Caleb, aka what could have been, enter the painting on the Meridian side, which means that they had to enter the castle. I was put off by how easily they managed to do this, but I'm pretty sure Cedric took most of the guards with him. How Caleb knew where this painting was, don't ask me. Phobos sees Caleb and Irma enter the castle, but they jump into the painting before he can do anything, and look at this teamwork and coordination as they fight Team Evil. Maybe I should make a campaign for Caleb and Irma. I don't know what it is about their dynamic. He's always saying problematic stuff and thinks that he's better than everyone. She won't take any of his nonsense and calls him out on it. These are not the conclusions I thought I was going to get from this rewatch. Anyway, Phobos gets mad and cuts the painting, sending Witch, the horses, and the artist to the human realm, but Team Evil goes to Meridian. I'm not entirely sure how the painting knew who to send where, but I mean, I guess it all worked out. In the end, the carnival goes well, and Witch fits right in with their getup. Elias becomes an art gallery guide, and in the final shot of the episode, we see Elion in this painting. I have finished season 1 and most of season 2 at this point, and I can tell you now that I do not get this. Not one bit. What is this about? In case you're wondering, oh no, did she get trapped in the painting too? She didn't. She's alive and well in the human world, spending the entire episode getting balloons. I really have no idea what I'm supposed to interpret this as. We'll talk about this more in our next episode, The Stone of Threeb, where a bunch of miners in Meridian find a glowing green stone. We see Caleb in the restaurant with Haylin. I'm not sure why they both need to take this couple's order, but whatever. This one lady's voice is absolutely positively annoying.
I'll have the chicken!
I'm pretty sure we're all out of chicken. Ooh.
Anyway, the customers are disturbed by a horrendous smell filling the restaurant, which is none other than Blanc. So Haylin tries to recruit the girls to give Blanc a bath.
Before we have practice, I need your help.
With your hair, makeup, and fashion sense? I thought you would never ask.
I know Cornelia isn't coming for cute outfit queen Haylin and her middle-aged divorced teacher's drip. They try to bathe Blanc, but he gets away too easily, so they consider transforming. Will says something about how they shouldn't use their powers to bathe Blanc because their powers should only be used to fight evil, but Blanc's smell is basically evil anyway. This is funny and all, but like, who is gonna stop them from using their powers? Surely if anyone's upset about them using their powers to bathe a person, they'd also be mad that they allow the person to stay on Earth. I'm just saying, we're kind of wishy-washy with the rules sometimes. Anyway, Phobos now has a glowing green rock, which is basically the Stone of Threeb, or the Star of Threeb. This episode calls it the stone, but Phobos calls it a star here. Anyway, he gives it to Cedric, saying that it will bring his sister back to him. Cedric hands it up in his bookstore, and we see none other than Elion feeling a bit woozy. That sound effect has played before, but I'm calling it out now because I don't know why, but it sounds so unserious, like something that you'd see in like a reaction video or like a parody or TikTok or something. Elion seems to be under a trance and goes to the bookstore and takes the stone and then just leaves. Cedric comes out and is like, we finally found the heir. Now it's only a matter of time. But like, why? Why is it a matter of time? Why not just go grab her or something? Team Evil be very inconsistent with their evil. It's wilding that this is it. This is the reveal of who the heir to the throne of Meridian is. It's strange that they decided to do it like this. It feels like a random point in a random episode. Anyway, did you guys see it coming? When Elion wears the stone, it causes an issue with the girl's powers, and they are unable to use them and unable to change back, and they also can't fly. They try to make it to Yanlin while staying out of sight, and on the way they have to hide from these sisters. I've already forgotten their names. I think they're supposed to be like bullies or mean girls, but like JT and Cash from Ben 10, I would not be able to take them seriously as bullies. They make it to Yanlin and explain that their powers aren't working, and she tells them the story of the Throne of Three. Basically, years ago, the heir to the throne wandered too far from her parents and got lost. The mage used the heart of Kandrikar to make a seven-sided star, why seven sides we'll never know, that will attract the heir and lead her home. Also, this mage's voice is like really creepy.
This star will summon for you one person who is lost, and when she finds it, it will render powerless anything or anyone that might prevent her returning home.
But if activated, the star could never be destroyed and might one day serve their enemies.
Right, so the stone helps the princess return and takes away powers from anyone who will try to stop her returning home. Small thing here, we see a pterodactyl thing try to get to the girlie, and there's like a barrier stopping it, so in that case it didn't really render the creature powerless, it just kind of stopped it from touching her. So by that logic, witch should still have their powers and does not be able to disrupt Elion's journey. Speaking of, I have no idea where that girl is going. Anyway, in the story, the parents understand that the stone can't be destroyed and might be used against them by their enemies, so the king throws it into a volcano. What part of the stone cannot be destroyed did he not understand?
How long will we be like this?
It could be an hour.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I can handle that.
Or it could be forever.
What? You mean the really long forever?
Oh, that's just great. Who wants to date a 95-pound moth?
Not to be that person, but I doubt Will wouldn't be able to find a date in that form. Team Evil finds out that there's a portal just out of town, so they put a Venus flytrap monster thing through. I think it's to distract the Guardians, but you never really know with these two. It might just be for kicks. The girlies plus Blunk and Caleb use garden equipment to fight the monster. Meanwhile, Elion returns to the bookstore no longer in a trance, don't ask me why. She apologizes for taking the star in the first place and gives it back to Cedric, much to his disapproval, as now the Guardians' powers are back, which they obviously used to defeat the planet monster. Elion says she doesn't want the necklace back because it really creeps her out. He puts his hands on his shoulder at some point when he's offering her a part-time job as his assistant, and it just was not for me. Like, listen, I get what he is and the fact that he literally is vice captain of Team Evil, but without the context of the Team Evil plot, how creepy do these scenes read? Cedric takes a picture out of his school yearbook and shows it to Phobos, and he gets real giddy about finding his sister. Yanlin also just kind of works out that Phobos must know who the heir is since the girls now have their powers back, but like, if Cedric never saw Elion take the star and return it, then he'd never have any idea who the heir is. I don't know, this isn't the best example of it, but sometimes Granny be coming up with a lot of correct conclusions that make me wonder how she managed to figure them out. We see Elion starting her new assistant job.
Hi again. It's Rick, right?
Yes. Well, Cedric, actually.
Oh, I like that better.
Now, I am at the ripe old age of 22, but I won't lie, I'm still not comfortable calling adults by their first name, so this is already pretty crazy to me, but what's crazier is the fact that she says Cedric is better than Rick. A, in what world? B, you would never catch me saying that to a grown man. Also, now that we know that Elion has been revealed as the heir, you might think that that's what she was doing in the painting, but like, does this really explain it? Phobos has only now learned that Elion looks like this. How did some random artist just figure out what the heir looked like and put her in this painting? In our next episode of The Princess Revealed, we finally see what I'm assuming is supposed to be chemistry between Caleb and Cornelia. We open on Caleb once again risking his life in Meridian without the Guardians. He does have a few scrapes from this, and Cornelia nurses, well, I mean, I guess you could call this nursing, his wounds.
Now! Careful!
Sorry, Mr. Brave Hero.
Oh, was that it? Anyway, Helene comes in and tells the girls that she ran into Elion, who told her that she's seeing someone new. I was scared when I watched it for the first time because I thought that Elion was talking about Cedric. Lucky for us, she wasn't. She's actually seeing someone who is not interesting enough for me to look up what his name actually is. Back on Meridian, V.I.T.C.H is finally exposed as the traitor. At long last. It only took them like half a season. Cedric figures it out because V.I.T.C.H left the castle without his sword and shield and not, you know, all the other suspicious stuff he's done throughout the season. Meanwhile, V.I.T.C.H tries to get Blunk's attention.
Blank do nothing, businessman! Do you remember me? All big blue things look same.
He gets Blanc to take him to the nearest portal so he can talk to Caleb and tell him the identity of the heir on Earth. This information is important, yes, but I feel like it could have either been passed down through word of mouth or in a note or something. That's just me. Blanc and Vathic get attacked by Cedric and a worm monster thing called a Larvax. Cedric corners Vathic and Vathic does a whole "you'll never get away with this, we'll restore the heir to the throne" kind of thing. But Cedric is like, you're literally the only person who knows who she is. This would have been a great time to lie and said he told other people. Because right now, if they believe that he's the only one, they'll just kill him. And also the maid lady, Troll, knows about it, but all she says is that the heir has been found, but not her actual name. Who is giving out unfinished information like this? The heir being found is all well and good, but the name is also very important. Anyway, they manage to get away and Bunk leads Vathic to the portal with Cedric, the monster, and the guard close behind. On Earth, Cedric transforms into his human form in broad daylight. Like, there are some people there. It's crazy no one saw this. But also, what was the point of changing into your human form if you're still going to be standing beside two monsters? Vathic makes it to Caleb and the other guards. He says he has information, and Caleb turns to the girls and is like, "Excuse us," to the guardians of the veil. Anyway, not my business, not that deep. This doesn't matter anyway because the girls find out like immediately afterwards. So the girlies find out that Elian is the heir to the throne, and quick disclaimer guys, this is where the logic goes out of the window and things start falling apart. Because maybe I missed something during the Meridian lore info dump thing, but like, I never thought Meridian was home of evil. I thought that there's evil in Meridian because the unrightful ruler isn't on the throne. Is it just me? Am I just dumb? When the girlies found out that it's Elion, Cornelia's like, "I'm not gonna fight her," and Will's like, "We have a job to do." Huh? Who said anything about fighting? Ain't their job to protect both worlds? A duty they are severely falling behind in. And put the rightful ruler on the throne? Cornelia also mentioned that the heir is supposed to be like an evil princess, to which I'm like, what? Since when did they know the heir was evil? Guys, did I miss something? Yan Lin, the eavesdropping queen, comes in and learns that Team Evil will be trying to learn Elion's trust before they take her back to Meridian. Bear this in mind because it's gonna come back in a sec. Yanlin also says Elion is more powerful than she knows, and Phobos will send beasts in human form to charm her. The girlies who, bless their hearts, are very dense, assume that Elion's new boyfriend must be a beast in human form. It was here that I was reminded of how many episodes it's been, and they still don't get that Cedric is the bookkeeper. They crash Elion's date at the carnival, and also Vathic is there. They plan to keep an eye on Elion, but Vathic and Blanc are told to wait outside since, you know, they look like that. But Vathic sees a haunted house and figures he can chill there unnoticed. How does he know what a haunted house is, though? Especially from the outside.
She's done nothing wrong, but we're following her like she's some kind of criminal.
Like I said, guys, things are falling apart, especially the beef starting between Cornelia and Will. Don't misunderstand me, I like a little tension, I think internal conflicts can be interesting, but they still have to make sense. I was under the impression that they were trying to figure out if Elion stayed as a monster. That's what I gathered since, you know, they said it. Now from what Cornelia says, it seems more like they're following Elion because they suspect her of being evil. Guys, I'm really trying to let this go. It's not gonna matter that much in a few minutes when the season is over, but right now I am fighting for my life trying to make sense of this. The girlies find out that there are actual monsters in the haunted house since Cedric and his worm slithered in there. That sounds so weird, sorry. They transform, and I don't know why Will looks like that, but it's kind of cursed. Also, come to think of it, I have no idea what Cedric is up to in this episode. It's taken him all day just to try and catch Vathic so that, what? It's been hours since he came through the portal. He's definitely told someone about the heir's identity. I get wanting to catch a traitor, but like maybe focus on the task at hand and go get Elion? I mean, I guess he does speak to Elion in his human form at some point, but like, he ran into her by chance.
You two related?
Blanc, stop! Anyway, the monsters are defeated and Elion's new boyfriend breaks up with her because of her friends. On one hand, it's crazy for a guy to break up with a girl because of her friends, like it's not the vibe. That being said, in his defense, they were a little overbearing here. Elion literally cries, and like, did no one comfort her? Because it cuts right to a scene where the girlies are in a diner without Elion. We actually see that Elion went to Cedric. At this time of night, that's a bit weird. The Guardians have a whole debate on whether to tell Elion she's the heir or not. And once again, it makes no sense. Tirani's logic is that Elion wouldn't have believed them and wouldn't think that they're crazy, but like, they have powers, so they have proof. They also don't think to talk to Elion's parents, who obviously wouldn't be her real ones. There is a chance that they are just a regular human couple who adopted a baby, but that wouldn't really explain why Elion doesn't know that she's adopted, so obviously they must know about Meridian. I'm just saying that there were so many ways around this. I get it, they're kids, but still, think. So in the next episode, Stop the Presses, Tirani volunteers to work on the school newspaper and Irma gets roped in. Before we get into that, I just want to say that Team Evil's shenanigans are getting a little harder to explain. Now they need to do an amalgamation spell or something to weaken Elion's resistance. Trust me when I say that this does not matter. When, spoiler alert, Elion does go to Meridian, it's literally by choice. I know why we get plots like this one. We need more time before Elion eventually goes to Meridian, but like, it just doesn't make any sense, I'm sorry. But it is what it is. So Cedric basically breaks into Elion's locker and steals her hairbrush and a maths test. When Elion tells the girls that someone has broken into her locker and stolen very oddly specific things, Cornelia's like, guys, this is literally Phobos. We need to tell Elion. And Will's like, we can't be sure of that. Yes, Yes, you can. Who steals someone's hairbrush? That's weird. So much of what's about to happen could have easily been avoided. My word. It's all gonna work out. It's all gonna work out. Also, to be real, if I were Cornelia, I'd just tell Elion and deal with the consequences. Like, what's Will gonna do? Stop me? With what powers? So now Team Evil has representations of Elion's mind and body for the amalgamation spell, but they still need representation of her spirit. Just act like it makes sense, guys. Yanlin figures out what Team Evil is doing, because of course she did. She explains that for them to capture representation of Elion's spirit, they basically need to capture her breath. Y'all, this is too much effort just to kidnap someone, but anyway. To keep an eye on her, the girl suggests Blanc follow her since he does nothing all day and has no school. Why not Caleb then? What's he doing? It would give him an excuse to not run off to Meridian for the fun of it. But no, let's rely on Blanc. Once again, Cornelia says that they should tell Elion, to which Will says she'd either not believe them or freak out. I mean, obviously she'd be freaking out. How would you respond? Yanlin says that Cornelia should respect Will's instincts. They notice that there's a portal that's opened up in their school. Yanlin says Phobos is shaping the veil so that the portals will open up closer to his sister. Guys, I don't know what's happening anymore. I think at this point I just need to get through this season, but my word am I confused. Listen, I don't know that much about Phobos, what he can do, or why he does what he does, but I know that he doesn't open up portals. I cannot tell you what Yanlin means here about shaping the veil. So from here on out, we are focusing on the Elion plot and anything to do with Witch, because the Meridian stuff and Team Evil shenanigans are just way above my pay grade. Basically, a sometimes invisible, sometimes not warthog monster thing has entered through the veil and the girlies have to go get it. It conveniently only comes out at night, so during the day the people are okay. The only issue is that Martin, yes, the crusty weirdo, becomes convinced that there's a ghost and wants a picture of it for the school newspaper. They basically get Irma to go on a date with him because that's the only thing that will get him to leave. Meanwhile, Will leaves the portal open so they can guide the beast through, but they learn that it's actually Juvenile. Classic shenanigans ensue, but like not to be that person. This is the equivalent of a Meridian pig, so Tarani should just torch it. Like, I don't love animal cruelty, but it would be easy to move the pig's corpse over the portal and not like the live pig itself. Maybe that makes me a horrible person. Call me what you want, but you can't call me a fool slipping and sliding over slime as I'm run over by a warthog. Anyway, since it's a Juvenile, the portal was left open, the monster's mother also comes through. Why it took us so long, I do not know.
I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son.
Anyway, they capture the baby and throw it through the portal and its mother follows. Uriah ends up taking the blame for all the slime around the school.
You set this whole thing up, you cad! Pardon my language, ladies.
I didn't! I mean, not the other stuff, just this!
Yeah, we should have known Uriah was behind the whole thing.
I was not expecting that kid's voice to be that deep.
I'm always kind of sad after it rains.
I know what you mean.
I don't know how anyone can believe in this stuff. Magic, monsters, evil creatures.
People are such a strange species.
Yeah.
Elion is trying so hard to be relevant. Like, she's the heir and I still do not care about her. Cedric gives her balloon to blow up. I don't know why she's not put off by him randomly wanting balloons and not blowing them up himself. Like, hello? Also, it's not like he hands her a packet for her to pick one. He touches it first. Ew! Okay, finally, next episode, Parents' Night. Team Evil explains to us that the amalgamation spell is now complete, so Elion's resistance to Cedric will be weaker, but only for a limited period of time, so Cedric must go get Elion now. Again, all this just to kidnap her. And you guys might think that she needs their trust if they can't just kidnap her. Yes, they can, but let's just talk about that at the end of this episode. Later in the bookstore, Cedric speaks to Elion and there's this shot used. Don't particularly love it. Yep, it's this one right here, officer. This is criminal. Cornelia comes in and asks Elion if she wants to walk to school with her. Elion makes up an excuse so she doesn't have to go because she's mad that Cornelia ditched her the night before. I get that this isn't a fun situation, but like at least Cornelia took the time out of her day to come and find Elion and walk with her.
Cornelia's supposed to be my best friend. Sometimes it seems like you're the only one who understands me.
Ma'am, he literally just smiles and nods. Does Cedric just have beef with his human form? Like if he just transforms his hands behind his back? Why? What purpose did this serve? Anyway, Elion's screen time is threatened by the true main character of the show, Will's grades. The girls are talking about parents' evening when Elion walks past.
I'm talking about the C on my math midterm. I can hide this or shred it or eat it or something, but on parents' night, when my mom talks to Mrs. Rudolph, I'm grounded.
But without you, we can't transform.
Oh, hi, Elion. Don't let me interrupt you.
Girl, if you don't. We need to see Elion talking to her parents as she tries to work on an assignment to fill out her family tree. She gets upset because her parents don't include any pictures of their family members, seeing that they don't have any siblings and a fire destroyed many of their extended family photos. Elion is acting really annoying in the scene, but I'm actually gonna give her a pass. She's a child and this is a weird and upsetting situation. And also, I'm going to be complaining about her until the end of the season anyway. But to her parents, why didn't they just say they are both like in foster care or something? They age out of the system. I mean, they could have told that she's adopted, true, but that still wouldn't explain why they have no family. When they're alone, her parents talk about how they should tell her the truth, but they can't. Her mom says something like, I'd hope we'd never have to tell her that we brought her here to save her life. And that was a confusing line because wasn't she brought here so she could become old enough to defeat her brother and take the throne? What do you mean you hope you'd never had to tell her? Also, now we are going to get on Elion's case. I have never been in a situation where my parents have kept some big family secret from me or that they've lied to me for my whole life. I mean, at least not that I know of. But if my parents don't want to talk about their past, I don't know why I would assume that they're doing it just to spite me. Like, I get it. I get it. The girl is like 12 or 13, but like what evil ulterior motive could someone having fewer family members have? We then learn at parents' evening that the family tree idea was provided by the bookstore owner. Principal hate speech. Why did you not question when a man who doesn't have any kids at your school randomly brought up an assignment you could give to the students? Like, I mean, it seems innocent enough, but like, aren't you even just a little bit worried? Also, I mentioned it before, but there isn't really a reason why Elion's parents aren't human. In fact, in the story of how she was taken to Earth, it never mentions her parents also passing through. By the way, the nurse who stole her isn't actually her adopted mother. My point is, it's very bold of Cedric to assume that Elion's parents are from Meridian, because there's no reason that they would be. Cedric uses the stone of Shreve on Elion's parents, which reveals their true forms. I wasn't aware that the stone could do that, but apparently it could. Elion sees this and screams horrified. We'll talk about this more later, but Elion's kinda racist. I do wonder though, this is Elion's first encounter with magic. Why does she believe that the stone is showing her parents' true form and not like turning them into monsters momentarily? They try to explain to her why they lied. They say that they were trying to protect her from her brother who was trying to kill her, and she's like, I have a brother? Wrong details, babes. She also finds out that Cedric knows who her parents are, but she's not gonna get mad at him for lying to her by omission.
Don't listen to him. We don't want him to hurt you like he's hurt so many others. You're the only one to ever hurt me!
How about I smack you, then you can add me to the list? Whew, that was dramatic. But really, why would she believe this pseudo-pedo over her own parents? Like, listen, I get the lying thing ain't fun, but they raised you? And even then, some facts aren't fun to know from the get-go, and parents prefer to wait until their child is older. How does she know they weren't about to tell her? Like, if I adopt a child because her brother was trying to kill her, yeah, call me crazy, that's not exactly a story I'll be telling her at bedtime when she's a toddler. Caleb finally figures out the bookkeeper is Cedric because he'd seen his human form in episode 1 and never stepped foot in the bookstore.
Actually, no, that's not the truth, Ellen.
No, wait. He was in the bookstore. In the Labyrinth episode, but he didn't see Cedric. Anyway, it's all well and good that he figured it out, but it was too little too late.
You told your parents I'm your what?
Oh, sorry. Girlfriend isn't correct these days. Significant other or main squeeze, those'll do too.
Oh. Also, before we get into how everything falls apart, I just want to mention that we see everyone's parents in this episode except Tarani's. We also haven't seen her house at this point. We will in a couple of episodes, but not right now. There's quite a lot about Tarani that we don't know. And especially in an episode called Parents' Evening, when all the parents are being seen, it's really weird that we see everybody's parents except Tarani's. Anyway, Caleb gets the girls to confront Cedric with him. They catch Cedric telling Elion who she really is. They try to tell her that he's not to be trusted, but Cedric tells Elion that her friends have known the whole time, which makes her mad.
Elion, no matter what he's told you, Cedric is not your friend.
More of a friend than you.
Ma'am, this is a grown man who's been creeping around you for how long? And again, why are you not mad that he's also kept this a secret all this time? Caleb then attacks Cedric, and Cedric turns the tables on him, visibly hurting him. The Guardians transform in front of Elion. They capture him and Cornelia ties him with roots from the trees. They also conveniently crowd him so Elion doesn't see him tweaking and his human form slipping. She's like, stop, stop, you're hurting him. But then he breaks himself out of the restraints and runs away, and Miss Elion isn't questioning a thing. Like, he was being held back with tree roots. Those are pretty strong. How did he manage to break free with his bare hands? Caleb pins him down and the Guardians just float above him instead of Will using the heart to reveal his true form. Elion wants him to stop because he's defenseless, but she's really acting as if Cedric didn't have Caleb pinned down earlier. Cedric tells Elion that she has the power to stop them. She then uses his blast that knocks them all away. She and Cedric then run away to Meridian. I'm gonna say it. This could have been avoided.
Well, we all know whose fault this is.
Cornelia?
What? You're the one who wouldn't let me warn her.
That's not fair.
What do you mean it's not fair? This is 1,000,000% her fault. Also, Caleb acknowledges Elion as the rightful heir to the throne, which just adds to my confusion as to why everyone else thinks she's evil. Didn't she then have to sit around waiting for a portal to open? It was here that I noted how weird it was that the heart can only close portals but not open them. That's kinda useless, no hate, bestie. Meanwhile, Elion meets Phobos. Whatever. He gets her to touch a place on the map and think of this, well, I've forgotten the word for it, but it's like a glass box with a spider in it. She does, and a portal opens up on the map that the girls are looking at. This is how we learn one of Elion's powers is opening portals. The Guardians and Kayla rush out to get to the portal, but Yanlin senses something is funky about that portal, although she doesn't really chase after them or warn them or anything. They go through the portal and end up shrinking down and ending up inside that glass box.
Why can't we ever be trapped someplace without dirt?
Like where, in Evil Mall?
The girlies use their smarts to open the lid to the box from the inside and escape, but they didn't manage to get Elion. Okay, now Team Evil literally only wins because Witch and the other good guys are incompetent. Their plan was riddled with flaws. It hinged on the assumption that Elion's parents not only didn't tell her that she's a princess, but also didn't come up with a good enough lie for why they have no relatives. But an even bigger assumption is that Witch, who Team Evil knows schools with Elion, and knows with like 99.9% certainty that they know that Elion is the heir, wouldn't tell Elion the truth. That's the one thing that prompted this rant. It didn't make any sense for Will to tell them that they couldn't tell Elion. And frankly, Team Evil isn't competent enough to know which and predict exactly how they would respond to Elion being the heir. Finally, listening to Team Evil was doing. It's all well and good, but we didn't get a clear-cut depiction of what Elion's weakness to resistance was. It's almost as if Cedric just manipulated her anyway and the amalgamation spell was just there to waste time. Let's get back into this at the end of the season. In our next episode, The Mudslugs, we see that Phobos has created an illusion to make Meridian look like the safe, happy, pretty fairyland for Elion. As soon as she leaves, he drops it. I was going to complain about how convoluted this plan is to just like steal the power, but I think it's either in this episode or the next that Team Evil finally mentions that they need to wait for her powers to reach their peak. Okay, whatever. That could have been mentioned at the beginning of the season and spared me the rant. At the school, we learned that the teachers were told that Elion went on vacation with her family. I'm not entirely sure who told them that. Was it a letter? But also, is that like allowed? Like for her family to take her on vacation in the middle of the school year is what I mean. The girls are gonna have to dissect worms or something. It was here that I was reminded of a lot of things I see in like high schools on TV, dissecting creatures in biology. I've never done that. Not to say that I want to or anything. Since Cornelia's partner was Elion and Will's partner is also absent, Alchemy, remember her, tells Cornelia that she'll probably be paired up with Will for the dissection. Cornelia is not too happy about that, for obvious reasons. At lunch, Cornelia really just explodes at everyone.
Cornelia, we all feel terrible about Elion, but
we thought we were protecting her. We thought Phobos would take longer to find her.
No, you thought that.
That's right, Cornelia, call her out. Some of the other girls defend Will, saying it's not all her fault. It kinda is, but I'll shut up. They're also like, friends fight, we'll be better tomorrow, or something, but they're acting as if Elion just isn't talking to them anymore, and that's why Cornelia is mad. At this point, they don't know what Phobos' plan is. He could have killed her by now for all they know. Anyway, Cornelia quits Witch. We then see her walking in the streets and Caleb runs into her. He tells her Will was wrong, and that's fine. It's fine that they disagree, but the people of Meridian need her. They only protect Earth, really, but again, no one's asking for my opinion. Caleb is unable to get through to her. The rest of the girls, with, gather at the restaurant. Yanlin explains to them that they will be weaker if Cornelia isn't with them. She then opens a fortune cookie and claims that it says, an old friend will return. Okay, firstly, she's obviously lying. She doesn't let Halen see it. But also, you know what I found out way too late in my adult life? Fortune cookies aren't Chinese. Do with that information what you will. In Meridian, Phobos shows Elion fake footage of Will and Cornelia getting along as if Elion hadn't just left. She gets upset that they've forgotten her, and Phobos is like, oh, I'm sorry. Is this upsetting? Here, look at this other moment of Cornelia with Will, Tirani, Irma, and Halen. Elion then randomly brings up how they gave her a friendship locket that contained a lock of each of their hair. What? Is this something people do? Like, truly. Listen, I am African, but I don't really believe in witchcraft. Not really. But I have some friends who do, and they will get me to help them look for a braid if it falls off their head so that people don't do spells on them. I don't believe in that. That being said, I would never give my hair to someone. They obviously probably wouldn't use it for magic, but like, why take that risk? Elion runs away and then very conveniently drops her locket. Cue the witchcraft. Just a quick question, are the girlies aware that Phobos watches them? Cause Yanlin always seems to know what Phobos is planning and can predict what he will do, but she doesn't seem to know he watches them. And even then, if they don't know he's watching, why does Phobos never get any actual useful information? In this episode, he just thinks that there's beef in the group and that Cornelia doesn't like worms. It's not like he uses a looking stone or whatever you call it to figure out what Witch's next move is. In his defense, they rarely have a next move, but still, I'm not asking for much. With the whole Elion thing, we could have seen Phobos' plans being shaped around the fact that he knows Witch isn't going to tell her, in which case, Will would still bear some responsibility, but it actually wouldn't have mattered anyway because Phobos would have been one step ahead. I don't know guys, I feel like I'm rambling now like a crazed old woman. Cornelia goes to Alchemy to listen to depressing music, as she puts it. In my notes, I wrote that Alchemy is trying to be relevant, and I feel kind of bad because she's actually really chill. She just minds her own business, and I love that about her. Also, it's a little hypocritical that Elion's mad about how her friends became distant and abandoned her and all, but like, has anyone noticed how she completely left Alchemy in the dark? And I don't think she mentions anything about missing her specifically.
Well, Will, Well, you're the leader. There must be a way to get Cornelia back.
Yeah, well, I'm open to ideas.
Oh, now she wants the group's input. The girlies and Caleb are in Irma's room trying to figure out what to do next when her little brother, Chris, walks in and shows her the slug he found. They look outside and see a bunch of slugs popping out of the ground. These creatures, courtesy of Team Evil, are mud slugs, and they are an absolute no. Though blind, they are attracted to the girls because of their scent since, as Helen realizes, Elian had that locket with their hair because apparently that's just a normal thing to do. The slugs only get bigger and their mother's going to be showing up at some point too. Helen tries to blow them away but that doesn't work. Tarani busts them with fire but they go underground. She says what Yanan said was right and that their powers are weaker without Cornelia. I mean, they seem to manage this fine 2 episodes ago when Irma wasn't there. The girls decide that they need to find Cornelia but they can't reach her phone and they don't know where to find her since she's not home. But why does it take them so long to find her? She's got 2 non-Guardian friends and one is off playing make-believe in Meridian. The heart reminds us once again that it is the main character, as it interferes with the frequency of the radio stations that Will can send a message to Cornelia, apologizing and telling her that they need her. Cornelia says bye to Alchemy and leaves, and I think that's it for her this season. If she shows up again, she's not doing much, but you know what? That's okay. Alchemy is truly the main character of her own story, even if she gets minuscule screen time. Also, this is random, but there are like 2 times in this episode that Irma and or Tarani like fall or cling onto Caleb, and he blushes each time. I sometimes don't really understand blushing in TV shows. I don't know what I'm supposed to take it to mean. Cornelia joins the girlies to fight the mama slug, and there's this moment right here where Tarani dodges the worm's arm thingies, and it was decently animated. She does get smacked into a wall right afterwards, but that's not important. I straight up thought Helen and Irma were gonna kiss there. I'm not crazy, right? That's what it looked like. Cornelia sends the mama slug through the portal and they close it. I'm not entirely sure they checked if all the baby slugs went through as well, but they don't really show up again, so I guess they're fine. What's strange though is that I have no idea what Team Evil was doing this episode. Like maybe the slugs were sent to distract the Guardians, but like, distract them from what? No one went to Meridian in this episode and no one was planning to. Speaking of going to Meridian, our next episode is The Ghosts of Elion, where Caleb goes on a rescue mission for Elion without the Guardians. I know you've missed me complaining about that. When he tries to touch her, it turns out she was a ghost. The real Elion and her brother walk in, so Caleb runs away. Elion makes like 1,000 clones of herself to keep Witch and Caleb away from her. Will is also kind of having a fight with her mom. I say kind of because it's not really that serious. Like if Will's mom was complaining about her constantly going out and coming back late or something to do with Witch, it would be a completely different story. But she's just kind of mad because Will's clothes are all over the floor and Will's mad because she wants her mom to stay out of her room. Anyway, because of this disagreement, Will's late to meet the other girls and Caleb.
Typical girl. Late, late, late.
This man walked so Kevin could run. I would make a Caleb being questionable file, but I fear it wouldn't be as iconic as the original. Caleb just decides to go without the Guardians, which is just dumb. In Meridian, Caleb and Blanc see Elion, and Caleb's plan is to throw a frisbee at her in the hopes that she'll catch it and prove that she's real. But he could have also just tried to place his hand on her shoulder or something. Caleb is then attacked by the guards and captured because of course he is. Look, I get the girlies couldn't transform without Will, but like, what did Caleb think he was gonna do, really? He could have just waited. For a resistance leader, he doesn't seem smart enough to know when he's needed alive and not in prison. Will eventually shows up soon after, so Caleb would have really only had to wait a couple of moments.
Sorry, guys.
By the way, it's okay to wear that outfit with a watch.
We ran out of gossip. We had to talk about schoolwork.
My mom grounded me. I had to go out the window.
Well, did you leave an astral drop of yourself?
No, I want her to think I've run away and been captured by bears.
The girlies head over to Meridian where they see all the aliens in the town square. They use cool methods to prove if it's Elion or not, but then Will's like, wait, all these Elions are leading us away from the castle. That must be where the real Elion is. Duh. Why wouldn't she stay in the castle? Helen uses the super hearing she now has to figure out Elion is in the castle and that she wants her favorite sketchbook. Phobos and Cedric present the rebel commander Caleb to Elion, who then gives a whole speech about how she thought they were friends or something, but he lied about being from Earth, therefore his life shouldn't surprise her. Girl, what? Is she mad at Caleb for not revealing to her, a friend of a friend, that he's actually from a magical world? It wasn't her right to know, and frankly, she never asked. Funny enough, a couple of episodes back, he almost says something about raising an army to Elion, but Cornelia has to stop him. So I honestly feel like he would have just said something if she'd asked. But then again, it's not like Caleb and Elion have had thousands of one-on-one chats. But back to this, does she hear herself? And that's another thing, is this really supposed to be the future Queen of Meridian? If so, maybe the people have better luck with Phobos. It's not like Elion's the best at making decisions and being rational. Cornelia sees Phobos taking Elion away when they arrive and tries to go after her, but Will holds her back and says it's not worth it because you don't even know if that's really her. But like, Phobos is touching her. It's clearly not a ghost. Tarani fires shots at Cedric, but he just deflects him like it's nothing, and the girlies just decide to retreat. Also, no one was watching Caleb, so he escaped as well. On Earth, Halen brings up the sketchbook, and Cornelia knows she's talking about the one she gave her on her 8th birthday. They decide to go find it to use as leverage to get a chance to talk to Elion. The girls search Elion's old room for a while, but they can't find it. And they're supposed to be having a sleepover at Halen's, so Ich goes, but Will stays behind because she never actually got permission for the sleepover, so her mom wouldn't be expecting her there. I don't know why Caleb couldn't have stayed with her. I mean, it's not like anyone cares where he is half the time. Will also just lies down on Elion's bed, which I find so disrespectful. I don't know why. If you're in my room with me, yeah, fine, you can sit on my bed. If you break into my room to look for something, I can forgive you. You probably had a reason. But you're not going to be on my bed. That's disrespectful. A portal opens up and some monsters come through looking for the sketchbook. They find it in the pouch of Elion's kangaroo toy. Will transforms and with no powers or anything tries to take the sketchbook back, but obviously she fails. The portal is left open. Will calls the others over. They track the guards into this underground bunker place thing, where there's like a rock in the way. Caleb then embarrasses himself by trying to use his shoulder, hands, and legs to move the rock, even though the Earth Guardian is standing right there. Cornelia breaks the rock and they go in, but Cornelia is later caught and they don't manage to rescue Elion. Also later that evening, Will returns home and we learn she wasn't being sarcastic. She actually didn't leave an astral drop and her mom was just losing her mind. In our next episode of The Margriffs, Matt returns for the first time in forever. Well, only in name. The girls go to a pet store because Will finds out that Matt's grandfather owns it. When they're in there, Elion shows up and it's like a scene straight out of Poltergeist. I mean, I'd assume. I've never actually seen that movie. I don't watch horror movies. The window's closed, she kind of possesses the store owner and controls the animals. All of this just tell the girlies to leave her alone. Mind you, right now, they really are just minding their own business. When I first watched this scene, I was convinced that they were going to reveal that this was a dream, but it's not. It's just crazy because I know Elion's being manipulated and all, but like, she almost killed this old man. Like, I feel like manipulation can only go so far. The girls help Matt's grandfather clean up the mess. I guess he didn't really ask too many questions about what happened. Cornelia thinks that Elion must be under a spell, and Irma says she was born in Meridian, therefore her evil might be innate. Again, I question when it was established that Meridian is inherently evil. Elion does feel bad, I guess, about what she did, but this was still kind of wild. Phobos introduces her to a girl in the castle called Miranda, and the girl is bringing back memories I desperately tried to suppress. Cornelia refuses to believe that Elion is evil, so she steals the heart to lead her to a portal to Meridian. Seeing the heart being used by anyone makes me wonder what's so special about Will. Now, Team Evil, as usual, is just doing too much. They get these monster things called Margriffs to pretend to be the Guardians and wreak havoc on the town so that Elion won't trust the Guardians. Thing is, Elion already doesn't trust them. She literally just tormented them in a pet shop, almost killing an old man in the process. I think at this point, Team Evil was just trying to stay relevant, but like, let's try smarter, not harder. Cornelia had made an astrodrop of herself to hang around the girls. Hayden says the word astrodrop and the Cornelia cone disappears. Will then also learns that the heart has been stolen. They get Blunt to take them to a portal. On Meridian, Cornelia stumbles upon some workers who are conveniently, quote, so tired of watching kitchen uniforms. So now Cornelia has a disguise to enter the castle. When there, she asks some guards where Elion's room is, and they are in no way suspicious that she doesn't know this information. Cornelia tries to talk to Elion, and under different circumstances, maybe Elion wouldn't have been so annoying, but here she'd just seen the Guardians torment a village, so instead of listening to Cornelia, she traps her in a bubble and has a guard take her to Phobos. Real quick, what does Elion think will happen to prisoners? Like, really? Did it not occur to her that they might be killed? It's whatever. Elion has proved herself to not be smart at all. On Cornelia's part, I don't really understand why she had to take the heart. She could have just used it to find the location of the portal on the map, then just left it with the other girls. Speaking of which, they make it to Phobos' castle and confront the Margriffs. Though they look like them and can fight, they don't actually have any other powers. Phobos and Cedric watch them struggle, but I just want to point out that Phobos does have powers and he could just use them to kill the girlies and Caleb now, because it's not like they're transforming or anything. Phobos realizes that the girls aren't transforming because they don't actually have the heart. So he rushes back to Cornelia. Mind you, he just left her there, but by the time he gets there, she's gone. This is because Miss Main Character remembered that she has bubble bursting abilities. Cornelia runs to Elion to try to get through to her again. Also, I forgot to mention, earlier Elion was looking through the library and found a book. When Caleb and Blanc find Cornelia in Elion's room, Caleb takes the book. He then bows to Elion. Phobos had put Elion under sleeping spell thing earlier, so she's not thinking very clearly, so they have to leave before they're caught by the guards. Witch is reunited and they defeat the Margriffs. Ellen finally wakes up and Phobos takes her away. Will then says something like, we'll probably not be able to get to her, let's just go. And love and respect, okay? I get they must be tired, but Will like rarely puts up much of a fight for Elion in these episodes. They face a minor defeat and then she's like, well, time to go. Elion asks Phobos why Caleb would have bowed to her and Phobos is like, just more lies. The man puts a lot of effort into his dumb and convoluted plans, but not much into the lies that he tells. We then learn that this book is Phobos' book of secrets, but they can't open it. Basically, everything he's done, everything he's doing, and everything he will do is recorded in the book, kind of like a secret diary. It's one thing to even have this because it just seems like an easy way for his enemies to know what he's up to, but like, why would he just leave it out in the open? And does he know that they have it now? He doesn't seem to be at all that concerned about it. Okay, our next episode is called Walk This Way. We open with Caleb leading an attack on Cedric and some monsters building a drill or something. Once again, he goes in without the guard. He gets knocked into the water and Cedric blows a horn that basically turns the rebels into zombie slaves. Where has this horn been all this time? I have no idea. Caleb is underwater, so he's unaffected, and he also doesn't know that the horn was blown, so he doesn't get what happened to everyone. Meanwhile on Earth, the girlies are very preoccupied with the school dance when Caleb comes in trying to tell them about what happened to the rebels. Cornelia doesn't seem two-faced because she wants Caleb to ask her. Yanin tells them that the rebels have basically become trans marchers and only the Ancient One knows how to reverse it. Basically, when the horn is blown, their minds become blank until they're given a command by the person who blew it. We also see that Blanc stole the horn. Caleb pulls him away and the horn is left in the trash. While Caleb goes to look for the Ancient One, the Guardians go to deal with the drill. But the trans marchers are made to resist them. They manage to capture one, but there's not really much that they can do for her.
Whatever this is, our powers aren't gonna undo it. Let's go.
Okay, but why does she have to scream like that? Cedric then realizes that the horn, which is called the Horn of Hypnos by the way, has been stolen, and it's really crazy how easily Blanc took it. The Guardians go back to Earth and Helene finds the horn in the trash and blows it. Putting her mouth on something that she found in the trash is just wild. She also accidentally turns her dad into a zombie. She then sees the principal at her restaurant and gives her the horn that's been in the trash and in her mouth so she can donate it to the school band. Caleb goes to the Ancient One and she tells him the melody that will break the spell the trans marchers are under. Blanc then admits that he stole the horn, so now they have to go back to find it. As they try to go back to Earth, Cedric spots them and also crosses through the portal. Meanwhile on Earth, Krusty Martin uses the horn and makes a trans marching band. Cedric attacks Caleb at the city dump where he's looking for the horn, but the Guardians are able to save him. Cedric changes into his human form to find the horn, and we get this line right here.
Lizard boy! What's he doing on this side of the veil?
This is confusing because A, Helen should know by now that he's crossed over before, and B, she just fought him at the dump? Am I confused? Do they not know that Cedric is a bookkeeper, is a lizard monster? Also, since when is Cedric telekinetic? He just floats the horn towards him. He blows the horn and Helen becomes a zombie. Caleb and Blanc pretend to be zombies to blend in with the crowd that Cedric has created. Cedric orders the trans martyrs to destroy the Guardians, and now the girlies are in a difficult position because they can't really hurt people. Unless they could. Could you imagine how wild it would be if Durrani just set them all on fire? What would Cedric do then? Also, why not just blow the horn and have the girlies work for you? Why get non-power people to try and destroy them? I mean, I guess he has Halen, but like, would you not want all the Guardians working for you? Caleb then gets his hand on a guitar that he's never played before and uses his amazing memory of the melody he heard once to play the tune to break the spell. It also makes the horn crumble into pieces and Cedric retreats to Meridian. I didn't mention Matt's band is playing at the dance and he kinda asked Will to go with him. It is cute that they dance together and all, but something about this dancing is kinda hard to watch. In our next episode, The Underwater Mines, we see Caleb and Plunk trying to open Phobos' diary thing.
Book me open! Book me open!
What did he say?
Now this is actually a really important episode for Caleb, which is really weird because I wrote down like 3 notes for it. The worker who made Elion's crown is betrayed by Phobos and sent into the underwater mines where he sees his prisoner. He then breaks his tool on purpose and asks to go back to his shop to get a new one. Turns out this guy is Aldarn's dad, I think. I'm assuming it's his dad. He tells him that Caleb's father is alive and the information is taken to Blanc. Now there is another passing in the mines pretending to be a prisoner, but it's actually a spy for Phobos. He tells Teen Evil that he saw the prisoner break his tool on purpose and they ponder why he'd do that for a brief moment in the village. They figure out that the prisoner recognized Caleb's father and word will travel to Caleb soon that his father's alive. Phobos then gets Elion to open a portal underwater. Finally, Caleb lets the Guardians go with him. They travel through the portal in the water and make it to the mines before putting on disguises. Caleb is easily recognized though. Abel is wrong and the bad guys above ground know that the Guardians and Caleb are in the mines. Cedric then orders them to flood the mines. Are some of his people still inside? Yep. What made you think he cared? The Guardians, Caleb, and the prisoners make it to the guardhouse where they'll be safe from drowning, but the guards are stuck on the outside. But then they're like, but they're people too. This is a noble moment where they let them in, so I'm not going to spoil it by reminding you of when they framed a guard and potentially got him executed. Everyone makes it out alive, and then there's this part in the end where the Guardians speak directly to Phobos, like through his looking stone thing. I didn't know that they could do that, but anyway. The Seal of Phobos is finally found in the next episode. The Seal of Phobos. Caleb's in Meridian trying to figure out what Phobos' plan is for Elion. He's disguised as a monster thing and then reveals himself because Blanc is irritating him. What a great plan. Now the guards are after him. On Earth, a teacher called Mrs. Rudolph asks to speak to Will at her house. No one is weirded out that a teacher asks this of a student, and the other girls join her. When they get there, they learn that this Mrs. Rudolph person, who we've never actually seen before, is actually the nurse who brought Elion to Earth. We then learn that Elion was the one who contacted Mrs. Rudolph and told her to summon Will. She then shows up and tells him to stop trying to get her. It's weird because they haven't actually tried that in a while. Cornelia tries to speak, but Elion decides to poof, vanish. All that power to project yourself on Earth only just to not hear anybody out. Now, because of this message from Elion, where she says she's fine, Yanin's like, I don't know guys, maybe stand back as guardians. And the other girls are like, huh, so the witch thing is over then? What do you mean? You still have not done your jobs. Elliot is not on the throne, Meridian is still in instability, portals still open up, Caleb still needs to constantly be saved. Blanc finds the seal of Phobos in the sewer and thus sets up the portal opening shenanigans that will occur in this episode. Meanwhile, the girlies move on and compete in a roller skating race.
What do you know? Inline cheerleaders.
We're in the race, Uriah.
That's cute. Maybe I'll wait for you at the finish line.
Oh, whatever. You are dead meat, dude.
Yes, pop off to Ronnie. I love to see her in her trash talk era. The ghosts show Will all the portals that have been opened by Blanc unbeknownst to them. She starts closing them, but this is unfortunately when Caleb is trying to escape the guards through the portals. Every time he runs to one, Will closes it up. I want to feel bad for Caleb, but this wouldn't have happened if he'd just taken the girls with him. The girls find Blanc in a dump and try to take the seal away from him, but then it just turns into a black hole kind of. Why it did this now, I don't know. Meanwhile, Caleb is captured, and I'm not saying that I want to see him dead, but Cedric just makes him a worker for some unnecessary mining or construction job. This man is the rebel leader. Kill him while you have the chance. Crush the rebellion. Also, they be whipping people at the camp Caleb is sent to, which is wild for a kid's show. The Seal of Phobos and the Heart of Kandrakar merge as one, and now finally it can close and open portals. Caleb gets the workers to push a boulder to the guards, which isn't that like attempted murder of the guards? The ones we established for people too. The Guardians show up to rescue Caleb.
Lord for Earth. You can open them anywhere? As much as I'd like to get everyone to safety, there's just something about an unfair fight.
Oh, shut up. Anyway, they save the day, everyone's okay. Because the heart can now open things up, they are able to open Phobos' book. They finally learn his plans for Ellen, which is basically to wait for her coronation where her pals will be at their peak, and he'll steal them for himself.
And I will drain them all and leave her withered soul to spend eternity as a black rose.
I don't like the way he said black. In our next episode, Escape from Kavigor, we learn that Elian's parents were in prison together, which is actually kind of sweet of Phobos. Why he kept them alive, again, I don't know. Elian requests to see her parents, and Phobos says he'll have them escorted to her. Caleb finds out where Elian's parents are being held, and real quick, Vatic is no longer working for Phobos. In fact, I'm actually not entirely sure where he is right now. So Caleb has no eyes on the inside. So he just coincidentally finds out where Elian's parents are being held at the same moment that Elian requests to see them. Their plan is to dig up through the infinite city that runs underneath Meridian into the prison Kavigor.
Cornelia, you can't push the rock up into the prison. You've got to lower it quietly.
Hey, I'm blonde, not dense.
I really don't know why this moment was written in. Why is he talking down to her like that? The prison break scene is cool enough, but I'm not gonna get into it all. What I will talk about is Will making like a force field kind of thing. Since when did she have powers? Was this another upgrade from the Seal of Phobos? Elian's parents were kind of given food that contained a hypno potion, so they don't even realize that they're in a prison right now. Caleb is able to smell the poison immediately, but apparently the parents couldn't. Also, before I forget, Irma holds back the guards alone like the baddie that she is. When Elian's parents are saved, they're like, don't let anything happen to Elian, and Caleb's like, yeah, we won't. Besties, hasn't she been kidnapped? In our next episode, Caleb's Challenge, Caleb and the other rebels are trying to steal grain from the castle. He manages to escape, but the others weren't too lucky. On Earth, we finally see Tirani's house as the girls work on a bake sale.
If we have to do it anyway for school, we might as well make a little extra and give it to the rebels.
I get to lick the spoon!
What was that zoom? The rebels are brought to Elion. She then uses mind control to get the rebels on her side by also insinuating that witch was the cause of the famine and the drought that is plaguing the land. You could argue that she doesn't know what she's doing, but I think she does. What, she can't see their eyes glazing over? Elion suggests that they need to sign a treaty between the royals and the rebels. The girls use their powers to beg, and I feel like this just made things complicated for no reason. Caleb then shows up.
What kind of leader am I?
You're a wonderful leader. You don't know how wonderful you are.
Extra food for the Meridianites!
Y'all, this romance ain't it, I'm sorry. They go to Meridian into the rebel hideout where Caleb finds Alderaan with the grain Elion gave him. Now the manipulation thing in this episode doesn't really make much sense to me. At the end, the trance on Alderaan is broken, but either way it wasn't like he was a zombie. I think any decent enough argument could have snapped him out of it. But like, he truly believes Phobos isn't all that bad. But was it not 2 episodes ago that his father, sort of, was betrayed by Phobos and sent to work in a mine? Did he forget that? Him trusting Elion is fine, but Phobos? Let's be for real. He also says something like, we need to sign the peace treaty so that people don't suffer indefinitely. Why are they making it seem like the people of Meridian live tough lives because they're rebels, and not that they're rebels because of the tough lives? Anyway, Alderaan challenges Caleb to a leadership challenge. My eyes rolled at the leadership challenge thing. They would have honestly rolled any kind of challenge. If you've watched my video on Benton Ultimate Alien, I go on a rant about how dumb this narrative device can be, especially if it's over something as serious as the fate of sentient life. Cause why doesn't Caleb just say no? What, is that not allowed? Also, Alien brainwashed like 3 of them, and now all the rebels will just follow this guy? Also, by the way, which left Blanc in charge of breaking on Earth, which is insane, and I don't even want to get into the atrocities that he creates. Which figures out that the location that the rebels were given for the peace treaty ceremony is actually a nesting ground for Larvax eggs, and it was basically a trap. Team Evil gave Alien a different venue so she'll assume the rebels just didn't want peace when they inevitably do not show up. As Alien prepares for the ceremony, she's on some I shouldn't hold a grudge.
I was thinking how wrong it is for me to carry a grudge, especially on this day of peace. I've decided to forgive my old friends.
Did she not just literally hypnotize a man by saying that Witch, her former friends, were going to ruin everything and they somehow caused both a famine and a drought? I didn't cover the leadership challenge because I honestly just didn't care. It really isn't that important and this video is long enough. Aldan snaps out of it, which is all well and good, but I feel like this episode could have worked better without the hypnosis. For one thing, I personally don't feel like it was made clear enough whether or not Elion knew what she was doing. Secondly, it kind of removed a lot of the agency from Aldan and erased what could have been an interesting arc for both him and Caleb. Like, if this truly was a disagreement that started because of doubts that Aldan was having, real doubts, not some random thing brought up by Elion, then Caleb would also be forced to evolve as a leader to figure out how to reassure his people. Here, the leadership challenge feels more like breaking Aldan's spell and proving the royals are evil rather than actually giving that reassurance. Anyway, because Witch figured out the trap, the rebels are safe from the Larvax, but they don't make it to the ceremony.
They're not coming, are they?
It's as I feared. They're simply not to be trusted.
They didn't want peace at all, only to steal your grain.
Huh? Do you really think that they did this all for grain? In the next episode of the Battle of the Meridian Plains, Team Evil put something in the wells so the villagers will have no water. This is to get them to tell Cedric where the rebel hideout is.
Dry up, no!
I won't laugh. The girl's plan is then to destroy the creature that lives in the lake, but it's also like the lake, so that the Meridians will have a different water source. Helen then mentions a weird dream that she has where she was Elion, and Yanan explains to her that the Air Guardian is actually the most spiritual, so her dream might mean something. Also, this is like really nitpicky, but the animators gave us a close-up of Yanan's knitting, and she's literally just touching one needle to the other. There aren't even any stitches on the other needle. Cedric finally finds the entrance to Rebel Hideout in the Infinite City. Bathic then closes the entrance off, but the rebels still need to think of a plan.
We're safe for the moment, but they'll get through eventually. Julian, you're Caleb's father. What would he do?
If that means rushing into a battle with no plan, then yep, he would. And yeah, the rebels basically just attacked the castle because, like, what else could they do? Blanc is written out of most of this episode because he has a cold, and you guys don't understand how much I wish he could just stay sick forever. Also, the mushroom monster thing does actually still have a hand, unless this is a different one. Will stays with Caleb while Itch goes to the lakes to defeat the creature and use their powers to make lightning to basically electrocute it. And yep, the teamwork really popped off here. Itch joins Will at the castle and Elion intervenes. She literally pushes Cornelia into a wall. You gotta love how she has no issue hurting Cornelia. Elion tangles everyone in a bunch of vines, including the guards of her own castle, because remember, she's a little racist. She saw something that looked like them and assumed that they must be evil. My only question is who she thought was fighting for her, because she apprehends the rebels, and she apprehends those fighting against the rebels, so then... But anyway, Caleb and Witch escaped to Earth, and the villagers now have water, but the rebels were captured. But it's okay because our next episode is called The Rebel Rescue, where Caleb goes in to fight the rebels alone.
Why not bring girls?
Rule number 1, when it's extremely risky, don't endanger more people than you have to.
It's literally their job. Will meets Matt and he gives her a pet. It's a rat kind of thing and it's cute enough, but I would literally hate someone if they did this to me. Because firstly, the two of them aren't even officially dating at this point, and a pet is a whole lot of responsibility, but also a rodent. And he was on some, it reminds me of you. Will, are you gonna let him disrespect you like that? Will then also brings the pet home without her mom's permission, which is just wild to me. She does give the pet to Irma since her mom isn't fully on board.
Oh, shouldn't Kayla be back by now?
Oh, Caleb, Matt, can you two talk about anything besides your boyfriends?
Yes, Halen, bring up the Bechdel test. Although to be fair to Cornelia, Caleb has gone on a dangerous mission and it is taking longer than he said it would. The rescue mission doesn't go as planned and Blanc and Caleb run away from Cedric, but Blanc doesn't make it through. And now Caleb is like, oh my gosh, I need to get the guardians, we need to go save Blanc.
What happened to my friend?
Caleb called Blanc friend! Caleb liked Blanc!
Like is such a strong word.
I thought he couldn't stand Blanc.
Must be a guy thing.
I can't lie though, it's kind of cute how you have Blanc. Anyway, they're attacked by these scorpion things and trying to get stung, putting in a 24-hour sleep. I know they didn't just bench my girl like that. A wounded guard begs for the guards to take him with them, saying that Phobos' treatment of wounded guards is actually worse than the wound itself. Caleb goes back to prison and the Guardians take the guard and Tarani to Earth.
How badly injured is he?
Oh, I have first aid training in case of cheerleading accidents.
Okay, Corny, he was hit by a spike, not a pom-pom.
This is funny and all, but cheerleading accidents would most likely involve broken bones and fractures. What do you mean, pom-pom? Have you seen what they do? The girls try their best to hide the guard from Will's mother. He ate all the rodent food Matt gave Will, so Tarani lies that she was the one who ate it, and Will's mom gets over that like really quickly. The guard, Tyrannus by the way, after spending a couple of hours in one house on Earth, decides that Earth isn't as bad as he was told it would be by Phobos, and now he's like, I want to join your cause. I'll help you get into the castle. Wait, why you kinda... Let me stop. Tyrannus keeps his word and they're able to get to the prisoners.
Father! My father!
Unfortunately, everyone's favorite character, Elyon, shows up, but it's okay because this was kind of part of the plan. This is Witch, without the T. MVP Tarani is actually helping prisoners escape while the rest distract Elyon and Phobos. One thing about the Guardians and Caleb, any plan they have will employ distraction.
Why do you have to spoil my happiness? Why can't you leave me alone?
Babes, no one was here for you. You literally had a bunch of people locked up in the previous episode, specifically rebels leading a resistance against the monarchy. Did you really think that would have no effect? They finally managed to bring the rebels to Earth safely. Will and Matt kiss for the first time, which was cute, but then we get this heart ending that felt a little goofy to me. In our next episode of The Stolen Heart, Team Evil is tearing apart the ancient city. Cedric makes a reference to the mage, who I think is supposed to be the ancient one, and I think she kills all the guards who were sent looking for her. I don't know. What is cool is that some of the guards are starting to feel that maybe they're on the wrong side. Maybe Phobos is full of lies. Also, in the previous episode, Helen made it sound as if the rebel army was only temporarily hiding on Earth, but that they'd soon return to Meridian to the Infinite City. But now the Infinite City is overrun with Team Evil, so like, where exactly is the rebel army? On Meridian, Elian enters a room in the castle and sees these creatures and gets scared. Yet another moment of racism. On Earth, Will and Caleb are walking, and Caleb mentions that they're being followed, presumably by Matt. They're super chill about it though. So chill that they split off to go their separate ways. With Will walking alone, she starts to get a little bit more nervous and takes out the heart in the middle of nowhere, just out there in the open. The other passing then steals it, and Will goes around saying that Blanc stole the heart from her. Will's also kind of racist. What, do they all look the same? Well, now I guess he knows how it feels.
All big blue things look same.
Also in this episode, Cornelia gets on Irma's case a lot for her use of humor in serious situations, and obviously I am Irma's biggest fan, so I have a bias, but it really wasn't fair just because I feel like they all kind of make jokes. Cornelia sometimes dismisses anything that doesn't fit with what she's worried about that day, and the way she comes after Irma is just downright rude.
I don't know. Does that sound like Blanc to you guys?
He's a sneaky smuggler. What about it doesn't sound like him to you? What, no stolen crystal jokes, Irma?
The girls enter a portal with Matt still watching them and try to follow who they think is Blanc, but it's actually the other passing whose name I could not care less about.
How can creatures like that even exist in a peaceful kingdom like this?
Hey, even on a picnic there's wasps and things, right?
Did Elia not see the orc guard things? Also, respectfully, what she basically just said was, this world is so beautiful, why are some uggos coming in and ruining it? Mind you, most of the creatures that she saw didn't actually do anything to her. They were just there. She then starts asking Miranda why there are no other girls in the castle, but there are. We saw them. Matt decides to follow Will through the portal, and this would have been cool enough if he hadn't run through screaming. Like, it's giving walking ick. He needs to rest and they decide to just keep moving because it's too late to turn back and take him to Earth. They are, however, then confronted by some polar bear creatures.
I suggest we stay real close together.
We're about to be bear food, and you're joking about staying warm?
I'm gonna smack Cornelia. They manage to escape the bears and Blanc confronts Jake. That's the other passing's name, by the way, I had to look it up. They get the heart back and transform, and I feel like for this episode it would have been funnier if instead of watching their transformation, we just see Matt looking up and watching them with the most confused expression on his face. Cedric grabs Matt and returns the heart in return, so Will's like, okay, bet. And then Miss Main Character duplicates herself because apparently she can just do that now. Irma and Helen then basically freeze the bad guys, and now Matt knows their secrets. I would rant about how he could have just given Will her space and that it wasn't in his place to stalk her, but that would actually require me to care enough about Matt. In case it's not obvious right now, I don't.
So Cornelia, since she saved our lives with that jumping up and down idea, are you gonna lay off Irma about never saying anything useful?
Cornelia's face say, don't push luck, girlie.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just laugh it up how rude Cornelia was to Irma in this episode and how no one really called her out on it. Okay, we have made it to the season 1 finale, the final battle. We learned that the rebels are hiding out in the forest, but they need to keep moving. I don't know why they couldn't have stayed on Earth while they waited for the attack. It was only like 2 days. The Guardians plans to make 2 portals, one that will lead the rebels from Meridian into Earth, and the other that will lead them from Earth right to the castle. This will allow them to move without having to cross over a vast bit of land where they could easily be caught. Now, Phobos has been having monologue after monologue about how he has to wait for Elion's powers to get their peak so he can steal them, or else he'll get nothing from them. And now he's like, let's move it up, just in case the rebels try something. He then traps Elion on her throne with vines, and Cedric sheds his human skin one last time. Now, one thing about Miss Elion, she's gonna scream, and it's gonna be annoying. Please understand that there are so many more screams that I could not include, but had to sit through for the purpose of this video. Does her voice actress do that scream each time, or do they use a pre-recorded scream? Cornelia has a bad feeling that Elion is in danger, but Caleb is like, the attack isn't until tomorrow. Matt also eavesdrops on this, which is so annoying. This man pisses me off. In a nice full circle moment, Will trusts Cornelia and sides with her, so they move up the attack on the castle. Back on Meridian, Elion's fantasy is crumbling, and I feel bad for her. I do. But do we think that she maybe deserved it? Okay. Elion asks Miranda for help, and the girl's like, hey bestie, wanna know what I really look like? She's transformed on the show before, but I was saving it for now to talk about it.
I am so sorry.
This is horrifying. The resistance is ready, and we get the quintessential badass hero walk moment. Meanwhile, the castle guards continue to talk about betraying Phobos. The rebels pass through the portals, and Halen gives Caleb and Cornelia some privacy. I don't really know what that bow she did was. Caleb and Corny kiss for the first time. I personally don't know if this was the best moment, but fine, cute enough. This was better than a love triangle. Many of the guards, including Tyrannus, join the rebels as they move into the tunnels underneath the castle. Matt, being the unserious man he is, jumps into the portal, unarmed, unskilled, and unimportant. The battle begins, and Witch learns that the coronation is being held early.
How can I help?
What are you talking about? Hey, what are you doing here? You're just a kid.
So are you.
I'm so tired of Matt. He hasn't even had that much screen time in this show, and he's really making up for lost time he could have spent pissing me off. They make it to Elion, and Cornelia frees has the rest face off against Phobos, but they're not strong enough to defeat him. Phobos, mad at his boyfriend, turns Cedric into a small lizard. He starts to take the heart from Will, and unserious Matt runs in and literally helps no one. Elion then shows up, and Phobos becomes like a dragon, or like 4, I guess. Just go with it.
It won't work, Phobos. The ancient emperor's 4 dragons were good.
How he was all 4 dragons, I don't really know. Anyway, the girlies plus Elion defeat Phobos. I guess you could call them Ewitch or Witek or Weech. We can figure that out later. He's then locked in this cage prison kind of thing. Now that there's the right ruler on the throne, the sun comes out because obviously you can't have a bad leader and good weather. In the final moments of the episode, we see the Ancient One. She goes to the prison where Phobos, small Cedric, and some other guards are being held. It was kind of unfair that the guards get punished too. They didn't exactly do all the evil.
So, now it all begins.
Okay. Whatever that means.
We'll worry about that later, because this is where season 1 ends. So let's talk about it. Guys, how are you feeling? Me personally, from an enjoyment point of view, I ate this show up. But like when I had to write notes and explain it, this season became a slight pain. Only in terms of the magic system, really. Okay, and manufactured beef, but that's it. Also, just like everything about Elion. You know what? Let's just get into it. I feel like Phobos' powers weren't really explained that well, and while he and Cedric served as decent villains for the season, watching all the episodes back to back exposed their incompetence and lack of focus. I also feel that a lot of magical fantasy shows will have the disadvantage of like introducing something that's too powerful and then needing to explain why it's destroyed or like how it disappears or something. For me, it's Phobos' powers, but like specifically the Looking Stone. Like I said, he doesn't really make good enough use of it. And instead of the writers giving us the reason he doesn't actually use it to do anything helpful, they just don't address the issue. But yeah, decent villains, and they were truly iconic and memorable. Which worked out their differences, so I'm not going to get on their case too much. But just to say once more how irritating it was to watch tensions rise so quickly and so unnaturally, it was something that they shouldn't have really disagreed on. Had the writing and character motivation been given a little bit more attention, the writers could have still given us the rift in the group about Elion without it feeling so forced. Speaking of Elion, I know what you're going to say. Calm down, she's just a child. And I get it, I do. But you know, I was once 12 too. About years ago, and I can assure you that I would not have been as dumb as her. You're gonna be like, oh, you don't know that for sure. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Do you know why? Because I wouldn't trust some crusty, weird stranger I met at a bookshop over my own friends and the people who raised me. Now, people are probably going to come for me over the stone of the free and the amalgamation spell. But as I mentioned before, the audience wasn't given a clear enough understanding of what was the spell and what was Cedric's manipulation. We never see her try to resist Cedric, but her resistance is weakened. After they get Elion, it felt like the show was suffering from the large quantity of its episodes because they obviously had to wait until the end to have the final battle. So in the meantime, Team Evil just kind of flaps about. Let's finally talk about Elion as a queen. Her decision-making skills are terrible. She's really naive, but that's stuff that she can grow out of. One thing she doesn't really confront is her racism. Now, you might not like me using that word, but I really don't know what else to call it when someone doesn't look like you want them to, and you assume that they're evil. Okay, yes, a lot of them were evil, but not really because of what they look like. They just so happen to be evil monsters. Anyway, I think I've ranted about this season enough, so let's move on. Okay, so I asked my sister to join me to rank some of the guys in the series. She knows the show vaguely, but not that well, so I'm going to show her characters with no context and have her rank them based on appearance. When she reviews her ranking, I will give her a score I made on how evil the character is.
Anyway, so thank you for joining me. I know that your schedule is just so busy between scrolling on Instagram. Okay,
well, yeah, Mom, I've got exams coming up.
And yet you're no study. You've been saying that you're gonna ask me those maths questions.
Mom, but who is it that hasn't been listening, bro? Like, you're actually just pissing me off now.
Okay, anyway, let's just. My video is gonna be really, really long, so we need to keep this section very short.
You're the one who talks a lot.
That's rude. Don't make it seem like I'm old.
You
I'm
are.
Gen Alpha.
You're Gen
That's
X.
so rude.
Ancient.
That's not very kind.
Boomer.
So here's how it's gonna work. I have pictures of 14 males from I mean, they're not all men. Some of them are like
Males.
young. I mean, not all of them are humans. Like, I just said males because I feel like saying men.
Like females.
No, because I'm saying boys. Like, some of them are grown, but then saying men, some of them aren't grown. So I'm gonna go through this with you. You're gonna tell me. I'm gonna help you rank.
No, you're not gonna help me.
I'm gonna be writing the list. So you're gonna say I'm gonna say this or that, basically. Don't annoy me. Do you have ADHD of the body? I know Gen Alpha really struggled.
Bro, actually just stop it now. Like, actually making me mad, bro.
Okay, you're not Gen Alpha. It's a joke. I want the record to show that it's a joke, but it's a really,
It's a
really
joke.
funny joke.
It's not funny. Is she laughing at this? Is she in on the joke? Is she in on the joke?
But respectfully, though, you might actually be Gen Z because what is your attention span? I haven't even finished explaining the rules of what we're doing here. Okay, so I'm gonna go through. You're gonna be playing this or that, basically. But I've also assigned a score to each character based
why?
on how. Okay.
How? What and why is the big five? Can you cut out anything that you don't know?
Okay, thank you. The score is based on how evil they are. So
Okay.
the higher their number is, the more evil they are. So the lowest number is 0, the highest number is 13.
Why 13, bro?
Because there's 14 people. Caleb. Not the style. Okay, Caleb or Nigel.
Caleb.
I hate that you like him because I actually can't stand him, but anyway. All done. That's not very.
I don't know, like, I'm so mature.
Phobos. Stop knowing. Okay.
I remember his face.
Phobos or Caleb. Let's go. It's not there.
Wait, is this the same one that I saw?
Later on, yeah.
In this picture, okay, if I'm not going off from
Other
that
things,
episode,
yeah.
I'll go with Caleb.
Caleb, I'll be quiet.
From this picture, Ma, from this
Okay.
picture.
Then him or Andrew.
What's his name? Phobos.
Yeah, okay.
I don't like that name. Isn't that a slur?
In what language? Okay. Martin.
Ooh. You can put him below everyone else, bro. Like, I've already decided. That's a child.
Okay, they're all children.
Yeah, but he looks 6.
Oh, this is a bad picture of him. This is Peter. It's Tony's brother. We haven't actually seen him in the show yet.
Him or Caleb? He's fine.
Give me an answer though.
I'll go with him.
Him, okay. No, okay.
You can put him above the child.
This is the Oracle. Listen, we haven't seen him in the
No.
show yet. He looks better than I couldn't find a picture.
You're 19?
You look older. Listen, he's a good man. A good man, Makia. He's just in a bad state. Like, there's no good pictures of him.
Okay, well,
But he's
tough.
fine.
If
Okay.
they're not good pictures, he's just ugly.
You're gonna say that? Are you gonna say that?
Top of the list. Okay.
Word.
No.
Okay.
He's mid. You really made him sound like I'll be.
It's the vibe he gives off.
Okay, well,
okay?
I'm off.
Because I don't know how to rank him.
Girl, please get out of my
Okay.
head.
Him or or Andrew.
Him.
I can live with that. Julian.
Did I see him remind you of one of the swamp people? The main swamp
That's
person.
very rude. That's extremely rude.
What do you mean? Do you know who I'm talking about?
From Avatar. I know. I always know what you're talking about. Okay, this one I knew that this is not the best picture, so I also have this one.
Same thing.
Okay. Him or Mr. Collins?
Him.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
This crusty rat looking. Oh, be quiet.
Why are you hyping him up then?
I'm not.
You are.
I'm trying to be fair because I don't like him. He constantly looks homeless. And it's fine because when they
So
find
then
him...
when I say he looks like a swamp person.
It's because when they found him, he was kind of like in a prison. And I was like, well, yeah, you know, you couldn't do that. But when he comes out, I'm like, Quenny, you couldn't find a razor. You couldn't comb your beard. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy.
What's wrong with big beards?
What's right with them? The thing with beards is that they're not bad. It's just that I don't know if I can trust that people are actually washing their beards.
Yeah.
Which is like, then it gets a bit dirty. So I'm not saying that people who have beards are dirty. I'm just saying
that
I know too many who are dirty.
Yeah.
The well-groomed man.
Fine, go with the white man.
No. They're both white. So annoying. I'm just pretty high on your list.
Who's Andrew? That one. Take a step back. But I didn't have my glasses on.
Cedric.
Ooh.
Ooh, no, like bad.
Yeah, ooh, no.
You want to see his other form?
Okay. Like, he has bigger boobs than me, bro. Like,
Please. So Cedric, where's he ranking?
Honestly, at the bottom.
At the bottom of everything.
Yeah. Wait, actually,
But he belongs. What's that?
Oh, okay, that's a pass, bro. Like a hard pass.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
I like this game. This is fun. Okay. And watch your breath. Right.
Get me those
This
comments.
is Eric.
No, let's just say no. No.
No, he's not about Phobos. No, he's not about Phobos.
No. I just said no, bro.
Oh my gosh, we're done.
Yeah.
There's 14.
Girl, it's been nice getting to know you.
Excuse you, you're not done.
Oh.
You haven't read your ranking. You're gonna get a score based on
how freaky I am.
Can I speak? You're basically the difference. So where do you rank them, for example?
No, surely you should add them all up.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
No.
Listen to me.
No.
No.
No, because you're saying that the highest thing that you can. No, you're on track. Miss Maths major.
So I'm saying it's in your best interest
to score
rank
low.
the evil. Yes. So to rank the evil people, they should have been ranked lower. Because
it's a little bit scary.
If you've matched it, it's gonna be 0, so it's not gonna add up anyway. But if you rank the person higher than their evil score, don't roll your eyes at me. If you rank them higher than your evil score, your score is going to be added. It's gonna become more. If you rank them lower than their evil score, I'm gonna subtract points.
No.
So actually, the lower it says. Stop saying I'm wrong. So I'll work it out later because I'm not doing the maths right now.
The lower that I am,
the better you are.
The good.
Yes, the good. Okay. Him or him? Just tell me.
Him, Jim. Him. Let's look at this guy. This man looks like a Christian, like a Mormon. So
I hate that I kind of see you, but no, you need to see the vibe.
Okay, yeah. Don't zoom in. Let's go with that guy first.
This guy.
Yeah.
You know he's saying in this picture. Can I tell you what he's saying in this picture?
What's he saying?
I think his mouth's just open. He didn't say anything.
It's giving you sleeping.
At number 14, you put Cedric.
Yeah, and he's the most evil.
Then at number 13, you put Will's dad. So I ranked him. I gave him an evil score of 10 out of 13, just because I think he's kind of a deadbeat. So then you put Martin at number 11, which his score was also 11. Okay,
Show me Martin. Oh, the child. The child.
He's not a child. He's their age.
How's he 11? He's more evil than the deadbeat father.
Yes.
How?
Yes. He's actually just the third most evil person.
Really?
Right underneath the villains. Anyway, so then you put Aldan at number 10.
Is he good?
He's His score is a 4. He's pretty high. Like he's not that evil.
That evil.
Then you put the Oracle on mine. The Oracle is actually a 2. Then you put Nigel at number 8. Your score and my score are the same, so it cancels out.
No, I
Two
ranked him
scores.
9. I ranked him 8, and he's 8 on yours as well.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's what I just said. At number 8, you put Andrew, which is a 7. Andrew on my list is a 3. He's actually a pretty decent dude. Then you put Mr. Collins.
Bad.
You put Dean Collins at number 7.
The Mormon. What more?
Stop calling him a Mormon. He's like my favorite character.
Well, now he's not.
Anyway, so my score that I gave him was a 1, which literally means that he was like one step away from just being the best character. I feel like I was supposed to make you guess what they were supposed to be at.
What, my score?
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway.
Okay, I can still guess.
You can guess from here, okay. You ran to Julian at number 6.
Okay, I think you put him at a...
So your evil score, for reference, would be a 5 by that rate. So what would my evil score be?
Why are you making me do algebra?
Okay, fine. Let's do it. Algebra. What do you think my score would be?
My evil score was 8.
No, it's 5. I don't know where you got 8 from.
So
it's
yours-
okay. Just talk about the evil score. Okay, out of 13, how evil do you think he is in my
I think
head?
you put him at a 7. No. Yeah.
You're a witch.
What can I say? What can I
What
say?
can I say? Anyway, it actually, here's a 7. Okay, I don't like that. At number 5, you put Matt. What do you think his evil score is for me?
A 5 or 2.
Matt? Look at Matt is a 6. He annoys me. Also,
Well,
he
I said
does.
5 at first, bro. And then you
Did,
looked at me
did I
like,
hear you say 5?
yeah.
I think you said 2.
I said 5 first.
I don't think it was here. I think I went somewhere. Number 4, you said Eric. What do you think his evil score is?
A 2. Oh, what? No, you've already had 1. 9?
You went from 2 to 1 to 9.
Yeah, because I was like...
He's 0.
Oh.
If you had listened, you know that's an option. So yes, he's the nicest character on the show, the least evil character. Okay, at number 3, you put Phobos. Guess what his evil score is?
12.
Yeah.
Isn't he a child?
That's really weird. I don't know. No one knows how old he is.
He just likes to hang around the kids. It's giving old kid.
Stop. He doesn't hang out with the kids. He's a bad guy. Okay, at number 2, you put Caleb, which that's a very good picture of him. I can't lie. Guess what his evil score is?
But this is some sort of pseudoscience, bro. Like, how am I? I was ranking their looks.
Yeah, but I'm asking to guess what the evil score is because I'm ranking by evil because I can't really rank by looks because half of them are like half my age. So you rank Caleb as what number 2? Just hold on.
Okay.
Guess what his evil score is?
He is a 2. 6.
Why do you keep jumping like that? No, he's higher.
Higher than 6?
Yes.
7.
No.
8. 9.
He's a 9. You can't just count, fam. He's just annoying. He made the show so tedious to watch. Can we get to number 1? Sorry, Jennifer needs to know how to focus.
So annoying, bro. Like, actually,
Okay. And finally, at number 1, you put Pisa, and I see it. Guess what his evil score is?
Hey, is he high?
He's kind of in the middle, I feel.
Okay, 6.
Close. He's a 5. Gen Alpha doesn't know how to pay attention. Doesn't know how to end things.
We're not done.
We are.
Which?
Makia, we've gone to the number 1.
There's Irma. W.I.T.
I said her name how many times in this recording?
Cornelia.
No, with a T. What's wrong with
silent.
Yes.
I don't know, mate.
Tarani.
Who's that? The black
The
one?
Makia. Yes.
Okay. Then there's Cornelia.
Yes.
Then there's Herma.
No. No.
Wait, how do you spell witch? Oh, this is we're on the H now.
Yes. It's Herma.
He, her, is it a her?
Hey.
Yes, I know. Hannah.
Hey.
Haylin.
Yes.
Anyway, it's been nice talking to you. I'm gonna go back to my house now and Please, like you could afford one. Sorry, it does not look good. Makia, thank you for coming. I am very hungry, I'm very tired, and it's been real. Thanks for having me. Okay, bye-bye. Bye.
If you like this segment and you want to hear the uncut version, or if you want to hear more of my sister me being idiots, you can head over to our podcast on Spotify called The Squirrel and the Rat, linked in the description. So every episode in season 2 is titled with the same format. A is for anonymous, B is for betrayal, and so on and so forth until we get to the letter Z. I appreciate this because it makes use of the fact that the alphabet has 26 letters, just as season 2 has 26 episodes. We see the mage in the prison in the Infinite City where there is a guard change. They mention that her magic is what helped defeat Phobos, which is confusing because I don't remember her being there in the battle of the finale, but anyway, she leaves. Miranda is also in this prison, and she tries to trick the guards to let her out, but obviously no one's buying it.
You fool no one, monster.
Oh, please, Miranda. Everyone knows you're a shapeshifter. You're only embarrassing yourself.
Embarrassing yourself is something you know all about, eh, folks?
Ugh, I wish they could have let this guard finish his singer, but they are interrupted by this weird old lady. We then get new visuals in the theme song, and let me tell you when I say I'm eating it up. I don't know why, but I did not like the other version of the theme song. I would always skip it. This one sounds so much clearer and just looks so much better. There's this one part in the first intro when they're all running, and I'm sorry, I hated looking at it, and I would always skip it for that reason. Anyway, we resume this episode to find this old lady using her powers to fight against the guard that she calls Quintessence. I wonder what that's about. Funny enough, this sorceress lets Miranda out, but not Phobos.
Where are you going? Miranda, I demand you release me at once.
Oh, Master, I would try, but I might embarrass myself.
Pop off, Miranda. You still creepy though. Despite W.I.T.C.H's efforts, the mysterious sorceress and Miranda escape. At Elion's coronation, Cho from the kitchen is introduced to Elion and gives Elion a necklace her mother used to wear and says it's all she asks of Elion as a gift. Stand up, Trill. You could ask for gold or a better outfit. Anyway, Elion's parents are there, but they're in their human form. I have to wonder why. We see the sorceress talking to a monster in the dungeons, convincing it to join her side. What's crazy is that this is actually the monster from that one episode in season 1, who's called Gargoyle, and it did lose its hand. She makes what I thought would be a hand for the creature, but it's actually more of a club. So it still has a stump and no hand, but I guess it's just longer now. Meanwhile, Caleb and Cornelia break up what was a 5-minute relationship based on staring and no chemistry. Caleb said there's still some of Phobos' minions at large, so he has to stay on Meridian to protect Elion. Cornelia's like, wow, you're choosing Meridian over me. I mean, he's choosing Elion, but that's not really important. Obviously, Cornelia is being very self-obsessed here, but like, isn't she always? In her defense though, Meridian has always been in some level of instability or risk of threat, and Caleb just spent the first season hip-hopping between two worlds, so it's strange that he's not doing that now. Also, the man is 15, and there are other guards on Elion's side, more than in season 1, mind you, so I don't think he needs to act like he's single-handedly protecting Elion. Cornelia acts like she doesn't care, and the other girls head back to Earth. As they go through the portal, we see Tarani start to feel a little bit insignificant without being in her guardian form. The next day, Tarani walks to school and notices a man following her. When she reaches school, he simply turns and walks away.
Tense much?
Hey, Lynn, Irma, thank goodness. I think someone was following me to school.
Did it have those bony horn thing legs or a tail?
No, it was a guy. Or he looked like a guy, anyway.
Well, where is he now?
He kept walking.
All right, so let me get this straight. A guy was walking behind you, and then he kept walking.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah. Terrifying. And I'm not even being sarcastic here. On Meridian, the tracker is now also recruited by the sorceress before Caleb and the other guards can find her. She's just going to go through the rest of this episode visiting foes that Witch faced off against in the first season, including the guard that the Guardians framed. That wasn't a one-off throwaway moment. This season is off to an amazing start. Tarani's arc is interesting here, but I feel like it doesn't really make much sense in the context of what we see when Tarani leaves Meridian. She's afraid of falling into obscurity and anonymity when she's on a guardian. We're gonna remove the guy following her from this arc because I feel like it's not really fitting in well. I don't know if it's meant to be like part of her arc here. At school, Tarani tries to act out so that she can be more than good girl Tarani, but because of her reputation, she doesn't get any punishments and most teachers let it slide. But like her being the good girl and having that reputation implies that she's well known at school and not anonymous. It would have made more sense if Tarani isn't getting in trouble in this episode because the teachers can't remember who she is or something like that. Listen, okay? This season is good. I can tell you that for sure. But it does fall into the trap of like trying to force parallels between characters that don't really exist and sometimes changing a character's personality and or motivations to serve the episode's theme. It turns out the man is actually a monster from Meridian called Frost. It was a missed opportunity to see how Witch could have dealt with him if he was a human man just being a creep, since yes, he would be weaker than a Meridian monster, but they can't exactly use their powers against him since he's human, even though he would have deserved it. Frost tells Tarani that he has the other girls minus Will. He tells her to bring Will to him, but not to tell her what's happening or else he'll kill them or something. It seems like Tarani's going through with the plan, but she obviously told Will on the way there. Why wouldn't she? Frost has only been in this episode that I can remember, and he's already taken Phobos' crown for incompetent villain. The Guardians unite, and guys, we have a new transformation. Listen to this. Yes! Will finally says the heart coherently, and the music doesn't actually sound like a cat playing a broken guitar in a washing machine. They fight Frost and almost defeat him, but a portal opens up and he escapes. While I did say that Tarani's motivations aren't executed well in this episode, I do think that Tarani's fear of anonymity actually does make sense. Wow, wait, do I like this episode? Do I like Witch now? The sorceress finally reveals herself to be called Nerissa, and she's gathered all these villains together to be her Knights of Vengeance.
So that's it? What, we some kind of suicide squad?
Let's quickly talk about the Knights of Vengeance. We've got Nerissa, their leader, motivation still unknown, Wraithor, the Frame Guard, Frost the Hunter, and the rhino he rides called Crimson. Apparently he was in season 1. I do not remember this man. We have Gargoyle, the mushroom monster amputee, although now that I think about it, I have no idea why I call it a mushroom monster. I mean, the name kind of sticks now, but yeah, it doesn't look like a mushroom, does it? We also have Miranda, the creepy girl, Sandbit, who's basically just a quicksand from that episode with the creepy children, but Nerissa kind of brought him to life, I guess. And finally, we have the Tracker and the Sniffer, who I've talked about already. In the next episode, Beast for Betrayal, the new Team Evil is having a fight about who the leader's gonna be.
And it will be Frost. Look at you, Wraithor. Barely half the man you used to be. Which would still make me twice the soldier you'll ever be.
Am I the only one feeling the chemistry in the room right now? Are they going to be our new Cedric and Phobos? Also, I don't know why they're fighting over who's going to be the leader, as if Nerissa isn't the one who brought them all together. On Earth, we meet Tarani's older brother Peter, who's finer than life. I think Cornelia tries to flirt with him, and he's understandably a little bit uncomfortable by it. The Greys are summoned along with Elion, Blanc, and Caleb, and the Ancient One. This is the Council of Kandrakar or something like that. They meet the Oracle, and let me say, smash! Rant is fine.
Oracle, we are honored to...
My dear Oracle.
That's Tibor. Cute one's the Oracle.
Right.
Yanan gets it. Basically, the Oracle explains that since Phobos has been defeated, the veil is now lowered. Here they said the veil was created to stop Phobos' magic from spreading to the other worlds, and has therefore only technically existed for 13 years. This is slightly confusing because Yan Lin used to be a guardian over 13 years ago, but I think this season is going for a more coherent approach to the magic system, so let's make sense of this by saying that before Witch, the guardians protected the different worlds, and in season 1, Witch's main goal was to guard the veil and stop Meridian's ego from spreading to other worlds. On Meridian, we see some of the gods who used to work with Phobos helping to rebuild the city when the Knights of Vengeance attack. I will say the only one I get here is the god who was framed, Wraithor. I get it. Anyone else? Nope. You have no reason to be that mad about the city being rebuilt. With the veil lowered, portals won't open randomly anymore, but the maid shows Will how to use the heart to create a fold in space that can serve as a portal. They go to Meridian where they learn that the Knights of Vengeance are going after the guard that sided with the rebellion. Bathic knows he'll be the next target. He goes to fight alone, but when the Knights all get the jump on him, the Guardians and Caleb reveal that they were there the whole time. During the fight between the Knights and the Guardians plus Caleb and Bathic, Cornelia's powers get out of control. At first, I thought this was because of her fight with Caleb, so I was about to rant about it, but I don't think that that's the case. The Knights then escape with Bathic. Back at the council, Blanc had been smuggling goods, but now he can't smell a portal to get out. The Oracle tells him he won't let him sell what he's stolen, but he'll give him a gift. The Tooth of the Tongue, which is basically a creature that could traverse dimensions. The Oracle gives this to Blanc since he can sense that the Guardians need his help. Blanc gets all emotional about being given a gift, and I wanted to feel like he deserved the gift after all he did in season 1. But like, do you guys not care that he was just trying to steal from you? There's an argument with Halen and Irma saying that Cornelia's powers were messed up because of her beef with Caleb.
My powers are amped up. Whatever I tried came out huge.
Oh, like your ego.
Blanc shows up and helps the girls and Caleb. Guys, I'm so tired of saying and Caleb. I'm just gonna say the girls or the Guardians. If you see Caleb there, it means I meant he's included. If you don't, I didn't. Anyway, Blanc helps the girls track the Knights of Vengeance, and they have a fight, but the girls really do pop off. Caleb puts a sniffer's leash on Frost's rhino. I won't talk about the manner in which he did it because it looked really goofy, and I don't want to make fun of him when I'm actually trying to compliment his skills. The animation of the water has also gotten an upgrade. Tarani fights against the tracker, but they soon realize that it was a trap as Miranda uses her webs to try and seal him in the cave. Now, while we will find out why Corny's powers are on the fritz, and I'm grateful that it's not all to do with Caleb, I'm not in love with how she needs his support to basically be able to create a giant flower to accept them all free. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world or anything, I'm just not really that obsessed with it. The Knights, though, escape.
Thanks. Sorry the Knights got away.
No fear. Their days on Meridian are numbered.
Ugh, Meridian. Everything always has to be about Meridian with you.
Okay, Cornelia, I hate to take Caleb's side, but you do have to calm down a bit. Will folds him back to Earth, but he accidentally goes to the park where Peter and his friends happen to be playing. She transforms him back before anyone else sees, but while Cornelia's outfit changes, her body does not transform as well. Peter then immediately becomes smitten, and Tarani says that Cornelia is her older sister Lillian. She eventually changes back though. In the final moments of this episode in the council, the Oracle is like, I foresee interesting moments ahead. Bestie, can you see the future? And if you can, could you spill the tea, please and thank you? Also, wait, let's talk about the Council of Kandrakar. We have the Oracle, who, after a peruse of the Witch Wiki, I found is supposed to be like a god, ? And his name is Himmerish. We're just gonna keep calling him the Oracle, though. There's also Tibor, but he's not really that important. Sorry, Tibor. Maybe become friends with Alchemy. Yanlin's in there technically, but we already know her. There's Luba, the girlie with the whiskers who takes care of the girlies' orams, which are basically the stones that control their powers. There's the mage or the ancient one. We know her. And finally, there's Helena, who we'll later learn is a former guardian like Yanlin. In the next episode, Seeds for Changes, Nerissa is lecturing the knights about being defeated and sulking about it. She asks who else they want to get vengeance against, and Miranda says Elion. Nerissa's like, Bestie, you couldn't get the palace guards. You're not going for the queen. My question is, why does Miranda hate Elion so much? Like, if she hadn't pretended to be her friend, Elion really wouldn't have cared about her. Miranda also doesn't seem too fond of Phobos, so like, why did she side with him during the final battle? Nerissa sends Miranda and Sandpit to Earth. Also, we see that one of Nerissa's hands appears to be mechanical. Now, if this is the episode that I think it is, it's a really fun one. On Earth, Will has a history test that she obviously hasn't studied for. Funny enough, a calculator starts talking to Will. She talks back and Mr. Collins is like, yeah, go to the principal's office. He'd said before that any talking is considered cheating. At the office, Will thinks that the clock is talking to her. Before she can investigate, a new girl, Melinda, starts talking to her. Alchemy then leaves the principal's office explaining that she convinced the school to do something about Elion being gone for so long. Wow! Look at how much Alchemy cares about Elion. Meanwhile, the girl hasn't even said Alchemy's name since she went to Meridian. Anyway, now the police are on the case. On Meridian, Elion, Blanc, and Caleb are struggling to pay attention. Elion then says she's become a queen, so now she's missing being a princess. I told you guys she wouldn't make a good queen. On Earth, Will finds out that all devices, battery-powered or electric, can talk to her, and only the other guardians can hear them. Will's mom comes in and grounds in front of her friends, and they have yet another argument. In Irma's house, her dad gets upset with her for not telling her that Elion has been missing for so long. Now, I don't know why her father's out here interrogating her. If someone at my school stops coming to school but no one says anything about death or like a missing person's case, then I would just assume that she moved or something. If anything, it would have looked suspicious if Irma went to her dad, a cop, because Elion missed school. If your kid's friend misses a couple of days of school and they run to you thinking that the friend's been kidnapped or murdered, would you not question what made them think that? Like why their brain skipped over vacation, family emergency, or sick, and went straight to victim of a violent crime? Irma thinks in her head that she wants her dad to go pick on Chris instead, and lo and behold, her dad gets up and goes to Chris's room.
Right now, I need to have a word with Chris.
Was that? Did I? Can I? Hey, I'm actually speechless.
Changes really are here. Will almost throws out her calculator in a fit of rage and he has to beg for his life. This could count as attempted murder or threat of murder. Either way, Miranda and Sandpit steal the calculator. At school, the girlies are all taken to the principal's office.
Have they read you your rights?
Shush!
The girls are then questioned by the police without their parents or a lawyer present. They didn't have time to get their stories straight, so they all end up saying Elion went to different places. When they lied to the school in the previous season, it didn't really seem like they told them where Elion went, just that she went on vacation. So why are they naming locations now? The less you say, the better. Melinda goes to the cops and says that W.I.T.C.H were only pretending to be Elion's friends, but they actually hated her. She says that she's afraid of them, but she actually doesn't list the girls by name. She just says those 5 main girls. She also says how she saw Elion walking home with the girls and that they said they had a surprise for her in the basement. Now, Melinda's new at the school. That should be common knowledge. Irma's dad has never seen her before in his life, but he actually goes home and is like, yep, Irma did it. Huh? Irma gets flustered probably because her dad pounded his fist on the table, yeah, and a pipe bursts. She uses the opportunity to leave where she meets the other girls. We then learn that Tarani is now psychic and can broadcast the girls' thoughts, but it only works with Witch. And Helen can become invisible. They also notice that their powers are much stronger without even transforming. Tarani theorizes that when the veil was lowered, all the mystic energy had to go somewhere, so it flowed through the heart and to their aura mirrors. We see the cops investigating the basement, and when they leave, Miranda drops Will's calculator. Let's get to the end of the episode before I rant about the leaps in logic the cops make in this episode. They interrogate Will and show that they have the calculator that they found in Elion's basement. Now this is where they should have raised an eyebrow. Literally anyone could have seen Will with that calculator at school. And what kind of murders would they be to kill not 1, but 3 people, hide their bodies and leave no traces, but a bright pink calculator gets left behind? Be for real. Will slips her phone into the evidence bag and runs away. She transforms to get out of the window, and this is where it became clear that the animators got a budget increase because they don't make us sit through the entire transformation just for one person. We finally see Tarani's bedroom where Will calls her phone, kind of. It's also cute because all the devices have like names and personalities. The calculator tells Will that he was taken by a moving person. They figure out it's Sandpit and that Melinda must be Miranda. I'm trying to remember when they learned that Miranda, who they'd only seen that creepy form, could become a girl, but that's just me. Helen, Tarani, and Cornelia face off against the bad guys while Irma goes home to find her dad and the detectives. They ask her where Will is, but they learn that there's a disturbance at the Browns' residence. So naturally they put Irma, a civilian, in the car with them while they go to what they believe to be the scene of the crime.
Nothing's happening at the Browns. Nothing's happening at the Browns.
Something's happening at the Browns.
Am I crazy? Did it not look like the car was set on fire? I'm not sure how Irma's powers work. She has to focus like really hard and it doesn't always work out the way that she wants it to. Maybe this was the show's way of saying that her mind control is kind of limited, to absolve her of all the creepy implications that come with mind control in fiction with characters who are supposed to be good. When they get to the Brown's residence, Irma thinks that they should go to the airport, which the cops actually listen to. The fight against Sandpit and Miranda continues, and Cornelia learns that she's telekinetic. Miranda and Sandpit then escape through a portal. Who made the portal? I don't know. Well, I think I do, but the point is, they don't know and they don't question it. At the airport, the cops spot Will.
That's it. You're coming with us.
Do you even know what you're accusing me of?
She ran away from home when we were trying to question her?
That's right.
These might be the worst on-screen cops. Elion then comes in with Kayla pretending to be her cousin and Blanc in a box pretending to be a puppy. Why did Blanc have to be the puppy though? He could have just stayed on Meridian. The cops dropped the case since Elion has been found, but like her parents weren't there. Elion announces that she'll be coming to school and commuting between Earth and Meridian. Caleb says he's also enrolling to make sure that she stays safe. Alchemy and Elion finally reunite and it's cute and all, but I wish Alchemy could find friends who care about her as much as she does them. Irma's dad apologizes to her, and in the episode's final moments, we see Will's mom wanting to transfer her since her grades aren't up. My question is, were they ever up? Was it like she was a straight A student, then after she moved all of a sudden her grades tanked? Before we move on, let's get into the cops and their somersaults in logic in this episode. Firstly, big rule, no body, no crime. There are expectations to this if body parts or like a substantial amount of blood can be found, but otherwise, nope. They do not have a murder case because some random girl said she saw Elion going to her basement with 5 other girls. Also, why didn't they question why whoever this child was has waited so long to go to the police? What's annoying about this episode is that no magic is used on the cops to make them suspicious. Like they're not under a spell. This is what Heatherfield has to offer? You know what, maybe the Guardians should stay on Earth more often. I read like a lot of mystery thriller books, so I'm quite familiar with the frame for a crime you didn't commit narrative device, and rarely do I see it get done well, mostly because in many of the stories, the cops are being so dumb and playing right into the evil mastermind's hands when they're not even working with the bad guy. I think the stories can work if the cops are in on it too, but otherwise it's just a frustrating read. So here, for one thing, as soon as Irma and her friends become suspects, her dad would have been pulled from the case, realistically speaking. But also, I know he apologizes, but my word! I hope everyone understands that while they never said the word, the cops think that Elion and her parents have been murdered. Murdered! Murdered, and Papa Irma is like, there she goes again, that daughter of mine. Wow, how she's changed. Huh? Anyway, in our next episode, Days for Dangerous, we see Nerissa is doing some witchcraft with Elion's hair. Maybe my superstitious friends are onto something. She makes what she calls the Annihilators and tells them to go to the palace, destroying anything and anyone in their path. On Earth, Will is struggling with maths, and I guess you could call it algebra, but it's really just basic substitution. She tells something about Tarani being able to get the material, and she's not even in 8th grade. And then I just found, because are they not all the same age? Like, more or less? And are they not in the same grade, which is the 8th grade? Kayla tries to sit with the girls, but Cornelia doesn't want him to, so he sits on the table behind them. Matt, Will's boyfriend, chooses not to sit with her, but to sit with Caleb, who he doesn't actually know all that well.
Matt, over here!
Thanks, but I'm gonna keep my boy Caleb company.
Since when are they best buds?
XY plus XY.
That was a solid joke. Either way, Matt only sat with Caleb to ask him to train him.
But speaking of the Guardians, we weren't. I want to be part of this whole thing. Fight alongside them. You're not a warrior. That's why I need you to teach me. Tell you what, you train me, and I'll show you the ropes at Sheffield.
During training, Mark tells Caleb not to tell Will what he's doing. He says it so she doesn't worry, but like, I am not in love with lying to your romantic partner. Also, if you're doing something you have to lie to her about, maybe don't be doing it. The Guardians go to face the Annihilators, but when Elion shows up, they disappear. Caleb's dad explains to them that they were the Annihilators, and it's good that Elion got to them first. So they go about their lives, but what do you know? They come back, and then Elion shows up, and they're gone. We also get a montage of Caleb training Matt, and Caleb trying to assimilate to Earth and to school. Also, how old did he see when he was transferring? Because isn't 15 too old for middle school? With Will's grades coming up, her mother takes her and Tarani out for dinner at the Silver Dragon. There, Matt and his grandfather are also having dinner. Will pulls Matt aside to ask him why he's avoiding her. Meanwhile, Helene loses that rat thing, Mr. Huggles, and calls Tarani aside. Susan then meets Matt's grandfather, and he lets it slip that Will is dating Matt. She then feels that since Will has been keeping so many secrets since he moved to Heatherfield, it's just as well that they're going to be moving. Mr. Huggles then disrupts the restaurant, and Tarani is forced to take custody even though her father is allergic to fur. Why they can't just take the rat back to the store it came from is beyond me. Guys, we finally see Tarani's parents. My word, has it been too long in the series. Also, Tarani's Blasian. I did not know that. She gets in trouble with her parents, well, mainly her mom. Her dad's too busy sneezing. Credit where credit is due, Matt is getting better at fighting. That doesn't mean he should fight on Meridian, though. Blanc tells him about all the trouble in Meridian, so he and Caleb go to fight while Matt is sent to find the others. He finds Will, Cornelia, and Tarani, and they tell him to find Irma and Helene.
Find Elion, Halen, and Irma.
What am I, the messenger boy?
Not sure how I feel about the attitude on this man. They fight the Annihilators and Caleb and Cornelia continue to argue. Caleb's argument is that she shouldn't be mad at him because now he's on Earth, which is what she wanted, which she says he's only on Earth because of Elion and not because of her. She kind of makes a good point. But either way, this fight is getting really tiring, to be honest. Elion shows up and the Annihilators disappear again. They go home and now it's Cornelia's turn with Mr. Huggles. Unfortunately, she has a cat and shenanigans ensue. They bring the rodent to school the next day and Matt figures out that the Annihilators are heading on a straight line towards the palace, and when Elion shows up, they disappear. Elion realizes that she'll never be able to leave Meridian. They only let Matt figure this out so that it wouldn't be able to call him useless and unimportant. But he still is. Elion stays on Earth while the girls go to fight the Annihilators so they can be gone for good. Will doesn't let Matt go because it's dangerous, and he then bribes Flunk to open a rift for him. On Meridian, he almost dies, and Will learns that she can shoot lightning, which finally kills the Annihilators. Guys, I really am just tired of Matt. You know, in The Boys Season 3, I'm not going into like heavy spoilers here, so don't worry. But Huey has this whole arc where he just wants to save his superpowered girlfriend, Starlight or Annie, instead of it always being the other way around. The whole point of his arc is learning that Annie doesn't need him to save her, and he's doing all the stuff he does to quote-unquote save her for himself because he feels inadequate. In fact, in his attempts to save her, he actually becomes more of an inconvenience, for reasons I won't get into because it's spoilers. It's only at the end of the season that he chooses not to get in Starlight's way and helps amplify her powers so she gets stronger and like fights the bad guy. So Matt seems to be going in a similar direction as Huey, but he doesn't give Will that space and support even though she asks for it, and that's ultimately what makes me so annoyed about Matt's character. She likes him and he likes her and it's fine. It really is all good, but so much of the relationship is Matt just kind of pushing a boundary that Will sets. Firstly, he basically stalks her in season 1 and finds out a very major secret. Then when she tells him to stay out of harm's way, he rushes into battle, and now on top of fighting the villain, she has to protect his unsuperpowered self. I get it, he means well, but he should also just admit that this is completely about him and not about Will. Finally, in the end, Matt decides to take Mr. Huggles back. Sheesh, he was really trying hard to be the main character in this episode. In our next episode, E's for Enemy, we finally don't open on Arissa doing something weird. Instead, we see the girlies and Matt eating at the Silver Dragon, but Matt, being the wise man that he is, brings Mr. Huggles in with him, and of course he runs around and makes a mess. A snake then pops out of the menu, eats the rat, wonderful, and turns into Cedric before swallowing Matt whole. Oh wait, this is a dream. They got me there. Will was actually sleeping in class and woke up screaming. What's strange is that Will fell on her arm in a dream and her arm hurts when she's awake. She gets in trouble for sleeping in class.
Sleeping in class. What do you have to say for yourself?
That it would be easier without all that teaching going on.
Will's acting out here, and I do not agree with her attitude, but it's also kind of warranted because what do you mean you're going to send me to the principal's office and call my mom just because I dozed off in history class? Like, this is kind of an overreaction in my opinion. Susan then says she's going to move Will back to wherever they came from. Mr. Collins tries to say something, but Susan doesn't allow it. We then see Cornelia having a dream where Caleb is attacked by the mushroom, and she ends up drenched. She wakes up and she's also soaked in real life. At school, we learn that they're all having nightmares, and Will tells them her mom intends to transfer her. They go to her mother's place of work and distract her mother's assistant and hide around the office building. The plan is to steal the transfer paperwork her mother put in. When night falls, the girls fall asleep. Irma and Cornelia, together, Will and Haylin, together, and Tarani all alone. Please understand that in Irma's nightmare, Martin is literally her tormentor, but Cornelia is also there. In Haylin's dream, she has to clean like 100 different tables, and Will is also there. In Tarani's dream, she has to solve an equation, but the numbers keep moving. No one is with her, but she does see Nerissa briefly. Mr. Collins then turns into Frost. He tells her that if she ceases to exist in the dream, then she won't wake up. In Irma's dream, her voice is literally taken, and the tracker and the sniffer show up. The tracker also has Irma's voice, and it's cursed. In the Woof dream, Miranda is there, but Nerissa also shows up briefly. Tarani then figures out how to wake herself up, and uses her telepathy to wake the other girls up. They realize that they're not having normal dreams, so Tarani does some research as the rest of the girls further torment Susan's boss. They get the paperwork and tear it up, and Tarani explains that someone is making them have these dreams. She says the person who's doing it probably isn't in the dream themselves because they'd want to stay out of the trouble. She says if they are defeated in the dream, then they won't wake up in real life. Tarani then brings up that if they lucid dream, they'll be able to control the dream. They have a summer party so they can all fall asleep together. Susan's not too happy about it though, but she says that they'll talk about it more in the morning. In the dream, they fight against Sandpit and the other Knights of Vengeance. They take control of the dream and become their elements because in Dreamworld, their powers have no limitations. Haylin can hear the melody that plays in all their dreams and kind of visualizes the music which reveals Nerissa. Let's act like that made sense. We'll call it dream logic. It turns out Nerissa was the one controlling the puppets, which does something that zaps Nerissa like with psychic energy or something, and the bad dreams are now gone. Susan comes in because the girls apparently made too much noise. They then convince her to let Will stay and that they'll help Will with school and everything. Susan's like, okay, fine, and says that she'll call her boss to tell him to ignore the transfer paperwork, and they're like, oh, so we just did all that corporate witch stuff for nothing. Next episode, F is for facades, and Elian is handing out medals to Drake, Julian, Aldan, and Caleb for leading the resistance. Aldan says something about how he's not at his post, and it's like, did he not get someone to cover for him while he attended the ceremony? He leaves and is attacked by the Knights of Vengeance. After the intro, we see Julian talking to the mage.
You must be very proud, Julian.
I am. Caleb has grown into a fine young man.
He has a fine father.
And a fine mother as well.
Whatever that means.
Once again, Caleb and Cornelia argue. Guys, I'm not covering this anymore. I'm tired. We see the Knights of Vengeance and know that they weren't acting on Arissa's orders when they attacked Aldarn. Where was she then? On Earth, Irma showed that she could now change the color of her clothes with a snap of her fingers. It turns out that Cornelia is going ice skating with a boy, unbeknownst to Whiff. Elion convinces Caleb not to let Cornelia go without a fight. On Earth, they see Cornelia has been seeing Peter for a few weeks, making herself taller and calling herself Lillian. Elion and Caleb go to Cornelia's house and learn that she's gone skating. This worries Caleb because he can't skate to save his life.
Well, Earth girls love a guy who can't keep his feet. They do.
Take me with you!
So I hope Elion isn't speaking for all Earth girls because I am not included. If a guy takes me out skating early in the relationship and he keeps falling over, I can't guarantee our relationship will get far. Now, I am less than an adequate skater. I'm just able to not fall over anytime I skate. And that's fine. Is that a double standard? Of course, but I never said I wasn't a hypocrite. On Meridian, the Knights attack Drake and Julian. I suppose they're going after the people who got the medal. The mage confronts the Knights and is like, guys, what are you doing? Miranda then holds her back and the others get away. Caleb shows up at the ice rink, so Cornelia changes back and Irma changes her clothes. Peter doesn't question why Cornelia and Lillian would be wearing the exact same outfit but in different colors. Wolan uses the lights to help Cornelia change between forms and be with both guys. She then decides that she wants to be with Caleb since he's humiliating himself for her on the ice. She tells him to give her 5 minutes.
I'm ending it with Peter.
He'll be crushed.
But Caleb sees Cornelia transform and Peter kisses her. She tries to explain things to Caleb, but Bone shows up to say that the other 3 medal winners, including Caleb's side, have been captured.
Here's how it'll go. You'll release me, and I'll leave with Caleb.
No, you can't!
No one asked your opinion.
That was kind of uncalled for. With Caleb captured, the Guardians have Blanc track him, but the Knights threw him off his scent by leaving his jacket on the ground. They're then attacked by the Knights and they take Blanc so now they can't track anyone. The Knights try to figure out how to kill the prisoners when Nerissa comes in and scolds them for acting without her. She then uses her quintessence power to zap the prisoners in the ground, and Will's like, hold on, I felt something, which leads them to the Knights. They manage to get past them and get Drake and Aldarn, but they tell the girls that Caleb and Julian are gone. They don't do a search or anything and head back to the palace where Cornelia breaks down crying. A rift is then opened and Caleb and Julian come through. They say that they don't know what happened after Nerissa zapped them. Interesting. On Earth, Lillian finally breaks up with Peter and he tells Serani that it's fine because he was going to break it off anyway. But then why did he kiss her? But anyway, I guess Cornelia and Caleb are back together now. Finally, because their fight really made this show tedious to watch. Kind of weird how she dates this full-grown teenager when she's like 13. I learned in the comics that the Cornelia and Peter thing actually went on for longer, so good on your TV series for changing that. While I'm glad that Cornelia and Caleb have finally worked things out, this episode was still so tiring. Now, while what Cornelia did was unethical, it doesn't actually count as cheating. Caleb broke up with her and she moved on. He realizes his mistake and tries to be with her, but she doesn't let anything happen with them and goes to Peter, and then of course things fall apart. I can understand Caleb being upset, but he didn't really have the right to snap at Cornelia the way he did, and he didn't have the right to be upset with her. Cornelia apologizes in the end, and Caleb doesn't really. Also, we never see Irma change the color of her clothes again. The next episode, G's for Garbage, opens up with Blanc, where he fights with Jeek over the Horn of Hypnos. Now, we all saw the Horn crumble in the previous season, right? Blanc then gives some exposition of what the Horn of Hypnos did in the first season, in case anyone hasn't seen it. Jeek then travels to the fold with Blanc. On Meridian, we see that the Knights of Vengeance also want the Horn. Irma is in trouble with her dad because Blanc has been storing all his junk in her garage, and Irma has to take the blame for it. Blanc shows up to tell Irma that he has the Horn of Hypnos, but she cuts him off because he needs to help her clean the garage. Little did he know, Jeek had swapped the bags. The other girls find out that Jeek has the horn and transform to find him. They leave Matt in charge of finding Irma and filling her in on what happened, while they leave to see if Jeek managed to go back to Meridian. Because they've now opened a portal, Jeek easily passes through, which is what he wanted. Matt goes to Blanc and Irma, and Blanc pulls him to Meridian where they find Jeek, but he's already traded the horn for some guard helmet. He tells him he traded with the Knights of Vengeance. They capture Jeek to take them to the Knights because since the scent of the possums is so strong, they can't smell anything else. But Witch minus Irma drop in, and it turns out that they have the horn and are under a trunk. Wool then uses the horn on Matt, but Blanc and Irma are safe. They run away to Blanc's secret hideout. Irma gets mad at Blanc and calls him worthless, and it makes him sad. Cry about it, he is. The Guardians attack them, and they escape to a lake where Blanc tries to remember the melody to break the horn spell. The horn is then used on Irma and Blanc, but notice how their eyes don't become small. Irma transforms and the Knights tell Will to use the horn on Queen Elion. Turns out Irma and Blanc have earplugs in. They try to get the horn, but they're not able to, and now their cover is blown. Irma goes underwater and becomes like this giant version of herself. This is what Legend of Korra Season 2 thought it was doing. But this is also very similar to Aang in the end of Book 1. Will shocks Irma and she has to drop the water. A stone falls on the horn, making it unplayable, and Blanc finally figures out what the notes are and he sings them. With the spell broken, the horn disappears again, but they say it might show up, but since it was damaged, it will be hard to play the next time. And finally, in the end, Irma apologizes to Blanc and shoots Cheek with water as a punishment. But I hope that they're still going to throw him in the same prison as Phobos. I mean, he was working for him. In H's behind to the next episode, it's the last day of school and the girls are planning Mrs. Rudolph's retirement party. Will makes an astral drop to do the laundry so her mom can let her plan the party. Now Nerissa is actually on Earth and uses her quintessence on the astral drop and gives her life. So she's actually more of a copy of Will in mind as well. I don't know why she has all of Will's memories but still has no knowledge of how to do laundry. Elion says she's moving for good and says goodbye to Alchemy. At least she remembered her this time. Chobani finds out Will made an astral drop to do her laundry and threatens to tell the others if Will doesn't let them use their powers, so they transform to do the rest of the decorating. Will's mom comes home and sees Will's clone and convinces her to go to the party in the evening. Nerissa finds Will's clone playing in the park and tells her that if she likes her life so much, she'll have to kill Will. Well, she doesn't actually say kill, but she heavily implies it, and take her place so that she doesn't absorb her back into the heart and erase her existence. The real Will shows up and the clone zaps her away. Cornelia and Irma find the clone and take her to the party. Once again, Halen is killing it in her outfit. Corny is also now okay with Kayla going back to Meridian, and Martin is still bothering Irma. Actually, all the girls look pretty cute. Even Will, who isn't even dressed up. But Irma's outfit is straight up criminal. The top is fine, but what are those bottoms? The real Will tells the girls that her clone is on the loose. Clone Will sees what I think is her mom making out with someone. I'm not entirely sure why we didn't see the whole thing. Real Will then confronts her and finds the clone crying. The others come out and Will transforms them, but the clone also gets transformed. They can't tell the two apart, but like the real one is the one with the heart, no? Clone Will explains what happened, and Real Will lets her go. They then put their differences aside because neither of them are trying to kill each other. Nerissa is annoyed by this but uses the opportunity to shoot Will, but the clone stands in her way, and Will absorbs her and her memories before she dies. She then sees her mom kissing Mr. Collins. In the evening, Will and her mom get into an argument because Susan is seeing Dean after promising Will she wouldn't. I don't remember such a promise being made. I remember her mom saying that she wouldn't date Dean because he was unreliable, but she never vowed not to see him. Also, in this episode, it wasn't exactly clear if they were actually dating behind her back, or if Susan showed up at a party that Will invited her to and then got dished by her daughter and was feeling down and Dean just happened to be there. In the next episode, Eyes for Illusion, Caleb and the other Guardians are fighting the Knights, while the girlies go to Cantercart to tell them about Nerissa, but the council don't recognize her from the picture. They tell them their plans to go to a beach house with Irma's family, and we later see them hang out at the beach house together and only finding out now that Helen snores. The next day, while laying on the beach, a shadow creeps up on Cornelia that looks oddly ominous, but she turns around and it's just Helen throwing some shade at her. Tarani also tells Irma that she's a brat essentially, and Will is strangely rude to Helen.
Since you've never had a boyfriend. I don't want a boyfriend. Well, that's lucky, since you're not exactly likely to get one. Right. Lucky.
Now, it turns out this is all Nerissa's doing. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the girl's end goal is, but right now she's very into Phobos and Team Evil in Season 1 territory, by having so much power and using it to do very trivial things. I assume she wants the girls dead, so she had the opportunity to make a fold in space and show up where she wants, when she wants, and she can pretend to be someone she's not. Then why hasn't she killed them yet? Sandman and Nerissa continue to further drive a wedge between the girls, but this whole plan really undermines the girls' communication skills. Also, Tarani has telepathy, why can't she just understand what the girls said to each other and realize that something's wrong? Like, is this really all gonna blow up over a sand castle dispute? The girls take Chris to the boardwalk and to a haunted house where Nerissa animates the animatronics and they attack Chris. They manage to defeat him without transforming and later think that Will was the one who possessed the animatronics. Fake Tarani then tells Irma that she read Will's mind and found out that Will controlled the animatronics on purpose as a prank. Also, all this time, Caleb and Blanca fighting the Knights, it doesn't really matter like at all. The Guardians keep fighting and then the Oracle shows up and is like, wow guys, you're not acting very Guardian right now. Give me the heart back. Will's about to give it up, but Helen's like, hey bestie, what's your shadow doing? The goodies transform and Nerissa fights them with Sandman, and they see that she has Will's lightning powers. I mean, I thought that they saw that in the previous episode, but maybe I'm crazy. Caleb shows up to join the fight. In the end, Nerissa gets away again. So fine. Here it seems that Nerissa is actually trying to get the heart, but she needs to trick the girlies into giving it up. I allow her somewhat misguided shenanigans, but I feel that she could be slightly more competent in other episodes. Okay, next episode J is for Joel. Nerissa gets the Knights to get revenge on Elion's parents since they took care of her on Earth. When she's gone, Raythor says Nerissa thinks too small and they should go after Elion instead with the help of her brother. At the castle, Elion starts asking a lot of questions about her parents. On Earth, the girls are in different locations on vacation.
Oh, the only thing missing is Caleb.
Boys, you're in 4 kinds of paradise and all you can think about is your next date?
Did anyone hear what Tarani said? It sounded like Dad, but that makes what Helen says in response make no sense. We then see Helen smitten with a word that she sees. Let's come back to this in just a sec. Elion is seeking to a meditation chamber to get new memories about her parents. She does have a cute moment where she acknowledges how much she loves her adopted parents, even though she wants to know more about her biological ones. The Knights break into the prison and Miranda lies that she didn't betray Phobos but was actually gathering forces to come and free him. I don't know why he would believe her. She was real rude to him when they were in prison together. Phobos shrinks Miranda down and throws her in the same cell as shrunken Cedric. A horn is blown revealing that Phobos has escaped. They try to tell Elion, but she has conveniently used this moment to enter under a trance with Trill to learn more about her parents. Meanwhile, Haylin sees the boy again and turns invisible. Mr. Collins sees Will and Susan at the museum. This was all orchestrated so that Will could be okay with them dating, but she's not. Will runs away from her mom and turns off her phone, and Tarani is also not answering, so only Haylin, Irma, and Cornelia can be reached. The knights storm the castle, and Caleb says something like, "Our defenses rely on Elion's powers." Not saying that anyone deserves this, but y'all really should have had a better defense system. Elion then learns that her parents weren't as loving as she thought. Phobos now also has the ability to force information out of people and makes Caleb tell him where Elion is. Yanlin explains that guardians can teleport within the same realm with years of practice. Yanlin would do it, but since she's not a guardian, it would drain her life force and kill her. She then uses Haylin's life force to teleport and get the girl since Haylin is hooked up to an Oromir. The Guardians show up and fight Phobos and the Knights on Earth. Phobos tries to target Haylin since she's still weak, but she's still stronger than him. Elion shows up and takes everyone back to their cells and also puts the Knights of Vengeance in prison. Elion gets mad that they lied to her about her parents and throws her necklace off in a fit of rage. Trill then reveals herself to be Narissa as she takes the necklace which has been draining her powers this whole season. She also says Trill never existed, it was her the whole time.
Oh my god! The whole time you would... The whole time!
I think I missed this on my first rewatch because now I'm actually kind of upset. I really like Trill. She also reveals that she gave Elion fake memories of her parents and traps Elion in the necklace so that now she has the heart of Meridian. Real quick on Haylin. At the end, I'm going to get into all the romantic writing on the show, but I just want to say here that I don't personally love that they gave Haylin a love interest. At least not right after the previous episode where she said she was fine being single. I love romance and I love a good ship, but this felt like compulsory. Like the writers had to give Haylin a love interest since it's like weird that she didn't have one. I'll say this again, but this is a show aimed at young girls, and I feel like the messaging needs to be careful because this, and I'm going to be fair, a lot of other cartoons do this, particularly female-targeted ones, gives the idea that the norm is for girls to have boyfriends and go on dates from as young as 12 or 13 years old. When this message is then repeated, actual 13-year-olds who don't have romantic partners might feel that they are abnormal and might think that they are ugly or not special. I'm not placing millennia of social conditioning on the shoulders of these writers, guys. I'm just saying it felt that they were finally writing a character who just isn't interested in dating and is super chill about it. But then they're like, psych, we can't have that. That would make her weird and abnormal. All this said, Haylin's love interest is the best one, but we're gonna get there later. The next episode, Caleb's knowledge. We pick up where we left off with Caleb and the mage being told the news. They deduce that they have to go to Earth to tell which, but the mage is like, wait, Narissa touched Blunk's tooth thing and she touched my ring. She's cursed them. Whoever tries to phone will be destroyed. Blunk gives her the tooth so she can go like disinfected of evil. We then see the mage is actually also Narissa. Now I will say that the mage is the ancient one, so while Trill never existed, the mage did. So I'm gonna let you guys wonder when we actually saw the real mage in this series. I mean, either way in a few minutes we'll know the truth anyway, so don't stress too much about it. On Earth, Witch starts to wonder why no one from Meridian has been in contact with them. Tarani comes in and shows them all the research she did on quintessence, which is what they'd heard Narissa say. She finds out that quintessence is the fifth element, which is lightning or like life itself, so like bringing things to life. Will wonders why Narissa would have the same powers as her, and we see Yanlin, the eavesdropping queen, looking troubled. On Meridian, we see Narissa waging war, but disappearing before Caleb can get to her. Strange that she doesn't hurt him. School starts again on Earth and we see Tarani and Nigel, a kid mentioned in season 1 who now said that he was hanging out with Uriah during the summer. It wasn't really the best time to mention this since Uriah literally just bullied Tarani for no reason. Nigel asks her out right before the bell rings and she learns that her glasses have been taken. Caleb goes to the mage and is like, I do not care if it destroys me, I'm going to open a portal to Earth and Blank can tell the Guardians what's happening here. The mage is like, let me try one more spell. Oh, look at that, I fixed it. Caleb finds himself on Earth on top of Mount Danos, which doesn't actually exist by the way, where they find Yanlin. I'm not sure how they got here and how Yanlin knew to find them, but I'm not really going to ask any questions. They enter a cave in the mountain and see an empty cell. Haylin sees a boy that she saw over summer who's now moved to Sheffield and he smiles at her.
Oh no, he's looking at me. Okay, not that I'm an expert, but don't you want him looking at you? Never mind.
Why is he here? Ugh. Tarani comes in and explains how her glasses are missing and she needs to find them. She can barely walk without smashing into a wall, but no one offers to help her look. She finds Nigel and Uriah's gang doing graffiti and they get in trouble for breaking the statue as well. And Tarani's also included in this. Why? I don't know. Wasn't it in the first episode of the season that no teacher would give her a punishment because she was usually a good schoolgirl? What's all this then? Yanlin shows up to take the girls to the council, but they can't reach Tarani since she's in trouble, so they go without her. At the council, the mage tells them what happened and they get upset with her for waiting so long. Witch shows up and Cornelia's like, what happened to Elion?
What fate? Where's Elion?
What are these sound effects? Tarani isn't in trouble because the principal didn't think she was involved. Why was her mother called then? Tarani's mom doesn't want to see Nigel. I don't hate this subplot or anything, but with like the Nerissa plot reaching a critical level, it feels tedious to keep having to come back to it. Yanlin tells the council that the sorceress is Nerissa. The council explains to the girlies that Nerissa was the will of the previous guardians. He sensed the power of the heart was corrupting Nerissa, so he gave it to Cassidy, another guardian. Nerissa begged for her to give it back, but Cassidy refused, and Nerissa literally killed her, which is why the Oracle imprisoned her in hopes that she would own up to her guilt. When they were forced to raise the veil, they stopped checking in on Nerissa too much, which is probably when she escaped. The portal must have opened up on the mountain, causing her to escape to Meridian. There's something fun in this explanation, but we'll get there in a bit. Tarine gets her hair and puts in contacts and sneaks out to go out with Nigel. Meanwhile, the girls go to the castle and confront Nerissa. Like I said, the tonal dissonance is painful here. Nerissa then goes to Earth to deal with Tirani. This episode might kind of be the plot of Grease though. Nigel hanging out with Uriah is like so dumb though, but I don't really want to get into it. Tirani and Nigel get separated, so she deals with Nerissa, and she does pretty well. That is until she accidentally burns off her contact lenses. It's okay because the girls are here now and Tirani's hair isn't permanently dyed or anything. Yanlin and the other council ladies show up and turns out she's actually another member of the previous guardians. They bring up Cassidy and Nerissa gets angry and leaves, vowing that it's not over. At home, Tirani gets in trouble with her mum. Nigel then comes in and gives her glasses, and she says how tired she is of being the good girl, like the perfect girl and the smart girl. Isn't this just Grease, like the musical? Good girl wants bad boy to like her, so she changes her style to impress him. Once again, I was way too old when I realized that I didn't know the ending of Grease. I mean, I never really watched it fully. I got to Hopelessly Devoted when I was in grade 10 and I called it a night. But I'd always assumed that Sandy goes back to who she is at the end of the musical and not the bad girl that she's pretending to be, but like, no. This is it. The writers of which were much more sensible than that, and after Tirani gives Nigel her whole monologue, he's like, I like you just the way you are, and gives her glasses back. This is a really sweet scene, so I won't ruin it by pointing out how this is an example of how the show uses the girls' romantic relationships with boys to further solve their identity conflicts. I'll get into that later. Ellis Palooza is the next episode, and we see Matt hanging out with the dormouse when Will shows up. But the mouse is like, bestie, that's not Will. Nerissa then reveals herself and takes Matt. After the intro, Tirani says how Nigel won't go out with her because she'll get in trouble with her mom. We find out that Halen's crush's name is Eric.
Sorry, hey, Lyndon. You gotta know when you're out of your league. Ooh, Andrew Hornby. Hey, Andrew! What? Halen, never broadcast desperate.
There's Andrew Hornby!
Where?
Oh no. This is the Martin episode. Irma wants to join the school radio team. Uriah shoves Martin and Irma tells him to leave him alone. He then gets all mushy and Uriah teases her for liking him, because apparently the only reason why a girl would do something good for a guy because she likes him. I swear, I'll get through this one. Will tries to call Matt since he's not at school. She gives him a voice note.
Hey, Matt. I didn't see you at school today, so, I hope you're not sick. Or not too sick. Well, if you are, I make a mean chicken soup. Actually, the Silver Dragon makes it, but, I mean, I could pick some up.
Child, you are babbling.
Right.
I don't get tired of the talking electronics in this season. We see Matt and Nerissa in that jail place on Mount Thanos, where she zaps Mr. Huggles and turns him into a monster called Core that can feed on anger. Irma becomes the radio station manager and is the boss of 4 others. This is basically the same team as the newspaper team without Tirani, which, yes, includes Martin. Irma really does like what she does and is excited, but she ends up breaking something and Martin is there to fix it. She says something like, I love you, because of how happy she is, but it was on air. Funny enough, this isn't what ruins everything. Irma tries her best to explain that was just kind of like something that she just said out of the blue, but Martin just doesn't get the hint. It's not really a hint, it's an outright statement, but anyway. Core refuses to fight Matt and Nerissa basically kind of tortures him. This makes Matt angry and Nerissa turns him into Shagon, Angel of Malice, whose power is fueled by hate. Nerissa turns some ice into Tridout, who feeds on fear and desperation, and makes some lava into Ember, who feeds on pain and misery. These become Nerissa's Knights of Destruction, and I must say that they are truly an upgrade from the Knights of Vengeance. Because the sisters are out of gossip, they get Martin to sing a song for Irma on air, confessing how much he loves her. She then turns off the transmission and yells at Martin, but Uriah turns it back on, and everyone hears Irma say this.
Get this into your head, Martin. I am not in love with you. I'm not even in like with you. I've tried to tell you a million times, but you won't take the hint. You are a pest. You are a toad. You're ugly, and your mother dresses you funny. You are the bane of my existence. Martin Tubbs, you are a loser.
Let's get to the end of the episode before I talk about this. She admits she doesn't hate Martin and she kind of misses him when he doesn't bug her. Nerissa's Knights of Destruction then introduce themselves to Witch. They are able to fight the girls because they are now feeding off their emotions. Shagon implies to Will that he did something to Matt, which makes her hate him, which makes him stronger. They teleport away from the Knights and Cornelia works it all out, how their enemies are getting their powers and everything.
Hey, since when are you misintuitive?
Perspective. I'm the only one not starring in a soap opera.
This week.
Irma goes to Martin's house and tries to apologize to him, but he's like, you're only apologizing so that you can feel better, not me. You still only care about yourself. When the knights attack again, Cornelia tells him to calm down and gets him to swap fight partners. Irma fights Ember because she knows that her misery isn't actually there, and what she wants to do is make it up to Martin. The knights are defeated and escape. At school, Irma uses the radio to apologize to Martin. Also, Principal What's-Her-Name has really not cared about the students starting drama with the radio station like at all. There's a moment during the radio montage that it seems like Uriah said something inappropriate, and she drags him out, but then he's right back on the air anyway. Irma's called a loser after this, but that Andrew guy tells everyone to cut it out. Martin leaves a note in her locker that says, "You will never be a loser." Okay, let me get my Martin beef off my chest once and for all. This is really the peak of Martin's Martinness. I won't lie, from this episode onwards he's slightly more chill, but I don't love how Martin and Irma's writing was handled, and as I said in the end, I'm going to unpack all the romances on the show and definitely talk about what they did with Irma. When Irma told him that she loved him, fine. I get why he got excited. But I also know that there are a lot of people who I have met who very easily throw the word love around, especially like as a way of saying thank you. And I'm not here to argue over the ethics of doing this, but it did happen in the moment. So it's not like Irma was maliciously leading him on. And even after this, she still keeps her distance and tells him to leave her alone. The song he sings was humiliating. Look, I don't care what he looks like. I need you guys to understand that I'm not saying this because Martin's supposed to be like a nerd or a geek. I literally fold when I see a man in glasses, and I think nerds are my type. Not all nerds, definitely not Martin. But the point is, if someone tells you that they're not interested in you and you decide to publicly declare your love for them, you are in the wrong. In my Jane the Virgin video, I mentioned that I think declarations of love can be selfish given the context, and in this context, it truly was. Guys, I've watched the show. Irma makes it clear to Martin that she's not interested. Yes, there are times that she's nice to him and other times where she implies that she's secretly flattered, but I've already pointed out why that narrative is harmful. When Irma explodes at him, she wasn't the one who turned on the mic. She deliberately turned it off. Even though she knows that she's gonna get really, really angry with him, she's aware of how bad it would be for Martin if other people heard her yelling at him like that. So I feel like there's still a level of her being considerate even in her moments of anger. The first part of her rant is literally what she's been telling the boy for 2 seasons. Yes, she goes into insult territory. Yes, it wasn't right. But she was extremely angry that she's been setting boundaries time and time again, and he continuously ignores them. What angers me more about this episode is that Irma is then made to feel bad about what happened. Like I said, the insults were bad, but no one, not a single soul, expects Martin to apologize, including Irma. When she does go to apologize, he tells her that she's only doing it for herself, to make herself feel better. Oh, you'd know what that looks like, wouldn't you? Who was the song for? Really? Who benefited from that song being played? The double standard is so glaring, I would think that the writers were doing it intentionally, but given the fact that Martin never apologizes in the end and kind of forgives Irma, I think it's safe to say that they lacked that self-awareness. Guys, it's all about the messaging. That's why I'm getting so worked up. Do we see how in this episode Irma's boundaries are tested and she's pushed to the edge and punished for snapping? Do we see how she's given responsibility for Martin's bad behavior, even by the writers when they imply that she likes the attention? Do we see how Martin takes no responsibility and shows no remorse for how angry he made Irma? Okay, let's move on. In the next episode, Emma's for Mercy, Yan Lin visits the grave of Cassidy, which I assume is where she died. Yan Lin then teleports away. She just teleports now. I assume she's still using Helen's life force and all, but it makes me wonder why they even had to add this in the first place. Nurses shows up and uses quintessence on the grave and kind of resurrects Cassidy, but only her soul. Just go with it, guys.
Narissa. Wow, you look awful.
Funny enough, Cassidy doesn't seem to be all that mad about Narissa killing her, even though Narissa still claims that it was an accident that she only played a small part in. Her plan is to show Cassidy what she's missing by being dead. Will has a dream where she's looking for Matt but finds Shagon instead. You see that Will is still kind of not in love with her mom and Dean dating. She later goes to Matt's grandfather's store where his pets have gotten loose once again. He says Matt sent a letter to his grandparents saying that he went to Hollywood to become a famous musician. She then feels bad that she didn't get a letter too. Matt's grandfather offers her a part-time job. Later that evening, he's attacked and he says it was a bandit wearing a mask. Narissa shows Cassidy her favorite beach that she could be at if she says that she wants to be alive, but she turns it down.
Shell Beach, my favorite spot. Oh, what a perfectly lovely and totally transparent gesture. This may surprise you, Rissy, but I've sort of let go of the whole material world thing. Besides, I know you. There's gotta be strings. I've hung on to my soul this long. I'm not selling it now.
Is this whole thing Cassidy in a robe, Narissa wearing a dark cloak, not giving the devil tempting Jesus in the desert? Anyway, Shagon was obviously the one who attacked Matt's grandfather, but he also went after Yanlin, Peter, Irma's mom, and Lillian. He's doing it to get them to hate him so he can become stronger, so Will agrees to have dinner with Susan and Dean in case her mom becomes Shagon's next target. Shagon attacks the pier that they're at, and Susan almost falls in, but Dean catches her. Will transforms and faces off against Shagon, and he says the same words of Matt's letter, but changes Hollywood with Heatherfield and musicians with Knights. He then implies that he was the one who forged the letter, which makes Will hate him even more, and he gets stronger. He almost kills her then doesn't, saying that it's too easy. Dean finally pulls Susan off, which was kinda cute. Nerissa then tempts Cassidy with children since she wanted to be a pediatrician when she was alive. Again, Cassidy declines. Shagom then pretends to be mad, but he's not, but he is. Guys, this man doesn't make any sense, evil minion or not. Witch grabs him and fights him. Despite knowing that he's fueled by hatred, they still don't stop hating him. But even though they get defeated, he doesn't finish the job. They realize he still shows mercy because he has good inside him, but he's like, "Nuh-uh," and flies away. Will finally puts aside her hatred for Dean and invites him to her house. And then who shows up but Will's dad, Tony, who I've only just learned is actually called Thomas in the comics. Finally, Nerissa takes Cassidy to her childhood home where she sees her mother. Her mother recognizes Nerissa but doesn't question the staff that she's holding. I thought maybe she knew about the Guardians and the magic and all, but why wouldn't she know that Nerissa killed Cassidy and should be in prison? This, however, is what sends Cassidy over the edge, and she says that she wants to live, which is all Nerissa needs to take control of her, saying she will live again soon enough. We also never see Will's part-time job again. In the next episode, N is for Narcissist, the girls tell the council what Nerissa has been doing with her new knights. The Oracle says he thinks Nerissa messed with his powers, and if he meditates deep enough, he'll figure out what she did. Cornelia's like, okay, we'll wait here, and the mage insists that they go back to Earth. As soon as they do, the knights invade the castle. The girls are signed up for the car wash, and when they're there, Will's dad shows up in his new car. We see Susan's pretty resentful because apparently this man has been MIA for months. Caleb and Blanc show up to fight, but Blanc leaves to tell the girls that the knights are attacking the council. They show up to fight as the mage uses Halinor, the former fire guardian's fear, to make Tydar stronger. The mage is like, wow, imagine if you were a guardian. Imagine how much easier it would be. The Oracle decides to set up a mini-veil to protect the other kingdoms. The mage then takes control of Halinor as she did Cassidy. She gets it to convert the power of Kandrakar into the heart of Meridian, but Cornelia gets in the way and gets all the powers of Kandrakar. The girls then lose their powers and Caleb has to catch Irma, once again reminding me of what could have been. Cornelia now looks bigger and stronger, which gets Caleb real excited, and she has everyone's powers but even more amplified. Nerissa finally reveals herself to the council where she takes control of their power. The Oracle realizes that she's the one who hugged him in the beginning of the season, which caused his powers to be on the fritz.
Even the prettiest flower gets brittle with the cold. Brittle and likely to snap.
You think I'm pretty?
Cornelia manages to defeat the knights and the mage lets him escape. She then tries to tempt Cornelia to keep all the powers. The other girls show up and she snaps out of the trance of the mage is putting her under. Luba shows up and tells Will to hold the heart up to the mage, which reveals it to be Nerissa. She then escapes with Halinor. Other palace guards and officials show up. Luba tells them that the others won't be free until the heart of Meridian is liberated. When she explains that the mage wasn't the mage, we see Julian make a face. I wonder what that's about. Next episode O is for obedience. The mage goes to the prison and reveals herself to be Nerissa to the prisoners. The guards try to fight her but she holds him back. They ask what she did with the real mage and she says that she's been the mage for years. She asks Julian if he remembers the Mackenzie Falls or something and he nods and she's like, okay cool, so remember that numbers don't lie. She then disappears and Caleb looks at his father but he looks away. I wonder what that's about. On Earth, Vance Michael Justin, who's apparently also just a musician now, is performing at Sheffield, and Irma is in charge of putting together the production. I don't really know why it's up to the children, but okay. Meanwhile, Caleb and his dad go to Mackenzie Falls, and he's answering none of Caleb's questions. Julian then finds the grave of the mage, the real one. He tells Caleb that the mage has been dead for 18 years, but it was 17 years before when they met, fell in love, and had a baby. Caleb's like, wait, the mage is my mom? And his dad's like, bestie, no, numbers don't lie. Nerissa is your mom. Don't worry, we are going to talk about this at the end of the episode. Since Irma can't yell at Martin since she feels bad from their last interaction, she takes her frustration out on the rest of her team, and they all quit, including Martin. Irma does it all by herself and sets an electrical fire, but puts it out with water. And that's really not how that works. Please do not attempt to use water to put out an electric fire. Use a fire extinguisher. The other girls change their minds in return, and Martin does too, and he tells her to stop being nice to him out of pity and guilt. Caleb, the intellectual that he is, goes to Nerissa on Mount Thanos alone. I mean, Blanc is there, but he doesn't really count. He and Nerissa talk, and she's like, I had you said you could reunite Meridian, but really, how could she have known that he'd be the rebel leader? Caleb can also now see Cassidy's ghost, but only Nerissa could see her. Nerissa tries to get Caleb to join her, and he says that he will. Blanc then falls to Earth. The concert starts and Vance Michael Justin is playing with a band called Out of Sync, which is actually hilarious. Irma's whole subplot here is that she ends up on stage but doesn't really credit the other girls for helping her. I don't know, it's not really that important, and I honestly feel like I was kind of out of character, especially at this point in the series. Blanc shows up and tells him about Caleb.
Nerissa is Caleb's mother?
And I thought my mom had issues.
The girls go to Mount Thanos and face off against the Knights and Helena. It turns out Caleb was pretending to be under the influence to try and steal the heart. It doesn't work and Nerissa attempts to kill him, but Julian's like, no you won't. So Nerissa's like, fine, I'll let you go this once, but this is the last time. Cornelia sees Caleb, and last year when I watched this, I cackled at this part. I think I actually sent it to my sister. Let me see if I can find the video.
He just needs time.
Irma then gives the rest of the team credit in front of VMJ, who turns out to be a geek like Martin. Like I said, this episode is kind of forced in my opinion. In the comments of this video, someone says how these episodes are creating parallels between Witch and the previous Guardians, and this one was trying to do Nerissa and Irma, and I guess that's why I felt so forced, because I feel like Nerissa and Irma are completely different, even when Nerissa's not being crazy. Now, I love a good plot twist, and I won't lie, I didn't see it coming that Nerissa is Caleb's mother, but like, guys, this was so random. Let's get perhaps the worst implication out of the way. Nerissa basically slept with Julian disguised as someone else. There's a word for that. It rhymes with grape, which is a lot for a kid's show. But let me just question everything else here. Firstly, that happened 17 years ago, right? But the council said they stopped watching Nerissa in prison 13 years ago when they raised the veil. So at what point did Nerissa escape, and why did no one notice? Furthermore, Caleb knew to find the ancient one in that waterfall in the Infinite City. I doubt he called ahead to arrange a meeting. Does that not imply that the mage usually stays there? But then wasn't Nerissa also pretending to be chill as well? How did she divide time between the mage and the kitchen maid? Guys, it's all just a little bit confusing to me, but let's just move on. In our next episode, Please for Protectors, we see walking talking trees and what looks like the Guardians being evil. After the intro, we see Nigel and Tarani secretly hanging out, so we're not going to get an explanation of that prologue anytime soon. Some very, very amateur robbers show up. Tarani confronts one of them and Nigel follows suit. The very smart cops then decide to arrest Tarani and Nigel. Her mother, who's a judge by the way, thinks Nigel dragged her into the crime. The restaurant owner explains what went wrong, and Tarani's mother's like, oh, okay, sorry about that. But Tarani's still pretty mad that her mom even thought for a second that she'd done something like that. She goes to Silver Dragon basement, where Caleb explains that Nerissa is targeting the former Guardians. Yanan explains that the only Guardian left aside from herself is Kadma. She's on a purple planet called Zambala, where she's the queen since she was given the heart of Zambala. We then see the walking talking trees being attacked by the Guardians. Kadma shows up as they run away, and Helena tries to speak to her. The real Guardians arrive on Zambala and are obviously attacked by the trees. Helena tells Kadma that Yanlin became corrupted by the heart and sent out evil guardians. The trees can go into hibernation, it looks like this, but this puts them at risk of dehydration, so it's not ideal. The real guardians then see the fake ones. Will uses the heart to expose them as Nerissa and the Knights of Destruction.
Anything yet?
What do you search for? Another victim?
Kadma, right?
Queen Kadma to you, miscreant.
Miscreant to you, Queen Babe.
Despite their best efforts, Kadma is able to capture everyone except for Tarani, who is angrily attacking the fake Tarani, who's actually Ember. She then uses this move which basically takes away the heat, which defeats Ember. Meanwhile, Kadma runs into the other fake Guardians and wonders how they escape. Tarani comes in and helps her. Nerissa drops the disguise and tells Kadma to give her the heart. Kadma's obviously like, babes, no. So Nerissa gets Ember to burn another tree, causing it to hibernate. She then leaves. The Guardians and Kadma help the trees break out of hibernation, and Yanan explains to Tarani that Kadma is froze, that she can't own up to her mistakes. Tarani relates to this and is supposed to parallel Kadma, that she too can't admit when she's wrong. Oh my goodness. So she goes home and apologizes to her mom for sneaking her out as Nigel. Again, this was a little forced, but we can talk about that in the conclusion. In QS for Quarry, the next episode, we see Kadma again facing off against Nerissa's Knights. She understands they can't hurt her since there aren't any of those negative emotions that they feed on in Zambala, so they retreat. For now. We see Will living with her dad, and he has a fiancée called Serena. This makes her upset and she makes up an excuse to leave. By the way, her swimsuit is so cute. Serena makes a comment on Will's necklace, aka the heart, and she's like, uh-huh. She then goes to rant to Itch about it. They stop her from thinking that Serena is Nerissa, well, at least they try to. They then go to Zambala and organize an attack against Nerissa to get back the heart of Meridian. Will gets Splunk to spy on Serena in the meantime. They launch an attack on Nerissa, but she escapes again. Itch then learns that Will and Kadma's plan is to absorb the heart of Meridian and not to liberate it. They kind of debate about this, as if they're not really understanding this is also about Elion being free. Will then also becomes kind of power hungry, again, feels kind of forced. They find Nerissa and her knights in a quarry outside of the forest in Zambala. Nerissa retreats inside with Will and Kadma close behind while the rest fight the knights and the other former guardians. Will is about to absorb the heart, but then changes her mind. Kadma then tries to use the heart of Zambala to absorb that of Meridian, but it was a trap and Nerissa now has Kadma. Good for Kadma taking more than one episode to be defeated. Will then teletransports, which is like folding but like into the same world. One of the trees then assumes control of the planet and banishes Witch and Yanlin, witchy if you will, so that Nerissa won't attack them again. Since Blanc saw Serena the whole time Will was fighting Nerissa, she knows that Serena is just a normal person and says she'll give her a chance. This is fine and all, but I hope that Will's dad does not think that this excuses him from being a deadbeat. What do you mean you're about to marry someone that your daughter has never met? Anyway, the next episode is R is for Relentless. Halen is very paranoid about Yanlin being left alone since she's the only one Nerissa hasn't gotten. The knights show up to take Yanlin and the girls transform and fight them. Corny once again reminds him to stay calm and positive, but Triad thrives off Halen's desperation to protect her grandma. The knights eventually retreat and Will has the idea to hide Yanlin in plain sight. She gets Yanlin to be a chef at their school so that they can keep an eye on her. They see Matt at school talking to Eric, who is extremely well drawn, I must say. Again, the girls think that this is Shagon pretending to be Matt because they don't know that it's actually Matt. They're also very chill about the fact that they have no idea where he is or if he's even alive. We see Eric and Haylin actually getting to know each other. Pretty cute. Later, Haylin catches Matt sneaking up on Yanlin and stops him.
Just seeing who's on the menu.
Yeah, well, enjoy detention, Shagon.
Yo, Knickerbocker! Classes are for losers!
She definitely said the N-word there. Matt then gets in trouble for what Haylin said. After school, they try to sneak out of the school, but Shagon/Matt keeps showing up. Turns out that there were 4 of them. Haylin gets Blanc to pull them away and forces him to close the portal before the others can get through so that Yanlin can get away. Will wants to get to them, but she doesn't know where Blanc pulled it away to. There are only like 3 dimensions that he could choose from, but anyway. While Will can't find them, Nerissa's having no issue tracking them down everywhere. They finally corner them in Zambala, and Yanlin and Haylin both go invisible. Also, this is very late in the video to ask this, but if Lin is a family name, why do we keep calling her Hey Lin? Isn't that like calling a character by their full name the whole time? I mean, I guess I can't start calling her Hey now, but still, it's kind of strange. Blanc and the Lins teleport to Earth where they see Tirani, but Haylin attacks her knowing that if it was the real Tirani, she would have sent her with her telepathy. The principal comes in and is like, guys, what is happening? Haylin tells her to take the granny to safety, but oh no, it was actually Halinor in disguise, and now Nerissa has Yanlin too. On Mount Daneth, the girls fight against the other Knights of Vengeance. Nerissa tries to get Yanlin to join her, but she's like, babes, no. She continues to tempt her as Haylin flies in. She transforms and they try to enter the cave, but the Knights get in the way. Nerissa makes Yanlin look young again.
Join me, and I will give you back your youth, your beauty.
Youth overrated, and I'm still one hot old broad.
Despite her best efforts, Nerissa is still unable to tempt Yanlin, or to find the, quote, chink in her soul that she's been talking about episode after episode. The girls finally make it inside and Haylin dodges Nerissa's lightning really well. They manage to escape with Yanlin safe. They really have to drop this fortune cookie thing when Haylin's around. In the end, Eric and his grandfather go to aid the Silver Dragon, and he kinda asks on a double date with her grandma and his grandfather. We then actually see this double date in the next episode as this resolved. Or this might be a different date since they seem to be quite close. Oh wait, never mind, it's a dream. Dang, they gotta stop getting me like this. Nerissa shows up and is like, bestie, you're not the real Haylin. You're an Altamir. Yanlin then wakes up in a shock. Turns out in the last episode, Yanlin had been duplicated. She tells her that if she reveals that she's not the real one, Nerissa will basically remove her from existence. At school, a battle of the bands is announced. Also, the girls' outfits here are really popping off. Except Cornelia. Remember what I said earlier about the divorced middle-aged teacher? Yeah. Tirani wonders why Irma would announce this since it gives Shagon Matt an excuse to enter their lives again. We see Matt's band performing and he is terrible. Now we get into Shagon Matt's mind and learn that it's like a Jekyll and Hyde situation. Apparently Matt had written a song called The Demon in Me like way before he was taken by Nerissa. It's giving you jinxed yourself. Matt convinces Shagon to actually sing properly or else he'll blow his cover. Also The Demon in Me? Kind of a bop. Yanlin tries to tell Haylin the truth when she's at school, but Matt's like, I don't know why she couldn't have done that at home, but that's just me. I also realized I still had my episode on 1.25 speed, so I was literally enjoying a sped up song. It works in both versions though. Okay, but like Matt and Shagon talking to Will is actually kind of giving enemies to lovers, but like one is secretly in love with the other since it's actually Matt in there. I eat that trope up. Nerissa shows up and asks fake Haylin if she'd rather exist or die, and she decides to live, which is all Nerissa wanted to hear. Also, she actually has been dating Eric's grandfather, which is cute enough. Meanwhile, Shagon realizes that Will must be a threat since Matt loves her, so he tries to trick her and it'd be working too well. He says he can take her to the real Matt, but only if she protects him. Why would he know where the real Matt is all this time and only say something now? Will says she wants to tell the Guardians, but he's like, no, you can't. It's almost as if this is a trap. At the Battle of the Bands, Alchemy plays with the sisters. I'm really trying to vouch for Alchemy, but her voice is insufferable. Matt manages to get the jump on Will, but Cornelia and Tirani aren't too far behind. While Alchemy's voice is terrible, her song isn't actually that bad. I'm not entirely sure why Tirani isn't radioing the other Guardians to help them fight the Knights. Eric was also in this episode. I'm not really gonna get too much into his subplot, but he ends up playing with Uriah's band, who didn't rehearse at all. Haylin literally tried to warn him against this. Uriah knows that he'll lose, so he tries to sabotage the competition, but Eric turns the tables on him. They end up playing the Itsy Bitsy Spider with like a saxophone part, and they get laughed at first, but I think it's supposed to be good in the end. Mind you, we hear no drums or tambourines like at all, so I don't know what these guys are doing over here. And Eric's saxophone part is really good, but it does not gel with Uriah's voice. I mean, nothing would gel with that voice. Matt uses the guitar in his mind to take control of Shagon. He then gets Cor or Mr. Huggles to let Cornelia go, but either way, Nerissa repurposes the energy from her knights to unite the Guardians. Her Guardians. Matt finally comes back and performs at the band. Also, there's also like a talent agent here. Anyway, he plays a song he wrote for Will called The Will to Love, which is kinda cute. Interesting note to end the episode on. It's kind of bittersweet since Narissa and her guardians are now young and powerful again. Also, the Will to Love plays on the credits, and guys, let's get these songs on Spotify. Now, with all the previous guardians being united, let's quickly talk about them. Their initials, as Halen worked out, spell chicken, which, I don't love that Narissa and Cadma don't really have any green on them, but I can excuse Narissa since her outfit is a one piece. Yanlin's outfit is terrible. Sorry, I tried to be nice. I like her haircut, I think it's cute, but my word, what is the rest of this? I think Eleanor easily has the best outfit. I really like the puffy trousers. I also want to say that I appreciate that they didn't make them a one-to-one replica of Witch. The Air Guardians match because they're relatives, and I guess Cassie looks more like Irma, but that's kind of a reach. Other than that, Eleanor is a Fire Guardian and Cadma is Earth, and I don't think that Nerissa really has a physical counterpart in Witch. Alright, next episode T is for trauma. Nerissa infiltrates a mall that is getting an Egyptian pyramid renovation and enchants a bunch of men. She's also in her old hag form again. I guess she might only become young when she says Guardians Unite. I was also under the impression that the Guardians are united by the heart of Kandrakar, but I guess not. Also, I've just realized that Ellen's been trapped this whole time. That's so crazy to me. Halen gets braces and we learn that Matt calls her HL as a nickname. A new girl? Teacher? I mean, it's obviously Nerissa, but I'm not entirely sure who she's pretending to be, because enchanted or not, there's no way they believe that she's a teenager. Anyway, she comes in and all the boys are enchanted by her. All except Matt, though. They theorize it's because he'd already beaten Nerissa's hold on him. This one doesn't really explain why only men are attracted to her. Yanlin, I assume this is a real one, but I don't really know why Nerissa would have let her go. She explains that Nerissa wouldn't know that the girls know that that lady over there is Nerissa, so Yanlin convinces them to attack Nerissa and steal her stuff. But I guess that was fake Yanlin, because it was basically a trap. The older guardians now attract the new ones, and the girls escape to Kandrakar. Halen cries that her mother betrayed her, and it's sweet that the girls give her time to grieve, but she is kind of broken. They go back to school, and Nerissa is just there. Not really sure why.
Stacy, from my heart to yours.
He's under a spell. He's under a spell. He's under a spell.
She's my sugar plum cutie. Hey, she's nobody's fruit, little dude.
They're under a spell and they're not my boyfriends. They're under a spell and they're not my boyfriends.
If Caleb ever looked at her like that...
Ew, hello, Nerissa's his mom.
Oh, right, gag.
Oh, now I get what he saw in this episode. Nerissa just further taunts Halen, getting Eric to call her ugly for having braces, and getting Yanlin to say she doesn't love her. Nerissa forces Will to swear in the heart of Kandrakar that she'll fight Nerissa head on without teleporting away. Nerissa said it would be better for them to agree now rather than her getting the jump on them later. They agree to fight that evening in the empty mall. When they get that, they transform, and I've just noticed that the sequence is off. Will goes last. This might have happened before, but as I said, I'm only noticing it now. Also, because Halen is sad, she doesn't call out her element, and she faces away from the camera. Dang, now I'm getting kind of sad. Also, Matt's here. They go element versus element, and it's not going too well. So Will swaps with Halen since Halen can't actually fight her grandma. By the way, Nerissa had also tied up Eric. They all swap partners again, so Irma takes Hananor, Cornelia takes Yanlin, etc. They know the farmer guardians are strong, but they can't exactly think for themselves because they don't have free will. The girls win the fight and Nerissa runs away. Halen gives a speech about how even though things get rough, she still has a responsibility to fight evil, and the girls will get her through anything. Eric wakes up and is like, what? Where am I? But even though he's disoriented, he's still really sweet to Halen.
Well, is it gonna be okay?
It will be. I know it.
Hey, you! When did you get braces?
I know, they're kinda ugly.
How could anything look ugly on you? Besides, they're only temporary, and they're so shiny!
This was so cute. They introduced this man way too late into the show. In the next episode used for Undivided, Cornelia has to babysit her sister when her parents go out for dinner. They argue and Lillian tells her cat that she wishes it could speak. Cornelia then sends her sister to bed, and as soon as she leaves...
Lose the magazine, doll. We gotta talk.
The cat talks?
No. Ricky Rodent over there's a ventriloquist.
No offense, but this just ain't normal.
The cat explains that when Lillian wished that her cat could speak, it gave the cat, Napoleon, the ability to speak. He explains that he's her familiar, implying that she's a witch. They go out to get answers, and Matt offers to stay and watch Lillian instead of going with them. Good on you, Matt. Wow, I haven't ranted about him in a while, have I? That's progress. On Kandrakar, Luba explains that the Oracle was the one who chose the Guardians. This whole time they thought that Yanlin chose them. Personally, I thought that Cosmic Energy chose them. Her theory goes that the Oracle chose Cornelia as the Earth Guardian so that she's closer to the heart of Earth, which is Lillian. Luba further theorizes that Nerissa might try to take Lillian's power. Again, guys, just go with it. Cornelia goes home to protect his sister, but Matt pulls her aside, and it turns out he figured out Nerissa was pretending to be Cornelia. The real witch show up and Nerissa leaves. This episode is off to a really interesting start, but it's wild that Nerissa only cares about Lillian right when the girls work out that she might have powers. Cornelia starts telling the story about an evil sorceress for Nerissa who tries to steal Princess Lillian's powers, but she has 5 fairies to protect her.
But lucky for the princess, she has 5 fairy protectors. Will, Irma, Tirani, Cornelia, and Halen.
No way you'd protect me.
Oh, fine, 4 protectors.
Lillian says that she likes the story but she wishes it were true. And then boom, it's now true. Why do you wish you were a princess with an evil sorceress trying to drain you of your powers? With ends up transforming into little fairies. Whatever happens in Lillian's story will now happen in real life. Napoleon explains that the bubble Lillian's making around their apartment looks normal from the outside, but when people travel through it, they'll just enter the world and be part of it and not really understand that things are different. We see this with an average couple that shows up and it's pretty funny.
What is all that unearthly commotion?
A dragon attacking the castle.
Well, come inside. You know how you scorch.
I never get to watch my shows.
What was that?
Nothing, milady.
Matt tries to get Cornelia to make it a good story, but she still doesn't get it and they add a dragon to the mix. This goes on for a bit before Tirani reaches Cornelia telepathically and is like, babes, stop trying to kill us. Cornelia then explains that Princess Lillian could give her powers to someone else so that she could stay safe until she's old enough to wield the powers herself. Lillian's like, okay, but I'm not giving them to Cornelia. So Cornelia suggests that she makes Matt, Mr. Huggles, and Napoleon her regents to hold the power until she's old enough.
But if I have all this power, should I really give it up?
Lillian, honey, no pressure, but you kinda need to decide soon.
The bubble is then dropped and Matt, Mr. Huggles, and Napoleon show up in like transformed states. I thought Matt had gone evil again, but I don't think he has. Nerissa runs away again, but it's nothing new.
Brenda, I just had the weirdest dream. We were living in a castle and...
Go back to sleep, Marco, or you'll be living in a motel.
Okay, this episode was kind of a bop though. Next episode, V's for victory. Now what's happening is that Nerissa is collecting the hearts from different worlds since I guess she's not strong enough to defeat the girlies alone. She ends up on a rock planet and tries to find the heart of this planet. Meanwhile, Will races against someone called Mandy and loses coming in second. Matt knows Mandy and congratulates her and Will's not having it. She drops it still later on in the evening when she figures out that they can't take Larissa's staff back because Elion willingly gave up the necklace, so only an heir to Meridian can take it back. The logic is logicking, but I feel like this is the first time this heir rule has actually been brought up. I wonder what other heir they could get to help them. They go to Phobos and make him swear not to use the seal for himself when he gets it.
You reek of desperation, Guardian.
You just reek.
I swear on the power of Kandrakar not to use Nerissa's seal for myself. Satisfied?
Guys, wait, why was that kinda... What's wrong with me? Nerissa gives Cassidy her ring so that she and the other Guardians can go destroy Phobos. Meanwhile, Caleb pretends to be grown and gets Phobos enrolled at their school as a new foreign exchange student. Now, ain't this man like 30 years old? He does not give high schooler vibes. Hayden wants to make him an outfit, but he's like, no, I got it.
He'll need a whole new wardrobe. I can whip something up.
Behold, am I not down with my bad self?
Something's definitely wrong with me. I should make fun of this, but I can't. Do I like Phobos? Anyway, he'll be bunking with Matt and attending school so that they can keep an eye on him when Nerissa inevitably attacks.
Oh, how did you people ever defeat me?
Okay, back on track. Will races again and this time only wins because she uses her powers to rope the ley line around Mandy's leg. Phobos figures this out. He's smart too. Anyway, they get attacked by the evil guardians. Phobos doesn't use his powers though because he doesn't want to use up his life force, but he'd used it to hide Blanc earlier though. He steals some of the girl's life force and it did give ick. But then he pet him as the Huggles and I was like, wait. Phobos needs to leave the screen. I'm too confused. He changes his strategy trying to be nice, but the girls find him too weird. I'm also finding him weird. Also, I didn't mention this, but since episode P, I haven't seen any of these episodes before, so I'm writing this in real time as I watch the episode, and I do not know where this is going. Matt had also kissed Mandy's hand before Will's next race, and he's also kind of grumpy as he watches. Will doesn't cheat this time and comes in second, but she's okay with it. Okay, the way Phobos is speaking is kind of strange. He kind of sounds like Blanc. And Matt sounds like Phobos. The former Guardians attack again. Cassidy's spell has been slipping, but since Nerissa isn't with her, her grip loosens and Cassidy wakes up. Meanwhile, on the rock planet we saw Nerissa on, she disguised herself as a rock creature to seduce the heart of this world. Girl, this is getting a little bit embarrassing now. She feels Cassidy's spell slip and goes to Earth where she finds a bunch of different Phoboses. She tries to control her Guardians, but they're like, bestie, no. So she traps them in her scepter.
Wow, must really be getting crowded in there.
Nerissa combines all 5 elements and basically becomes the evil avatar. She throws Rich into the pool and is about to zap them, but then Matt runs at her. She's like, you! And then disappears. We learn that the real Phobos was pretending to be Matt and the other ones were Blanc, Caleb, and Matt. Phobos then yells at them, and again, getting the ick. Oh no, guys. Phobos was not put back into prison at the end of this episode. I fear what shall come next. My only question is why the three guys didn't know that they were pretending to be Phobos but still refer to themselves as Phobos. I guess it was part of the spell that he put them under, I don't know. But also, when did he recharge on Guardian Life Force? Phobos continues to confuse me in the next episode, W is for witch, but like an actual witch, not the acronym. Will and Caleb free more prisoners to protect Phobos. Now, this man is doing too much. There's no way they'd allow this. But they do, and Miranda and Cedric are freed. I think it's safe to say that my crush is gone. I think it was just the clothes and the attitude, but it's over now. On Earth, it's Halloween, and Napoleon explains that when it's Halloween, the Heart of Earth can be stolen without permission by getting to the Heart's Familia, which is Napoleon. Again, guys, let's act like this makes sense. Dang it, Phobos is back in his normal clothes. Will decides to use Napoleon as bait. They then transform since they can walk around in their guardian forms without rousing suspicion. Cedric leads the girls into his old bookshop that they can use as a place to lure Nerissa in. Phobos turns everyone into bookshelves and makes him and Will old bookkeepers. Irma's also taking Chris and Lillian trick-or-treating, and it's cute that she teaches the kiddies her old tricks. They also keep saying Andrew Hornby to Irma throughout the episode because she's only hesitant to trick-or-treat because she heard him say that it was for babies. Nerissa shows up as a cat to get the jump on Napoleon. Phobos takes too long to grab the seal, and Napoleon runs away with Nerissa not too far behind. Meanwhile, Chris thinks Irma is cool because of how well she trick-or-treats, which is really cute. She actually then runs into none other than Andrew Hornby, who doesn't really explain why he said trick-or-treating is for babies, but then gets caught trick-or-treating. But I guess Irma's over her reluctancy to trick-or-treat. The girlies then go to the carnival to find Napoleon. Irma later shows up as well.
Where's the zipper on this thing? How many guys are in this suit?
Let's find out what's inside you instead.
Hey, Martin, why don't we buy you some candy corn?
It's 5 minutes to midnight and Nerissa attacks Napoleon. Irma knows that it's all part of their skit as they go to try and rescue Napoleon. Phobos then doesn't get the seal, and Will figures out that he wants Nerissa to get the Heart of Earth so that he'll have more power when he steals it back. He's in Nick territory again.
Bad news, guys! Nerissa won't stop until she takes over the universe? Well, there's that. Plus, Phobos is gonna let Napoleon fry. Figures. Yeah.
Big surprise.
He's really not very nice.
Finally, Phobos takes the staff and absorbs Nerissa into it, and that's where the episode ends. Oh, also, he didn't actually get the Heart of Earth. In the next episode, X is for Xanadu, an attack on the castle in Meridian is launched. Phobos shows up with the staff, and the girls help the rebels escape while Phobos turns the castle back into the way it was in Season 1. Throwback, in case any of you missed the old setting. On Earth, Helen's dad is worried about his mother. Helen had lied that a family emergency sent her back to China, but he isn't really understanding why she hasn't called. Helen is then reminded that she signed up for an art contest where the theme is Xanadu, which Tarani explains is basically the artist's idea of paradise. Meanwhile, Phobos renames the seals Nerissa to the Scepter of Phobos. Yeah, it's safe to say my crush is gone. Inside the Scepter, Nerissa argues with Yanin and Elyon. The latter shoots Nerissa, revealing that Yanin has been teaching her how to absorb her powers back. Again, guys, you know the deal by now. Act like this makes sense. She's not strong enough to free everyone in the Scepter, but she can still defeat Nerissa and the other Guardians will help her. On Earth, Helen is still blocked with her art, so Tarani reads her the Xanadu poem, and it only stresses her more. So Cornelia tries, but the same thing happens. Irma tries her hand, but it still doesn't work. They give her some space and eventually something comes to her. Jeek, that passing rat, reveals to Phobos that the rebels and their families have moved back into the Infinite City as their hideout. Helen reveals a painting and she loses, but the artist that she admires praises her. Caleb and Blanc find the and they go to Meridian to stop Phobos before he attacks the rebels and their families. In the Scepter, Yanin convinces them to combine their strength and escape instead of fighting and being stuck in there forever. The Guardians and the rebels fight against Phobos' army.
Fools! You have lost every battle since my return!
A streak will break tonight, Buster! Buster? Been a long day!
Phobos brings the ceiling down and Blanc falls to let everyone escape, but Caleb and Blanc are captured and Phobos prepares to conquer Kandrakar. Drake then yells at the Guardians for setting Phobos free. Bathik and Alden defend them, but Will's like, nah, we lost it on purpose. We are now at the penultimate episode of this series, Y is for Yield. Phobos is using slaves to make a ring so he can conquer Kandrakar. On Kandrakar, Tarani has a random headache, and Will explains that they had a plan from the moment that they freed Phobos. We then get a flashback and they explain that they knew Phobos would betray them. They wanted Phobos to win so that he could defeat Nerissa, but they also wanted his victory to be as quick and painless as possible, which is why they didn't put up too much of a resistance. But here's the thing, he swore on Kandrakar's power, so if he sets foot on Kandrakar to conquer it, he'll lose it all. They explain that they didn't tell anyone because they couldn't risk anyone else finding out. I will point out, however, that it was Rachel who suggested to Phobos that he go to Kandrakar. He had actually wanted to go to Zambala first. In the Scepter, Yanin's trying to keep everyone in harmony. Helena reveals that she's been trying to reach Tarani telepathically, but all she's been doing is giving her a headache.
Yap, all night long. Phobos out there, us stuck in here.
And not likely to save anyone unless we act in harmony.
You're stepping on my lines, kid.
Because we're in harmony.
Zip it!
I will try. Caleb is my son. I will not allow Phobos to harm him.
Yeah, you're Mother of the Year.
That, Your Highness, is not harmony. Stop that!
They finally manage to reach Tarani, who calls Will and tells her Caleb and Blanc are in trouble. Is this news? They obviously didn't make it in the previous episode. They don't get the other girls because there's, quote, no time. It doesn't make any sense for them to all flunk their exams. There was a very heavy sigh when I watched this and an even louder eye roll. Turns out on Meridian, Sandpit, Wraithor, and Gargle are actually on the girlies' side. Wraithor was always on their side, but he convinced Gargle and Sandpit to join him. He didn't take his chances with Frost in the tracker though. The girls weren't worried about Caleb and Blanc because they assumed that they'd be thrown into the same prison as Wraithor, which he would have helped them escape from. Okay, this show's kinda clever. It's running circles around me. They revealed that they'd sent Halen in before the others showed up. When Phobos kept the seal and broke his vow, Wraithor lost respect for him, which is how Halen managed to convince him. That's why he convinced them to go to Kandrakar. Guys, I cannot express how impressed I am right now. The girlies write their finals and Tarani figures out that the people in the scepter are trying to get to her, but they keep speaking over each other. Finally, she hears them and they figure out that it's time for the final battle. All they're really doing here is stalling the warriors until Phobos shows up, but the girlies hadn't counted on Phobos being so gosh darn lazy, sitting back and not doing any fighting. Ugh, it's giving ick. Cedric asks for a fraction of Phobos' powers and becomes bigger than he usually is. The girls pretend to be defeated and watch with bated breath as Phobos crosses into Kandrakar.
Master, Kandrakar is yours. Kneel before your prince.
Guys, I don't even have a joke for this. I'm literally flabbergasted. Cedric then becomes even bigger and decides that he'll conquer Earth. He reveals he actually took all of Phobos' powers since he asked for a fraction and Phobos didn't specify how much he would give. Not to be that person, but while one is technically a fraction, if you take a fraction of something, I don't think that you're able to take the whole thing. But that's just me. We are finally at the last episode, Zed is for Zenith, which finds themselves in a void with no one having any memories. Tarani suggests that they let the memories flow into them, and they remember the moment where Cedric ate Phobos.
My lord.
Oh, my love.
My lunch.
No. I could excuse a lot, but that's just weird, no? Am I crazy? I guess they fell for each other when they were trapped together, but still, ew. His plan is to destroy the Guardians' Oromir so that the Guardians will lose their powers. The rebels stay on Kandrakar to protect the Oromirs, while the goodies go to Earth to prepare the planet for battle. Matt goes to gather his knights, but Will asks for favors so that their identity as Guardians is not blown. Matt and the pets then use Lillian's power to make a glamour zone that tricks everyone seeing the fight between Cedric and the girls into thinking that they're watching a cartoon on the big screen. Someone called Mr. R or something, and his driver Scylla, pull over and he says he wants to watch the show instead of going back to the Institute. Okay. Which fights Cedric, but he's really strong. Now turns out Phobos is still alive. Oh, thank goodness. I mean, for the sake of the people in his scepter, obviously. Also, does anything in this shot make anyone else uncomfortable? Is it just me who's seeing things, or were the animators doing too much again? Miranda makes it to the Oromers, but she gets distracted by Blanc, who she wants to eat, but she doesn't go after him because she's afraid that Cedric will be upset if she does. Miranda, honey, we need to have a long discussion about the red flags in a relationship and the signs that you might be in an abusive one. Ariane tries to reach Tamani and they find out what happened. Tamani links with them all, and Arista tells the girls to become their elements, just like in their dream, all the way back in E is for Enemy. And it works, but because they're now more than human, the scepter people can no longer reach Witch. Miranda is defeated and the girls attack Cedric. Irma Water Thing then kisses Cedric to drain him of his moisture, I guess. It's a cool move and all, but I'm not obsessed with the kiss. Grown man, children. Don't tell me that I'm overreacting. This is weird. Now dehydrated, Halen sucks the air out of Cedric and Will shocks him repeatedly. He somehow spits out Phobos and now his scepter is broken. Nerissa manages to get out and she takes the heart of Meridian. Don't ask me what happened to the heart of Zambala. With the Guardians in their elemental form, the girls are no longer able to resist Nerissa, and we see her fantasy of capturing all the hearts. Oddly enough, she still has Julian and Caleb in her fantasy by her side, but that was all a dream and everyone else had escaped instead. I mean, okay, Slay. Because the girls are in their elemental forms, they've, quote, evolved from beyond humanity and have lost themselves. The girlies in the void then realize what happened to them, and they try to remember their humanity. Will tells them to follow the voices and follow her. Guys, I don't hate Matt or anything, but his face is not the first thing I'd want to see when I get back my humanity. Will then gives us a neat epilogue about how the bad guys are in prison, alive, and Nerissa is trapped in the heart of Meridian, living in a fantasy. The Council of Kandrakar is reunited, Tanner returns the heart of Zambala and abdicates the throne and returns to Earth, and Cassidy, truly back from the dead, returns to her mother. Yanan introduces the family to her long-lost twin sister Mira, and we see 4 of the girlies walking with their boyfriends. Our girl Irma isn't included because she wasn't given an actual boyfriend, but let me keep this positive, we're at the end. Then a new instructor, Scylla, is introduced, who turns out to be the driver of that car we just saw.
Raphael, Scylla.
And I'm looking forward to getting to know all 5 of you.
Yep, everything back to normal.
more movie.
No, the movie's over. We gotta go.
Papa, me want more movie.
No, Elle, we gotta go.
You lied!
No, the movie's...
lied!
Okay, before I get into the conclusion of this series, I just want to apologize for my remarks about Phobos. I realize that some of you might have found what I said to be disturbing or offensive, and for that, I apologize. I need everyone to understand that it was a moment of weakness, and I understand the error of my ways. That being said, I later stumbled upon this fan art of him, and yes, I do mean stumbled. I definitely didn't search up Phobos fan art. While I do not stand with this man or anything that he did in the series, I don't want to be questioned if this picture ends up as my phone wallpaper. Now, overall for both seasons, guys, this show is good, okay? I complain a lot and rant endlessly, but this just shows that I care. My love language is ranting. Season 2 is for sure better, but there are moments and episodes that I just adore from Season 1. I also understand this show is not meant to be binged over a decade later by some weird girl in her 20s as she writes an essay about it. Obviously, I see the cracks because I'm pulling the show apart, but like I said in the Ben 10 videos, I wouldn't do this if I didn't like a show. I've spent hours working on this, and yes, they were slightly painful hours, especially during the first part of Season 1, but I also had a lot of fun. The series is really, really enjoyable. You know what show I could never do one of these videos on? Winx. Yep, and I grew up with that show. I had the lyrics of the theme song burned into my brain. I literally wake up singing it. But while I'm fond of the show, I know for a fact it's just nostalgia. Guys, Winx is not an amazingly written show. It had cool vibes and cool moments, but that's not talking about the writing. So you couldn't catch me spending my time going through all of Winx to make a video like this. I would truly lose my mind. Well, lose it more. Okay, so let's quickly just talk about these comparisons. I decided to dedicate a section of the video for this because I mentioned in the intro how comparisons are inevitable, but I feel like while they could be harmless, which gets dismissed a lot in these conversations. Now, Winx did start airing first, so maybe that's why it has a better reputation, but guys, these comparisons are so dumb because you are literally just comparing two shows in the same genre and using the fact that they are of the same genre to make it seem like one is a knockoff of the other. Now, I don't really know much about the origins of the comics and if the writers did copy each other or not. It doesn't matter really. Witch and Winx are magical girl shows with the main character with red hair, but that's kind of where the similarities end. Yes, there are transformations, but they look and sound really different. And transformations are a staple of the magical girl TV show genre. Yes, the fairies and Winx have elemental themed powers, but I've watched the show and Flora's powers are basically just green blocks with petals flying about. She does have some manipulation over plants, but she doesn't really use them in the way that Cornelia does. Layla or Ayesha is supposed to be the fairy of waves, but she doesn't really manipulate water. From my recollection, she just kind of makes purple things. I don't really know. This is really all just to say that the Witch Winx comparisons make like zero sense to me. In fact, Witch has more in common with Avatar, I feel, but that's not a magical girl show, so it doesn't get lumped in with the rest. These comparisons also make the magical girl genre seem like it's monolithic, like if you've watched one, you've watched them all. I haven't seen Sailor Moon, although my sister has, but I still roll my eyes when I'm watching something and someone says, this show just wants to be Sailor Moon. You know what? Fine. Maybe that was the blueprint, but like, is that all we can really say about these shows? They're trying too hard to be like this or like that. Or I've already seen Winx, so I don't need to see this one. You know what's funny? If we take the definition of magical girl TV shows and the tropes that they incorporate, Ben 10 could actually be considered one. I saw this on TikTok and the girlie was actually making sense. I'm gonna link it in the description. The point is, despite the similarities, you'd never say Ben 10 is a ripoff of Sailor Moon. Just as you'd never really hear someone dismiss Bakugan as a ripoff of Pokemon, and even in that case, both shows still have large enough fan bases. It's also kind of giving pitting women against each other even when they're fictional, but let's not go there right now. If you are one of the people who dismissed Witch for being derivative of other magical girl TV shows, I implore you to give Witch a chance, and also all those other TV shows you might have dismissed along the way. And even if Witch was a blatant ripoff of Winx, then it copied it and outdid it because this show felt like a better blueprint for magical girl TV shows with a huge emphasis on friendship and teamwork, characters with distinct personalities, and impressive world building if not for the few minor flaws. Speaking of the flaws, let's just start this conclusion off with a more negative aspect of the series. I've already explained how season 1 kind of fell short with the magic writing and teeny witch shenanigans. Season 2 definitely did better, but like sometimes new stuff is introduced that just doesn't really contradict anything, but it made no sense that it wasn't introduced before. Like the heir to Meridian being the only one who can steal the heart back is fine, it's pretty smart, but this idea is only introduced in that episode. The Ola and the others make it seem as if they've had this information for a while. Same thing with the rules of like swearing on the heart or in a world like Kandrakar. It's smart that Wish was trying to trick Phobos, but why didn't he know what breaking his vow would do? Why did they have that information but not him? This doesn't really ruin the series or anything, don't worry. Another thing that wasn't terrible but became slightly confusing is the new powers introduced. I've talked enough about Irma's persuasion powers, but I haven't expressed my annoyance with the contestant's power. At some point, it basically started to be used as telekinesis, which would have been fine if Cornelia didn't already possess that power. It also felt very broad and not very well defined, like it's lightning, but it's also technology manipulation, but it's also a life giver. I also mentioned this before, but the writing in season 2 became slightly forced at times. They tried to to create parallels between the former Guardians and the new ones to try and fit the theme of the episode, but I feel like the only one that worked well was Haylin in Thieves for Trauma. Yes, Haylin acted out of character in that episode, but it was all over the realization that her grandma betrayed her and also Narissa just tormenting her relentlessly. Her speech at the end, while yes, slightly forced to incorporate the idea of trauma, works, and I really liked it. I think that the episode where Tarani is compared to Kadma because she can't admit that she's wrong didn't really work that well. I feel like Irma would have fit a narrative like that much better. In Irma's episode when she claims to be like Narissa because of how she was bossing everyone around, I don't personally think it worked for Irma's arc, and I think that the comparison was very much forced. And then finally in the episode where Will becomes power hungry, it could have been good, but Will getting to that point was really rushed. And honestly, it made no sense because she was basically trying to keep Elian trapped in the necklace when she absorbs the heart. Like I said, none of these things are really like the breaking point of the series. I've never watched a show that had like 0 flaws. I understand why these writing decisions were made, I just wish the execution could have been done a little bit better. This series did age pretty well. I don't think that there were really many moments that felt like they wouldn't fly today, but as I've mentioned, there were moments that either felt inappropriate, I'm looking at you, Cedric the bookkeeper, or could have just been written better. I'm talking about Irma and Martin, but also romance in general. So let me just finish up with a section on the note of the romance. Now, at the point that Ben 10 Alien Force and Ultimate Alien can write a romance better than you, maybe reconsider what you're writing. In the Ben 10 videos, I made a Gwevin file because those writers kept us well fed with cute moments before and after Kevin and Gwen became official. When they became a couple, I noted that I was worried that the writers would have them break up or introduce unnecessary conflict because some people think that conflict is chemistry, and I was pleasantly surprised when this wasn't the case. So when it happened in Witch, I hope you can understand my immense disappointment. Also, I'm not obsessed with how romance is framed in the show. It is still very heavily focused on friendship, and I love that, but there are times when one of the girls goes through her own personal journey or arc or in a conflict or something, and it will either be caused by a boy or solved by a boy. It's not a terrible thing, but it kind of presents a romantic relationship as a solution to a girl's problem, if that makes sense. And this is also a disservice to the boys in the show. Aside from Caleb and Matt, more often than not, the other boys are relegated to love interest of one of the girls and don't get much growth outside of that. Don't misunderstand me, they do have their moments, but there aren't really all that many. Let's go through the couples, shall we? We'll start with Caleb and Cornelia. The way they end up is fine, but especially in season 2, most of the romantic moments, well, romantic in quotes, was just bickering that got really old. Then when that was over and they got together, I don't remember them having that many cute one-on-one moments or anything. I mean, they exist, but like, not all that much. With Nigel and Tarani, they didn't really get that much screen time. When they were together, it was cute. I feel like Tarani was given the least in terms of that initial attraction. In season 1, Nigel asked her out off screen, and we don't really get too many moments where we see her actually think that he's cute and wonder if she wants him to ask her out. They also have him hang out with Uriah, which felt like they were trying to do the whole good girl, bad boy trope, but it felt a little bit forced. For one thing, he doesn't really do anything egregious. He writes his and Tarani's initials on the school statue, but he uses lipstick and not spray paint or a chisel. It's also weird that he continues to hang out with Uriah when Uriah literally picks on Tarani, the girl Nigel likes. Like, if Uriah was just more of a harmless idiot, this would have been fine. But given he's supposed to be kind of a bully, I don't know. It just doesn't really sit right with me. That being said, I did appreciate the flip at the end of Case for Knowledge, with Nigel telling her that she's perfect the way that she is. It is cute. Don't love Tarani's self-acceptance coming from male validation, but that's just me being nitpicky. I have ranted extensively on Matt irritating me, but when he was Shagun and everything, I can't lie, it was actually really interesting for his character, and he did improve a lot more after he rejected Narissa's power. Will and Matt together are fine. They're cute enough. It's a shame Eric was introduced so late because he really is one of the best love interests on the show. While I don't love how they made it seem like they were finally going to have a female character not end up in a relationship and be fine about it, and then they completely wreck on that, I appreciate that they gave her a really cute romantic subplot. Real quick to rank these relationships in terms of enjoyability to watch and overall cuteness, from worst to best we have Caleb and Cornelia, then Will and Matt from season 1, then Tarani and Nigel, then Will and Matt from season 2, specifically Shagun Matt, and finally, obviously at the top, we have Haylin and Eric. But I do think that Susan and Dean are my favorite couple in the show. I can't really explain why. You'll probably note that Irma hasn't been discussed yet. Obviously, I had to save her for last. I'm not going to reiterate all the stuff I said about Martin. I've gotten it off my chest. I have spoken. It seemed like if you got a season 3, they might have given us more of that Andrew guy, or they would have given us a love triangle with Irma, Andrew, and Martin, in which case I think it's safe to say that we dodged the bullet with the show's cancellation. As I've said and will keep on saying, I don't like wishy-washy writing. I prefer to know who the writers are trying to set up so I don't invest my emotions into a ship that won't sail. I think it could have been cool if Martin was just a friend to Irma. We don't need romantic tension between any guy and girl on screen. Yes, I did insinuate that she should be with Caleb, but in my defense, they had some decent banter. Just think about it, guys. That's all. Martin could have been a friend who shows up from time to time. Maybe before they found out that the heir is a girl, they might think that he was the heir. I don't actually know if that could work, ignore me. With Martin out of the way, the writers could have given us something decent with Andrew. Now, Irma is a character rarely left speechless, so I guess it's cute that Andrew does leave her speechless. That being said, because of her quips and witty banter, I would also prefer to see chemistry between her and her love interest written into their dialogue. Let's not have a repeat of Caleb and Cornelia's staring courtship. I'm not like livid or anything that she didn't have a boyfriend by the end. I'm just disappointed because the writers were doing I don't even know what with her romance writing, so much that they wasted time and the season was over before anything could have been set up. Okay, off topic slightly real quick. I just know that the Emmys do have an animated series category. I don't know why I've never heard anyone talk about it. I just spent some time pouring through the list of winners for the animated series from 2004 to 2006, and I learned that Witch somehow didn't win anything. I don't even know if it was nominated. Now, I have seen Witch Season 2, Episode 25, Why Is for Yield, and I know that that episode was snubbed of an award. I'm only slightly joking here. Guys, the good in this series is good. The vibes are consistent and truly decent. The show always felt comforting in a way. The girls' chemistry, friendship, and teamwork is more often than not written really well. Season 2 really amped up the action, but Season 1 still did really well given what I assume was a pretty low budget. Narissa and the former Guardians fall under the good for me. While they did fall into that trap that Team Evil did in Season 1 of kind of being unfocused at times, and I will talk about why this doesn't bother me too much in just a second, they were definitely effective villains. While Narissa did run away after each episode, she was still really intimidating and menacing. I do wonder why her arm is metal though. Maybe they would have explained that in a later season. I appreciate that the other former Guardians, while not all given the most amount of depth, specifically Cadma and Halinor, were distinct in their personalities. I personally love Ghost Cassidy, as well as her dynamic with Narissa. It was such a fun subversion that her ghost doesn't get angry or bitter with Narissa for what happened, and I wish she'd gotten a few more moments on screen with some of her lines. If we got a season 3, I would have hoped that she would show up in a couple of episodes. She wouldn't even have to do that much, just having her on-screen interacting with the other characters. Could you imagine the dynamic she and Irma could have? I think Witch is the perfect Saturday morning cartoon, which is why, while most of the villains can be incompetent at times, I'm okay with how they were written. They do need to survive to come back for another episode. I love the kind of cartoon that can do both episodic and overarching story writing, and have a perfect balance of the two. Examples of these include Ben 10 UAF, Avatar, Gravity Falls, Mystery Incorporated, and of course, Witch. Binging this series was such a blast, but I could also imagine little me waking up at an unholy hour to watch cartoons on a Saturday morning and enjoying Witch regardless of what episode they were playing. I'm also going to include the series finale under the good because at first I was disappointed that Cedric of all people became the final boss, and it felt kind of crowded with all the different villains. But then I sat with it and I was like, wait, I really liked that finale. I was disappointed in Cedric and all the other villains because I've seen shows make similar choices that turn out to be mistakes, but then I realized that Witch handled it really well. Firstly, Cedric. We never really had that much time with him as like a main villain and a lot of henchmen, and at first I was startled by his betrayal of Phobos, but the man literally attacked his own henchman, in the season 1 finale just because the Guardians were attacking and he blamed Cedric. Then all of a sudden in season 2, Phobos is like, I forgive you. Yeah, the man is fine, but he did have this coming. Now, while we don't have as much time with Cedric as a main villain, he has been an intimidating... Okay, thanks, birds. Thank you. Now, while we don't have as much time with Cedric as a main villain, he has been an intimidating presence throughout the series, so it actually wasn't all that unearned for him to be the final boss. And all the other villains and characters, Miranda, Narissa, the former Guardians, and Phobos, don't hog the spotlight, they share it. Their presence in the finale therefore didn't really overwhelm me. It actually made sense to me. Guys, I really like this show. I'm actually really mad I didn't grow up watching it. And finally, let's talk about season 3 and whether it would have been worth it since the third season was definitely being set up with the introduction of Mr. R and Scylla. I am of the strong belief that it's better for a series to be cancelled prematurely than for it to get a full conclusion and use that extra time to just ruin the entire show. I mean, Wings hasn't really been cancelled yet, but that doesn't really speak to its quality. So if we never get a season 3, it will be okay because season 2 ended really well. That being said, I would love to see a season 3. My only fear is that since it's been so long, the writers might not be the same and the vibes might be off and they might further ruin it. And I do wonder if that's a risk that I'm willing to take. I'm reminded of Arrested Development and its reboot that I still can't bring myself to watch. Even though many grades of the reboot did not even come close to the original still remains beloved. So maybe, just maybe, we could get a season 3, but if it flops, it's fine because the original 2 seasons will still be okay and not ruined. But if it does well, then we'll finally be able to see more of this really cute, really charming, really fun cartoon. Hi everyone, thank you so much for watching and thank you so much for 4.3 thousand subscribers. I think that's where I'm at right now. Thank you very much. I am eternally grateful, and if you made it through the whole video, I am even more grateful. Real quick before people click off, I just want to make it clear that while for my Ben 10 videos that was like me exhausting all my thoughts on the series, this is not the last you will hear of Witch. Best believe I will probably make other videos at some point, so don't worry about that. Also, real quick, I don't know if there was like any like clicking or like clacking noises that you heard during recording. I am sorry about that. I had beads in my hair when I was recording the whole project, and I think sometimes the audio might have picked up their movement, so sorry about that. Also, I think it's crazy that this is like the third retrospective video I've posted in the summer, and it's actually before August. Like, it's not even August yet, which is crazy to me because usually I'm always kind of done with it right before school starts, so I literally only get a week of a holiday before it's time to go back to college. That is on me. I'm literally not blaming anyone else. I stress myself out too much, but I've actually finished this a lot sooner than I was expecting. And maybe that does reflect in the way that sometimes I feel like I'm like watching the video back and I'm like, was this kind of rush? Was this kind of, I don't know. Then I started overthinking it. I just had to get it out and post it. But like I said, we're going to definitely talk about Witch a lot more because there are a lot more thoughts that I had kind of as I was editing the video that I couldn't put into this video. So best believe more Witch content will come. Leave a comment, leave a like, subscribe. Please, especially the comments. I really do love reading comments. Even the ones that come in like years after I posted the video, they really make my day. And also it's like really nice just like to have conversations with people, especially about a show like Witch, because I barely know anyone aside from my older sister who knows the series. Like no one really talks about it that much. Yeah, and just before I go, just to highlight the description again, try to donate. If you can't donate, try to share and promote Palestinian content and other information about Congo as well. Following different pages can also help the word reach more people, and hopefully we can start to see a much more positive change and a ceasefire. Once again, thank you guys so much for 4,000 subscribers. Until next time, I'm just a squirrel, and thank you so much for watching.